trying to stay alive at the moment. Rescue on Sam, they get a fear on the flame. Rosita gets interrupted, fire breath channel by Zito, and that's gonna close it.
Hammer of Justice lands, and that's gonna be game 1 to Luminosity.
The dragon will succumb to the temptation. And unleash the aspect's darkest nightmares.
Control sends the damage. Huge damage coming in. Double kill. That's it. Good night. A lot of devastation right now. Full blind onto Asgraf. Z-Bike could easily go down. Can they purge the blessing of protection? They do manage to. There's the kidney shot. Are they going to be able to take him down at the same time, though? Waz gets disarmed. He's down to 1% health. Can he survive? No, not this time, Waz.
Well, Drake, I don't think he survives the next crowd control on Brain. He's trying to run away. He's just dying. Jellybeans is absolutely blasting, and he's got the Sentinel out. He's shooting through the fence line right now. His entire team can shoot through pillars. Insane usage of that spell right there, and they managed to close it out. Here comes the Spear Bastion onto Wallace. He's got no evasion. He's caught in this. Bladestorm is cutting him down here. Here's the double stun. They need to keep the massive spell. Can they take Drake down in a scatter shot? They can!
Of the AWC. I am so happy to be back. We've got some amazing teams lined up here. My name is Aya. I'm going to be your host for the next 4 weeks. We are with Zico, Venruki, and Supatees. Zico, $400,000 of prizing is on the line. Are these teams ready to go?
I mean, I hope so. I would be a little bit nervous. We got 400,000 over 4 weekends right now, and we got the best in Europe to start off the season. It's great to be back. How are you guys feeling?
I'm feeling great. I think these teams are feeling great. We've kind of spoken to some of them. Something we do have to talk about, Sid. You know, there's obviously quite a lot of changes that we've seen within the meta, within the game, heading into this season. What do you feel like is going to be the most prevalent today?
I mean, we saw reductions in crowd control effects. So reductions in polymorphs duration and freezing traps duration are kind of like the most notable ones, I would say. So the main focus for a lot of teams, I think, throughout this tournament and this current meta is damage output. Like, how much pressure can you actually put out in the game? Are you min-maxing every single global cooldown? That's going to be an incredibly important component, probably one of the main differentiating factors. We've actually updated the UI to include damage meters so we can see exactly what's going on for every single player. There's going to be new enchantments that you can put on gear in the form of embellishments, and precognition is one of those, and that's going to be one that I think most players, ignoring melee DPS, are going to be running. So it's going to be really cool to see how the players have constructed their gear and built new sets, given the fact that all of this new stuff has come in so quickly.
Yeah, absolutely excited to see how that is going to play out. And just as a reminder as well, these teams are playing on the tournament realm, so they've got access to tweak their characters as much as they want. Once again, awc.gcd.tv if you want to check out what they're running as we get into those games. But Ven, I mean, we kind of mentioned it at the top of the show here. Here it is. You know, we've got the 4 cups like we normally do. The top 3 at the end of those first 4 make it to the grand finals, and then we've got that gauntlet at the end of the season as well if you're in the bottom 5, Ven.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much explained it. We got 4 cups that these teams are going to be battling it out in, trying to earn as many points as possible and some prize money. But the ultimate goal of these cups, of course, is going to be making it into that top 3, like you mentioned, and into the grand finals for Europe and North America. The bottom 5 teams, it's tough. You got to go into the AWC gauntlet. And I mean, if you're in that 8th/7th position, you really have to go on quite a tear if you want to make it into the finals. It was really exciting last season. It's something I'm really looking forward to this season as well. But these teams got to show up. They got to play on that day. So that's something we can look forward to a little bit later on in the season.
Yeah, we saw how punishing it could be too if you don't perform early on. So these teams are really going to have to be consistent as we move forward in these first 4 weeks of season 2 here. Here's a little bit of a look again as the match format, just as a little refresher. You know, the first game, we're of course going to be having that blind pick, and then after that, subsequently, loser picks map, winner picks map, and then loser picks comp, or winner picks comp. I messed that order up a little bit, but you guys get it. You've seen it before. We're all familiar with it. Best of 5, of course. Finals will be best of 7, and we've got a lot of kind of newly formed rosters this season as well. What's up, Zico?
One new change as well is that we have cross-region. We've allowed teams to basically yoink a player from a different region, so you're allowed to have kind of one import as well. In addition to that, to that. So there is some newly formed rosters that we're going to see, and these are the teams, of course, that qualified it to this top 8 right here. So we do have, you know, a lot of familiar faces. A lot of the teams that we saw perform last season kind of stuck together, but also some changes, you know. And now we go. Love that logo, by the way. They have a new player right there. For example, Shams going to be rocking that Moonkin, one of the best Moonkins in Europe, and he's going to be replacing, I believe, Frankie was on that roster. And we've seen some other teams as well kind of rise to the occasion. Few changes like MYWAY as well, adding in a new healer. And there's going to be some surprises for sure in the EU region. But I'm looking forward to seeing some of those kind of cross-region imports to see how they do. I think it's in NA mostly.
Is there any North American imports?
Yeah, I don't think. I think NA imports from EU, not the other way around.
Oh man, yeah, it's like our own version of the LCS here. But all right, we have got a full schedule of games today. We're starting off in Europe, of course. We've kind of gotten a look at the sort of teams and compositions we might be seeing. We're starting in the lower bracket as well. We've got MYWAY facing off against Casual Granddads. Said that weird. Casual Granddads for the first game of the day. Then, what do we want to see from these two teams? I mean, what do you want to predict anything?
I want to predict anything? Well,
Yeah, like
I don't know. I feel like,
compositions.
yeah, for compositions, I feel like it's been, at least in North America, I haven't got a chance to see a lot of the European games, but I kind of can predict what's going to happen there. I feel like we are in a wizard meta. There's two basic compositions right now. It's going to be the rogue plus wizard, and there's actually a lot of different wizards you can pick. You can pick a mage, you can pick a warlock, a shadow priest, a moonkin, maybe even a shaman. There's a couple different cleave compositions, but also a lot of these double wizard setups are quite powerful right now. So putting like a boomkin with an elemental shaman, a boomkin with a warlock, you know, mage lock could be something, mage elemental shaman. So these teams are going to have to mix it up, kind of spice it up, and we'll have to see who ends up coming ahead. But that's the exciting thing about a new season, right? These teams have to come prepared with some new answers, and we as spectators get to watch it all unfold.
Yeah, and it's just week after week. I mean, I kind of remember back when we were kind of flipping with MDI and AWC every other weekend. The pacing was for sure a little bit different, but I love just being able to see it go all at once. So, you know, hopefully there's not too much pressure on these two teams to being the first up on the chopping block. They are both facing elimination. So, you know, quite a lot on the line for the first one here. We already talked about it. You got to make it in the top 3 if you want to make it in the finals and don't want to go to that gauntlet, Zico. But we're going to see these two teams face off here in the Grand Arena, the first game of Season 2.
All right. So we're going to have the Casual Granddads. It's the same team, you know, as last season, Casual Dads, but they've just gotten a little bit older. And then, of course, we have MYWAY, who have added in a new healer on the roster, Mr. JT, which is a main priest. He's been performing really well on the EU ladder. So they're going to have that, presumably jungle. And they also have, of course, Luxia on the roster. So we'll see what the MYWAY decides to do here, Sid.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be starting with the bread and butter, the jungle, and Alec is actually going to be playing a balanced druid. Walric coming in on Demonology Warlock. I feel like we haven't seen Walric in quite a while, so it's nice to see him back in competitive play, and this is exactly his domain, these double caster Warlock compositions, so this could be a great meta for him and his team to push forward, assuming that Alec is ready to perform here on the balanced druid, but jungle cleave can be a bit tricky. as it can be quite difficult to kill them earlier on with the Feral Druid support and off healing. So curious to see how they're going to look to end the game as the Demonology Warlock and the Boomkin, or if they're just going to focus only on defense. We can see Alec as the primary target for Casu, but he's hugging this pillar to the left so he can line of sight any potential casts and still get out some damage. Interrupts onto the Cyclone. Tony not opening just yet. And actually, oh, sorry, Tony is playing a Balance Druid. What am I saying? What is going on? They're playing Balance Druid BM Hunter, a very surprising game one pick from MYWAY. I just auto-assume that they're playing jungle because that's all they've played forever. But Tony is actually playing a Balance Druid here in game one.
Yeah, Tony's actually been doing a good job in general, just kind of diversifying. He's been kind of the multi-classer of the team so far. And he's going to be bringing out the Moonkin right now. He's taking some damage right there around the pillar. He has the Barkskin active, and Luxia will fly in and rescue him back to the safety of the pillar. But this BM Hunter pick is actually going to be really nice. They're going to have that crowd control right now. Casu is going to go for it, and he is going to land that freezing trap. Also having that Cyclone follow-up there from Tony. So long extended CC chains. They're also going to have that Root Beam as well as Luxia doing a lot of damage there on that beautiful dragon right there. But Clyde should be able to pick Alec up. For now, Tony does catch 2 Cyclones. And once again, Casu and Luxia will retreat back to the pillar. So it's going to be interesting to see if those long CC chains a little bit later on is going to be able to net them a kill, or if the Warlock can kind of disrupt the game enough to prevent that from happening.
All right, Tony on the back foot here. Time dilation out on him. That's going to reduce a lot of damage. He goes for a Cyclone, gets it on to Clyde. They're targeting down Walrick, getting him down below half. He's going to portal behind the pillar. He's still getting low to the pet damage. Another Cyclone onto Clyde. Tony gets cloned away by Alec. Casu is pushing forward. Root Solar Beam. Clyde's going to trade out Emerald Communion, but that is quite a long cooldown to trade. 3 minutes now. Luxia into a Cyclone. Tony on the back foot. Casual Granddads look to strike back as Tony retreats back behind the pillar in bear form with that Barkskin up. And we see Casu trading on his wall and Roar of Sacrifice as well to reduce this incoming push from the casual Granddads. But Luxia seems to be struggling. His whole team rotting down. He gets a Dream Breath out. He's trying to recover. He's got Stasis loaded up, I believe, so he could trade this at any point to top his team. He's falling behind on mana. This is somewhat expected with the Boomkin, with the Warlock versus the Hunter. So if they can't win with these crowd control chains, I am imagining the Warlock's going to get a bit ahead. Casu Cyclone low health here. And Luxia there tried to pre-immune some crowd control with that Deep Breath. Now he's got to get a big heal. He's going to rescue and try and pull Casu back. He manages to get a big shield with that rescue. They've actually cut through the shield already. Dream Projection, removing the dots out for Luxia. Good management here. He's trying to get the mana more even. He's still got his Emerald Communion. Full Freezing Trap, no Trinket. This is a big opportunity to take down Walrick, but he drops down a Fell Lord on the whole team, going for a Demonic Tyrant now and porting back behind the pillar. Clyde is still crowd controlled. Alec is now left behind. Walrick's on the opposite side of the map, trying to let his Tyrant do the work and waiting for Clyde to finally be free as he jumps over with Verdant Embrace, connecting big heals with this Dream Breath. Alec, Suppression Fire, keeping damage going up onto Casu and Tony here. And Luxia is just going to have to spend more and more mana. And if they're stacked on this pillar for much longer, man, the Demonology Warlock pets are going to do so much damage.
Yeah, that Fell Lord really getting good value right there for Warwick. Kind of just basically taking that whole pillar there for the casual Granddads. And now they're getting some decent pressure onto Alec. Tony as well, though, taking a lot of damage. Luxia's in crowd control. Clyde's in crowd control. Looks like Alec is going to be fine, but it's going to be Tony here on the back foot. How is he going to recover right now? Dropping to about 20% HP. He goes for a regrowth heal, and he does manage to keep himself alive for now, but Luxia still in crowd control into a bash. And now finally, Luxia does leave that crowd control, gets the Dream Projection out, and is able to stabilize his team. Mana actually in favor of MYWAY right now. Luxia, though, getting caught up in a Solar Beam. Alec here trying to get some big crowd control chains out, trying to maybe win the game here with some pressure. Gets the Cyclone onto Luxia as well. So decent CC chain, but Casu's actually taking no damage. Tony as well. Beautiful positioning. Defensive scatter shot coming out there from Casu as well. And now here comes the BM Hunter doing a lot of damage here onto Warwick. They're actually trying to take down his Fell Hunter as well, or Fell Lord. And Casu as well. It still has his aspect of the turtle. He does manage to hold on to it for now. And it's going to be Casu and Tony forcing out the Barkskin there of Alec. Warwick, though, takes a huge chunk of damage right there from that Fire Breath. He's so low. Warwick, you might need to trade out the Unlimited Resolve there. Finally, on so low HP. That is so greedy. Really trying to hold on to it. The Dark Pack comes out as well. It's going to be enough. He gets the Death Coil out. And now finally, Clyde leaving CC. Manages to top off Warwick, but still actually in trouble right now. So much pressure coming out from MYWAY here. Can they close it out? Can they get some more crowd control? And they get a low Cyclone there onto Alec. Warwick does get topped off by Clyde, but that's basically his last little bit of mana, and Alec is still in trouble here, Sid.
Oh, the Tyrant got cycloned by Tony, but here comes another Fell Lord on the whole team behind the pillar. The They need to get out of that Fell Lord circle as soon as possible as they kite to the opposite side of the pillar. They're trying to just stagger the damage during Tyrant, and then I would imagine they're going to go for the win. A full Cyclone onto Clyde, a great opportunity to kill Walrick. He's got no cooldowns. He knows that he ports back away from the fight, casting Handigal Dance from the safe distance here onto Tony, who's popped Heart of the Wild, trying to get that double frenzied regen, but he's still dying even through Heart of the Wild frenzied regens. Can Luxia get a heal out here? He's going for a Spirit Bloom. Tony's trying to off heal, looking for Cyclone. Cyclone's Alec goes for the Incarnation, but he might just die. Tony's just not recovering. Warwick's relentless pressure onto him. Defensive Solar Beam desperately to try and stay alive, and somehow manages to recover back to half health at this point. Insane recovery, but a triple Shadow Fury. Walrix is relentless with this assault. They're trying to keep their momentum. Clyde deep breaths the whole team. Massive pressure. Luxia's got Emerald Communion in 8 seconds. He needs to survive. 7 more seconds, 6 more seconds, 5 more seconds. If he survives that cooldown, he's going to have a full recovery, and they're going to be able to swing this back, and he has it now. This is their opportunity. Clyde has 0 mana, and Kasu's damage is going to be basically unstoppable on that Beast Mastery Hunter. They're going after Warwick once again. He's got no cooldowns, and he will fall in game 1. And MYWAY with a surprise pick. I was not expecting Hunters to have a good performance this weekend, but making it work here with an adaptation of Tony on the Balance Druid. Looking good.
Yeah, you got to give a big shout out to Luxia there as well. Such good mana management, and in the end there, that recovery is really what kind of allowed him to push on through there. He held on to his mana. He was able to recover his team, and then they were able to take down Warwick there at the end. And that's the thing about MYWAY, you know. They've been traditionally just a team that plays only jungle, basically. But lately, we've seen the Tony Shiv. We've seen Tony, you know, on things like the Red Paladin. Today, we're going to see him on the Moonkin, and this was that close call onto Warwick's. And Warwick's here played it actually really well. You know, his healer is in long crowd control chain. He gets the Shadow Fury on the pets. He gets the shield there as well. Stacks it with the Unending Resolve. Then he goes out for the Mortal Coil. That heals him up a little bit, and then he ducks out in line of sight of his healer and Tony here as well. This is the recovery from Luxia and Tony. Tony spamming out the regrowths. Luxia with the Living Flame there actually manages to stabilize him, and that's kind of like the filler ability when you have nothing else to press on that dragon. And here Clyde just has no more mana left. Luxia has managed to recover all of his team. They got the big damage coming out here from Tony. He gets Cyclone on it. And, of course, Caster there as well with the Bestial Wrath, able to just do so much damage. And that's a really nice thing about the BM Hunter is it's very reliable, you know, the damage. It's really hard to avoid it. It's like basically like a permanent dot. So definitely adding a lot of damage, you know, keeping up with the Warlock, actually, in terms of damage. And also, you know, obviously the Warlock as well has that Mortal Strike effect. But it's really nice from the Hunter having that effect as well.
I always find it interesting, Boomkin talents. I swear, like, no Boomkin plays like identical talents to any other Boomkin. So the fact that Tony was playing Heart of the Wild, like, that's something that I don't play personally on Boomkin, and I don't think any NA Boomkins play Heart of the Wild. But in that specific instance, if he wasn't, he wouldn't have survived at that moment. So he traded off some consistent healing throughout the game, not running Nature's Vigil. But during that one key moment in the game, it's like a 5 or 6 minute cooldown. So you're probably only using it once in a game. And he saved it exactly for that moment. Otherwise, he would be dead right there. So it was definitely really clutch in that situation for him to be able to survive. And they were so evenly matched. You saw on the scoreboard, like it was almost identical numbers across the board. But the Hunter bringing more instant crowd control than the Demonology Warlock is really what made the difference.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see now. You know, I feel like every time we're on the desk, we're always talking about Boomkins, you know, and we're always saying, oh, see, couldn't a Boomkin be good here? And you're always like, Boomkin's a meme. Boomkin's a meme. But now you finally have it. You have the Boomkin meta. I think a big reason for that is because, you know, we were talking about the earlier changes in the season and, you know, the crowd control reduction that's kind of been applied in general across the board. And I feel like Cyclone kind of is the best CC in the game right now. I think that's a big reason. What do you think?
Yeah, Cyclone is definitely, I would say, the best crowd control in the game. Being able to stop damage and stop incoming healing, just pausing somebody's health and being the same duration as Polymorph is definitely a big deal. It's a really clutch spell for being able to carry the game as well. So if you're really good at using it, like you can get super punishing moments. Immuning an important spell as well, not even just negating its healing effects. Of course, a lot of the teams are going to also be streaming their points of view. So if you want to tune in to Luxia's stream, we've got them up here right now and show him some love. It looks like he's actually getting substitute out in here in game 2. So he's going to be bench POV for this game because Jay's coming in and Tony's going on a rogue. MYWAY are throwing a curveball here on a small map. I'm wondering what the casual Granddads were looking to set up here. Maybe they're bringing in a rogue of their own because they got Nixie on the back line as well. So they might be bringing in a completely different composition. Seems like Preservation Evoker Boomkin is going to be like a staple duo and then figuring out like who's the third best for that comp. But I also think Rogue, like Rogue XX is another kind of combination. Like, is it a Rogue Fire Mage healer? Is it a Rogue Warlock healer? What's kind of the combination there? Those are kind of going to be the staple meta, I would assume. And then anybody that's not running those compositions, I think, are going to be kind of underdogs. Not that it's impossible. I think there are other powerful comps, but I think they are going to be underdogs to those. Casual Granddads, now they got to really think here. Do we play Boomkin Warlock again? Like, this is Rogue Hunter. We're pretty tanky. We can wear our Enduring Spore Cloaks, which is another embellishment that's super effective against rogues. We could run a Dark Iron Dwarf so we can remove bleeds. Here for the Warlock, like this could be a really good option for them. I don't think they want to run Mage Lock. I think the Moonkin Lock would be a lot better, or a Rogue Lock is probably their only two options, assuming that there isn't anything else that is surprising that they've got that I haven't seen them play ever in their history, and they've been playing for years at this point. Those would be my main expectations.
The clock's ticking. We'll see what the casual Granddads do. They got a lot of options here, and they did pick the hook point, so they were definitely setting up something here. You know, that's I think it's a heads-up play here from MYWAY, and this is also going to be JT's debut here on the Priest. So we're gonna get Tony Shiv back again. We saw him quite a bit last season on that Assassination Rogue, and he's been keeping it, he's been keeping his blades sharpened during the off season. And we're gonna see what did they decide to do here against the Thug Cleave. This is not exactly what you would see in the meta. They're just going to run it back, the same exact comp. And MYWAY, I guess maybe this is what they wanted. I'm not sure exactly. I feel like they're definitely going to need to have big pressure. And Rogue is one of those classes that also got hit pretty hard with the crowd control changes, with that blind reduction, and also kidney shot got reduced by a second.
I wonder if they're afraid of Rogue Mage as Moonkin Hunter. I feel like Rogue Mage could probably just run the Boomkin over. There's no support for him really at all in that comp, so they don't want to blind pick that. Maybe they feel on a smaller map this is a better chance. Maybe they just want to experiment and feel things out. Like, this is where you can do that, right? You don't have the map advantage. You don't know what's going to happen. So if you want to throw and say, hey, maybe Hunter Rogue is really good and works and we can use it for the rest of the series, now is the time to experiment. It's a good map for it. It's super small. Main problem is Hunter into Evoker Healer is really frustrating to purge off the Nullifying Shroud. You've got a lot of trash debuffs to protect it with Moonkin Aura from the Moonkin, so it can be really tough to get that off. And with an Asa Rogue, you can't just cheap shot it off 3 times or something like that.
Priest.
Yeah, but again, with the Purge protection, it takes a lot. Like, even if you're trank shotting and the Priest is getting close to Purge, main advantage MYWAY, JT's going to need to be a gnome. Every single healer into a Moonkin, basically the only healer in the game that can't get out of Root Beam right now is Prez Evoker, which is funny because I think Prez Evoker Moonkin is one of the stronger combos, but it's also weak against Boomkin because it's the only healer that can't get out of Root Beam. But Priest, if they're playing Gnome, can get out of Root Beam. Shaman can Spirit Walk out of Root Beam. Druid is obviously just going to be able to shapeshift out of Root Beam. If MYWAY is playing a Gnome Priest, I think that this comp could do well for them.
Yeah, I would wager that they probably play a Gnome Priest. And I wonder exactly what kind of strategy they're going to go for. I think what do you think? Do you think they're just going to ride down the Boomkin? Try to get CC on the healer and just ride down the Boomkin? They could maybe go after Clyde as well. We've seen dragons kind of go down as well in the past.
I wish Tony was a sub-rogue. I feel like Asa Rogue here is not good. You're going to have the Evoker dispelling off your bleeds in the Boomkin, or you're going to have the Warlock Stone forming them off. And I feel like Asa Rogue is not very good at killing Prez Evoker. Whereas Subtlety Rogue, that's the main thing. They can just gobble Preservation Evoker down. Just really easy for them. So I think one of the main hindering points for teams in this tournament is not having Sub Rogue. In North America, we saw Luminosity Gaming, the reigning champions for however many, it's like 4 years back to back at this point. They lost to Team Liquid, and I think the main reason for that was because they tried to use an Asa rogue instead of a subtlety rogue. So that is the main thing I think that could hinder MYWAY's victory here. I would much prefer if they were running a subtlety version of this comp, but obviously subtlety is like an entirely different specialization. You have to learn it completely isolated from the rest of the game. Any of your knowledge about other classes does not transfer over as easily to that spec, so it's why it's not as so easily re-rolled to as others. But it's not to say that they can't win. They might just run down the healer, but I mean, running down the Boomkin makes the most sense. Stopping Cyclone, keeping the Boomkin in bear form as much as possible, just keeping them on the back foot, it makes the most sense. I'm a bit worried about their mana in the long term though with that strategy.
Yeah, that's the thing. If MYWAY wants to win this, they're going to be on the clock. So they're going to need to have a great offense here. And it's going to be game number 2 against the casual Granddads. They get a sap onto Clyde. And who are they going to open onto? They actually do open over onto Warwick's. Now kidney shot immediately onto Alec. He's in cat form, actually. Takes a lot of damage here. What is this? Opener. Actually really good pressure coming out there. Alec forced to use the bark skin. They get the fear. They also got the trinket off of Clyde right there in trade for the blind. Alec still taking a big chunk of damage right there. And still more pressure coming out. They got a full stun here, full cyclone trap there onto Clyde as well. Emerald Communion does trade out. He might just go down here in the opener. There's so much damage coming out. There's a full sap as well. Alec on 2% HP. Can he recover? I don't think so. Maybe actually does get rescued right there. That was an insane opener. They basically got every cooldown available there. But Tony now forced to trade out the Cloak of Shadows right there. Should be enough to stabilize him for now.
Can we get the opener in the replay? Tony might die still. Life swap and Cloak of Shadows. Alec just tanked the Basilisk. So the Basilisk got a big buff in 10.1.5. It's a slow-moving hunter pet. And Alec was just face tanking the Basilisk throughout that entire opener. You just move away from it. It moves really slow. It's like a sloth on the ground. Like you just move. He was just tanking and kind of inting at the beginning of the game. He took so much free damage from the Dire Beast Basilisk there. But now that they've survived it, here comes the damage. And JT is really struggling. Cassio into a sleepwalk. Tried to Bestial Wrath. It doesn't break it on himself, only his pets, it looks like. JT dropping down that barrier, caught into a fear. Tony's got evasion for the demo pets, trying to stay at the fence line and wait for JT. He's got that Archangel, big Radiance heals coming out. JT manages to survive from that push. This is the first time we're going to see him in tournament broadcast. Can he carry his team to victory? He's facing, the staple meta right now of 10.1.5, Warlock, Boomkin. But now once again on the back foot behind the pillar, just trying to recover. Alec repositioning out into the open. Walrick into a kidney shot. Is going to Dark Pact immediately. JT in position to get a Psychic Scream onto Clyde out of the freezing trap. Great crowd control. Don't know how I feel about them going on Walrick though, considering how much pressure they got on Alec earlier on. I was really expecting them to go on to him again. They don't even get unending resolve there. Now JT's into a clone. Cass's playing defensive. Tony has got limited options here. He's trying to run behind the pillar, gets caught in a stun, has to trinket, and Alec is just pushing in. They're going to kidney shot him. He gets rescued away, and Tony's not going to be able to keep up the pressure. He's got Deathmark coming up in about 13 seconds. Basilisk is available as well. So this next Basilisk, when you see a giant alligator on the ground, if people are not moving away from it, like, they're gonna die.
All right, let's see. Tony, though, he's trying to push in here. He doesn't have Sheet Death just yet. Actually, he does have Sheet Death.
There's the alligator.
Right now, he's caught up in a stun. There's the alligator coming out there. Cassio now caught up in a full Cyclone. Tony is still about 50% HP. Does catch the Roar of Sacrifice, and now he's forced to go after Warwick. He wants to go after Alec, though, and the Basilisk is actually getting a lot of uptime here onto Alec. Look at that damage coming out. There's a blind onto Clyde. He trinkets out immediately. Can they get some follow-up there? They get the Intim stuff into a freezing trap. Swap onto JT, though. Big damage with the Root Beam. And they will. Alec, the cross kill! No way! We got a 2v2 situation. We got Rogue Hunter versus Evoker and Warlock. But Tony has no Cloak of Shadows and no Bandage. I don't think he's going to be able to survive this. The Disintegrate's coming out here for Clyde. And Tony on 1% HP. Cheat Death is going to proc, but he is not going to be cheating anyone here. He's just going to be going down. And that's as close as it gets. First series, we're already getting cross kills here, Zed.
Yeah, definitely looking like evenly matched teams here. I love the swap. That's exactly what you need to do as a Boomkin against a Gnome healer, is because if they're not human, they can't break out of more stuns, and they also don't have stun reduction if they're orc, so swapping to them in a stun solar beam stops them from using pain suppression and the like. So this swap that they made onto JT out in the middle of that was so good. This is early on in the game where Alec was just straight feeding. You can see the Basilisk. This is alligator just munching him the whole time. To be fair, he's kidney shot here, but he just continues to stand right next to it, and it did so like it almost killed him. Right, he was really lucky he didn't die in the opener. He also adapted his talents. He's got Heart of the Wild, and I don't know if Nature's Vigil is bugged because I don't think he used it the whole game on the UI right now, but the Heart of the Wild was definitely important to him surviving that opener. Seems like maybe I'm going to need to adapt my talents a little bit here on my Boomkin against some of these compositions, because he would have died in the opener without Heart of the Wild. It gives you 2 frenzied regeneration charges, reduces the mana cost of regrowth, and increases the healing. But this swap right now, JT's in the middle of the map. They're like, hey, we're going to stun you, we're going to beam you, and we're going to coil you. You can't use your pain suppression, it's your only cooldown, so we're just going to combo you. But the risk of doing that is that they overextend and die while they do it at the same time. So still pretty, it was a clutch swap, but still really close.
Yeah, that was really close. If JT like pre-paints up or something there before the beam came in, obviously very hard to do right there, because you don't know exactly, they've been going after Tony the whole game, so you might need to do it on Tony, might need to do it on himself. Hard situation for sure to read, but if he did it, they actually would have been able to win the game there. He potentially would have survived, and they would have been able to get the kill and still have their priest alive. So really close game, and this was MYWAY's kind of blind pick in response to the map. So I feel like it kind of gave us a little bit of insight to how they were thinking. They basically wanted a small map, and they wanted the crocodile to be able to rain terror there on the hook point. So it worked out pretty well for them, but now we're probably going to see something else now that they are on the blind pick. Or on the counter pick, sorry.
I think they're going to do Boomkin Hunter again if Demo Boomkin gets locked in, like a big map or something like this. But in their next blind pick, I actually would like to see them try a jungle maybe. Tony back on Feral just for one game. And then this goes to a game 5. They get the Boomkin Hunter on game 5. Although maybe it's not guaranteed that it wins. It might also just be like a case of we've never seen this comp before. So like maybe Demo Boomkin actually wins that, but they just didn't have a 100% lockdown strat to deal with it, because I don't think Boomkin Hunter has like ever been a comp in the history of the game ever. It's never been a comp. So if you lose a game to it, it's kind of not surprising here. But insane game there. We had 2 cross kill already in game number 2 for AWC season 2. You can't really ask for better matches. So many close calls, like constantly back and forth between the teams. Can we confirm Boomkin meta is the most entertaining? Can we say that at least?
Yeah, definitely. So far,
well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. We'll wait and see. Yeah, there's some teams that might not make Boomkin look as exciting as this, as they might be a lot more defensive. But I don't know. Warwick, I would have thought would be one of the most dampener kind of teams trying to drag fights on for as long as possible. But they're still getting setups, pressure, and keeping things going. So curious to see where we move here. If we see a comp swap, or if it's just they think they didn't play the matchup right. They're going to play Demo Boomkin for the entire series. They're evenly matched. Kasu's looking really good on the Hunter. Again, I wasn't expecting to see Hunter at all this weekend. I thought that with the Freezing Trap nerf, it wouldn't have enough crowd control to get these kill windows, but it seems like damage output, it's doing just as much, if not more. Like that last game, he was top damage by quite a lot over everybody in the game. So seems like Kasu could definitely have some opportunities here. And yeah, Ashamane's Fall, big map, has now got casual Granddads locked in, which means MYWAY is likely playing that Boomkin Hunter composition, I would imagine. And if it doesn't work here, that's where they're going to have trouble for the rest of the series.
Yeah, that's when casual Granddads are going to be able to kind of pick up the pace here. This is what we call the swing match. If casual Granddads win this one, then they're going to have the pick advantage if the series continues to go in a 1-on-1 direction after that. So we'll see what they decide to do here on the side of MYWAY. But I do think we're probably going to see the same thing that we saw in game number 1, because the map is going to be a big factor. When you're at BM Hunter, being able to just stay far away and just let your pets do all the work, that's definitely a viable strategy. And then, maybe when you have good pressure, you can just intim stun, disengage into the fight, throw out the freezing trap, and then just continue with the pressure, So that's something that Kasu is great at, and we'll see what MYWAY decides to do. They could bring in the Feral Druid, but I feel like if they do that, it would be, like you said, on the blind pick on maybe a smaller map. So MYWAY running the clock, but we'll see what they decide to do. It's going to be exactly the same as what we saw in game number 1. But that game was not like a free win or anything.
Yeah.
That game, you know, a couple of seconds before they won, their whole team was basically on 10% HP, rotting down. I feel like a big reason for that was the Fell Lords of Warwick, you know. And it's nice on Nagrand, because one thing about Nagrand Arena is that you will have the pillar right here, and then you will have a wall kind of close to the pillar. And if you can place the Fell Lord kind of between the wall and the pillar, you can kind of deny a big zone there. And we saw Warwick do that a couple of times. And I feel like when they're playing at the same pillar like that, it can be really dicey. But on Ashamains, the distance between kind of the wall and the pillar is much greater. So you can actually duck out a little bit easier and kind of avoid getting caught up in those Fell Lords, because those Fell Lords got a lot of value for Warwick in game number 1.
I wonder if Empyrean Domain would have been a better map, because it's smaller. You can kind of like triangle position it without running in on top of them and keep a Fell Lord on one side. If that would have been better for them than Ashamains. I mean, MYWAY can utilize the same type of strategies of Casual Dads ever Turtles, so maybe they're just saying like, we really want to make sure we survive. But it feels like they lost on mana and they lost on CC. So if you're going to lose on mana, I don't know if you can safely play like a defensive strategy like that, or if it would be better for them to get a small pillar map and try and close in on the enemy without having to stack on them. We'll have to wait and see how it plays out. Again, this matchup is something that I don't think has ever happened in tournament play in any season. Demo Boomkin against Hunter Boomkin. Boomkin Warlock has been good in the past, not this version though, but Hunter Boomkin never. So I'm excited to see how the rest of this series plays out. These teams are in the lower bracket also. Like, think about like the level of skill and performance that we're seeing from both of them, and this is literally, we're eliminating one of them. So this weekend is starting off with quite a bang.
Absolutely. And you know, we're just getting started here. This is you know, we got plenty of games for you guys today. We got all of North America tomorrow as well. This is going to be the first cup. It's good to be back. And for MYWAY, you know, they had a solid performance, honestly, last season. Casual Dads as well had they, at least in the very start of the cups, they had consistent, you know, high placings. They did fall off a little bit later on, but definitely feel like casual Granddads, I'm sorry, definitely another strong team here in Europe. So we'll see what they can do here. What are we going to name this comp, Sid? I feel like maybe the chat can help us with this as well. We got Hunter Boomkin. What, like,
Shooting Stars?
Shooting Stars?
You get it?
You just come up with that? I feel like that's pretty. Yeah, I get it. It's pretty good.
Once Upon a Shooting Star.
Yeah, that's actually kind of good. Are we just naming it Shooting Star? Is it Shooting Stars Cleave though? Shooting Stars Play? Nah.
Dancing with
play,
the
right?
Stars is right. Dancing with the Stars isn't Dancing with the Stars Cleave. It's just Dancing with the Stars. So Shooting
Yeah,
Stars.
that's true.
Could just be Shooting Stars.
We're just naming it Shooting Stars. All right, that's the preliminary name for the comp.
If chat comes up with something better.
Yeah, if Chad comes up with something better, we'll swap it to that. Shooting Stars.
All right, let's see. This is a really important game. Like, this basically could decide the rest of the series, because if the Hunter Boomkin doesn't work, then they're not going to be able to sit on it for game 5, and they're going to need to be counterpicked twice in a row. So a lot of pressure here, and obviously you want to place as high as possible to earn as many points as you can, so you get into the top 3, I think it is, so you can avoid the gauntlet. Yep. Because that gauntlet can be really deadly at any team. It's just like a single elimination run through 8th place versus 7th, and up until you get one team left that gets into the top 4. So you want to be safe and comfy in the top 3, knowing you've got your guaranteed spot at more money and at a chance at just being the champion, obviously, of season 2. So you don't want to be going out in 8th place for the first cup. You want as strong of a performance as possible, and both of these teams are teams that you would expect to go all the way, right? Like MYWAY, former champions of the AWC. We've got BlizzCon champions on the side of casual Granddads. Like, these aren't guys that just want to be going out in 8th. They want to be going the distance here and climbing their way back for a rematch later on in the grand finals here, best of 7 on Championship Sunday. We're jumping into this game at any moment. Another main advantage of the Hunter with the Prez Evoker is that you get freedom for Root Beam. Whereas Clyde doesn't get that with a Warlock and a Moonkin. He's stuck in every beam and he's stuck in every trap. Whereas Luxia gets to get out of the root beams, which means their crowd control is limited, which makes me think that they should attack Luxia more because that's a downside of the Preservation Evoker. It's obviously a new class specialization to the expansion, and with a limited range of 25 yards, it's kind of got to get close to the fight, so you can attack it. And I think attacking him more might be a better option for them, just because their crowd control is so limited.
Yeah, definitely. The way I see it, MYWAY, they have like two weaknesses basically that you can go after. Like you mentioned, you could go after the Evoker, kind of what we saw the the casual dads do against the Priest. Basically, do the exact same swap. If you can catch Clyde in a bad, or sorry, Luxia in a bad spot, you can definitely win the game that way. Or you can get those extended CC chains and try to take down the Hunter. But it's definitely can be a little bit tricky, especially on a large map like this, because Cassio is going to just stay super far away and kind of force him to go after Tony. And Tony has kind of built his character like a brick with that Heart of the Wild that you mentioned, just kind of having that in his back pocket, especially if he can save that for that one really big push in dampening. That can definitely be kind of the key to their victory, because if they survive, I feel like the team that wins in the long game is definitely MYWAY. You would expect it to be kind of the Munkin Warlock, having overwhelming damage, having the two wizards, a lot of disruption. But I feel like MYWAY have such a clean win condition. Just stay back and just let the pets do the work, and eventually you're going to get a freezing trap in dampening, and it's going to be able to just generate enough pressure that you can just kind of ride it out and win the game, or you're just going to be able to just win on mana before you kind of get to that point. But we don't need to do any more guessing or analyzing. We are in the match here once again, and we're going to see what these teams decide to do. Warwick already setting up the pillar, picking one side. We got the infamous triangle formation here. Clyde in the back, Alec on one side, Warwick on the other side, and Tony already just picking a pillar, doing damage. Luxia also kind of in a triangle formation here with MYWAY. So we got the two triangles here fighting off against each other, and Casu just sitting on absolute max range. And as long as Casu can do damage without taking too much damage, that's going to be a good sign here for MYWAY. Alec trying to push in, though, trying to go for that first CC chain. Luxia, they're going after Luxia, just like you mentioned, and he's already taking huge chunks of damage right there. Big pressure coming out there onto Luxia, but Luxia manages to recover for now. Stun onto Clyde. They actually overlapped the Intim Stun and the Cyclone right there from MYWAY, so usually they're really clean there with the crowd controls, but a little bit of an overlap right there. Shouldn't matter too much, though. Here in the opening stages, they should be able to just recover. Another swap here onto Luxia. Emerald Communion already trading out here for Luxia, and there's more CC coming out there as well. Now they're trying to go after Tony. Oh. There's the Fellord as well. Big punish here coming out. Tony already in massive trouble. Frenzy Region will trade with the Bark Skin. Should be enough to stabilize Tony, but so far the casual Grandadds has played an extremely nice opener.
Yeah, the oppressing roar from Clyde there made that Cyclone 7 seconds long and the Shadow Fury 4 seconds long. So really high value oppressing roar from Clyde on that push. Caught the whole team. And I don't even think that was Incarnation. So they got Emerald Communion without Incarnation. That's very dangerous. Clyde's now in a Solar Beam, and we see MYWAY trying to get aggressive. But it looks like he's able to escape from the Root Beam here a little bit prematurely. He gets Cyclone. They're trying to keep pressure, but Kasu's the one falling behind. Luxia into a full Fear Bash onto Casu. Is he going to Trinket Turtle? He trinkets, but he's holding the Turtle, and he's still playing the Basilisk pet. I'm not sure if I like this against the Wizard Cleave on a big map. You can see him just slowly waddling his way over. He's not going to be doing too much on this map here. Tony's trying to get back to the pillar to line of sight with his team. He doesn't want to use that Heart of the Wild early. It seems like that's going to be his dampening recovery mechanic. So if he has to use that, he's probably not going to see it again in this game. Mana is still even at this point, and I don't know, is the UI not tracking Incarn maybe correctly? Because I can't believe they haven't used it 2 minutes into the game.
Ooh. Yeah, they have used it. It is confirmed to be bugged on the UI, so he is pressing it. But right now, Clyde is pressing Emerald Communion as he sits through that crowd control chain right there. Tony looking for some Cyclones, gets interrupted, gets caught up in a Shadow Fury. Into a coil right there. Big pressure coming out. Luxia forced to use his Trinket right there to save Tony. Nice Root Beam there, or nice beam right there on the cast of Tony as well. Beautiful pressure, honestly. The casual Grandad so far has played such a good game offensively. I feel like they've been swapping around, and now the fact that they got the Emerald Communion down for Luxia and they got his Trinket, I think if Tony doesn't go down, they could potentially set up a swap there onto Luxia the way we saw them do earlier on with that next beam available for Alec. I think that could be potentially what closes it out, unless they just take Tony down right now. Tony, once again, taking a lot of damage, but he manages to hold on to that Heart of the Wild, still being very greedy with that cooldown. He's having a lot of trust here into the healing abilities of Luxia, and so far It has paid off, so he's going to have that in his back pocket for a little bit later. I think at this point, Tony's still going to have that Heart of the Wild. He still has Renewal as well. Just go after Luxia. When that next beam comes up, if you have enough damage stacked up, you can definitely make something happen. But right now, MYWAY trying to make something happen onto Warwick. Warwick dropping quite low there, but he does manage to recover for now. There's the Intim stand onto Clyde. Warwick's in a lot of trouble. Unending Resolve will trade. Clyde overlaps it with a Trinket. He gets caught up in a full Cyclone there as well. A lot of damage coming out, but now more pressure here onto Tony and Kasu. Nice defensive scatter shot there onto Alec, trying to shut him down here. And it's going to be, once again, Luxia in some crowd control, leaving that fear now. Manages to recover the entirety of MYWAY. Alec now on the back foot, but Clyde is out of crowd control. Should be able to recover his team, and that next hit could be the one that ends the game here, Sid. Oh my goodness! Warwick behind the pillar, almost going down.
1% once again, just like game one here for Warwick. Somehow stays alive. He's going to be counting his blessings right there. He's just got to hold it together a little bit longer. They were in such a good spot, but now they're getting overwhelmed. Warwick just pinned at the pillar. He can't leave it, and he's just dying now behind the pillar. Kasu moves in with a scatter onto the healer, and this could be it. Freezing Trap connects, and Kasu will close it out, moving them to match point.
What was that pressure? Warwick was just chilling like 50%, then he just got blasted, teleported around the pillar, almost died. And did you see the Mortal Coil as well? Warwick actually dropped to like sub 5% HP and then recovered a little bit with the Mortal Coil, and then he went out again and took a bunch of damage and just died.
Oh my god, that was an insane... Tony's wearing an item I didn't know existed in the game. I was looking at the differences between the boomies. I wanted to see what Alec and Tony were doing. And Tony is wearing a weapon that I didn't even know existed. The Primal Molten Spellblade. Your attacks have a chance to be imbued with ferocity, dealing an additional 14,500 physical damage. And he has an offhand that also has the same effect. Your attacks have a chance to deal physical damage. And do we have details for his damage? I want to see his breakdown at how much damage the weapon is doing, because Alec isn't using that weapon. Tony is using like a lot of crafted gear, which is actually getting his stat distribution a little bit better than Alec. I think Alec is using PvP gear, which is heavy on verse. And if you're wearing heavy on verse, you start hitting a diminishing return point. So he's probably hitting close to 40%. But if Tony's wearing crafted gear, it's less verse and more haste. So Alec did more damage technically on the scoreboard with the build that he's running. So maybe it doesn't have any difference, but I would really like to see what this weapon does, just because apparently I'm going to need to go get it. It says it's crafted. It says it's crafted. I didn't know you could even make a crafted weapon. It straight up says it's crafted offhand crafted weapon. I want to know how much damage it's doing. I mean, Alec's technically doing more damage though, so...
Yeah, what I want to know about that is, do they stack the weapon and the offhand? Like, is it a separate 14.5k that's like constantly hitting you, or is it a 30k like little chunk that chunks you every now and then a little bit? Because I feel like that makes a big difference as well. So I'm not sure actually. It's interesting, and also like you mentioned, the stat distribution on that is quite good as well. Haste Versa, I think those are your main stats. So definitely. Pretty solid atomization there, and that's the cool thing as well. Really, just everybody on the TR, you know, they have access to all kind of gear, and everyone's just doing different things. You know, everybody's going for different items, different PvE items, and it's definitely interesting to see what people come up with in terms of builds.
All right, that's it. They're on match point now, so they've got another. There's the weapon, the Primal Molten Spellblade. Like, I didn't even know that this exists. I thought crafted gear was only on gear slots, not weapons. Like, I really want to know what percentage it is of his overall damage. You're losing some item level, I think, on this one. It says it's 447 and doesn't scale to 450, so maybe it's negligible. You know, the bonus. Okay, so I'm getting it in my ear, 7.8%. That's not nothing. That's a lot. 8% of your damage. Like, and I mean, I would think Tony is less experienced at Boomkin than Alec, just at like casters in general. So maybe that's playing a big factor to why Alec is doing more scoreboard damage than Tony. Could be a big difference. So maybe Tony's build is actually better, but maybe he's not as experienced. I mean, he's winning, but maybe, you know, his rotation could be a little bit better. And this could actually be a more optimal build. I'm gonna have to go look at the crafting table and see if this daggers. I hope that I haven't been keeping up with my weekly crafting item quest. I had to keep up with it here. So we've got the breakdown here, and yeah, Fangs of the Ornaments is 8%, almost 1 million damage that game.
It did more damage than Starfire, man. Like what?
I'm thinking this might be worth making. Maybe Alec is doing more damage because he's taking less because he's got more verse. I'd say he's got to have like close to 5% more verse wearing PvP gear compared to crafted gear, maybe 4 or 5%. MYWAY, they're going to lock in the Thug Cleave again. That's a bit surprising. I was expecting them to make a little bit of a change. So seems like this is their lock for small maps into the Wizard Cleaves. Casual Granddads, I'm imagining, aren't changing a single thing here. They're going to be playing the Boomkin demo once again.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's not that surprising. Like, sure, they lost, but it was kind of close. It was a cross kill. I feel like that game went pretty well. Like, there was a couple of things that could have gone better for MYWAY. They did have an insane opener, so for casual dads, you know, the same thing can obviously be said. But I kind of like that this is kind of their go-to strategy. Play, you know, their main comp, Hunter Boomkin, on the large maps, and then send the Rogue Hunter on the small maps. Try to get a one-shot, try to close it out, try to be aggressive. And I mean, they could have won in the opener that last game as well. Like, honestly, Alec, like you said, you know, the Basilisk was getting a little bit too much work done on hook points. So definitely feel like MYWAY, they had some opportunity there.
I guess the advantage of the Basilisk, even if it doesn't do damage, is if the enemy team is turtling and you put it on the pillar, they can't turtle anymore. They're either going to tank the Basilisk on the pillar or they're going to run off the pillar. So you can kind of like, like you got like a fox in a hole and you're like trying to, you know, flare it out so it runs out. Like you can use the Basilisk like that. So I think it's actually pretty good usage for just getting people off the pillar to stop them from turtling. So it seems to be really important for Casu throughout this series. If you're a Hunter player at home thinking about, you know, what you should take away from the builds here, seems like that's been an important component for Casu here in this series.
Definitely. The one thing though is on Dalaran Sewers, you got the ZY axis. If he drops the Basilisk around the pillar, you can just jump down, and the Basilisk is going to take a while to get there on the bottom side, but that will open you up, you know, to at least being in line of sight. So definitely some pros and cons there. But I like what they're doing here, you know, and they did play that Gnome Priest, of course, like you mentioned as well, against the Boomkin. So I feel like MYWAY are they're looking solid with their picks. They're looking well practiced so far, and I feel like the casual Granddads as well. I feel like they could win that matchup, honestly, with, against the Boomkin Hunter. They had such great offense. You know, they almost took Tony down a couple of times in that last game. So if we end up seeing them win here, I think it's still anybody serious. It's going to be very close on either side here. But this could just be the Rogue Hunter potentially closing it out right now. It's match point here between MYWAY and the casual Granddads. And this is a lower bracket game. So whoever loses here will be eliminated. That will be the start kind of to their season. Definitely not what you want. You know, top 8, obviously not a bad finish. You know, it kind of sets you up for at least making the gauntlet. And it's still early days. You know, you could definitely still make a top 3 finish. It doesn't really say anything yet. But ideally, you want to start off with as many points as possible, because then you have less to worry about later on. The gates have opened, and let's see now. MYWAY versus casual Granddads, match point.
Ooh, that landslide almost hit Tony, but he does sneak in. He gets a sap. Clean opener, double garrote. Alex going to bash Tony, jump off the sideline of sight. Walrick's already portaling, trying to find a fear here. Gets a full fear on a JT. Looks like he Shadow Word Deathed it and broke out. He goes for the half fear, but Alec on the back foot. Kidney shot in bear form with Barkskin. Is it going to be enough? Clyde sits through a blind, trying to connect some big heals with that time dilation. Dream Breath, and that will stabilize Alec. Now Casu needs to get out of the fight, I would imagine. And Tony looks like he's trying to pull away with his team as well. Shadow stepping defensively back to the pillar. And Alec, they're all over him. They're stampeding, roaring in. They know Kidney shot's on cooldown. They need to get aggressive with this time before it comes available again for Tony. Cyclones onto Casu. Walrick is chasing JT around the map off screen right now onto the corner side ramp, and rescue on Alec, pulling him into the fight. They're getting really aggressive. Another swap onto JT. He's going to paint suppression this time around before the solar beam connects. Actually, solar beam wasn't even available for this push, so they're really trying to get JT's trinket before the solar beam comes up. If they can force it with a fear, a clone, or a stun, they can definitely get that swap opportunity later on. But while they're pushing this aggressive, Alec is going to be very susceptible. Kidney shot Basilisk, big damage incoming as Alec drops that Heart of the Wild, Nature's Vigil. He's running a lot of healing for his team. Is it going to be enough? One Frenzied Regeneration blown through for Alec. He's still down at half health, getting that extra armor from the Heart of the Wild, and it seems like it's enough. Clyde's out of crowd control, gets a big heal. JT gets interrupted. They're getting aggressive again, trying to swap onto JT, but if he can deflect these swaps, I think MYWAY are going to close it out 3-1.
Yeah, it's potential. Here's the second kidney shot coming out from Tony. Big damage coming in here. No crowd control onto Clyde, though. He is going to be able to stabilize his team for now. And it is going to be Tony and Cass a little bit on the back foot. But JT, beautiful defensive positioning here right now. There's the freezing trap onto Clyde. JT pushing in now for the fear. Can he get it? He ducks around the corner downstairs. And he actually gets stunned there by Warwick's really nice axe toss. And now they're turning around onto Tony. Trades out the Cloak of Shadows. He has the evasion as well. He's going to trade that as well. JT still in crowd control. They don't want to use his trinket. If they use JT's trinket, that means he could go down like we saw earlier on Hook Point. Alex in the kidney shot. Fear onto Clyde. Can they get any follow-up here? Tony trying to actually set up a gouge there onto Clyde, getting a lot of bleed damage here onto Alec, but so far not too much work being done. Actually, there it is. Big pressure coming out there onto Alec. Alec with nothing left, basically. There's the swap. Solar beam coming out. There's the trinket as well. Can they take him down to smoke bomb defensively? Beautiful swap right there, but Tony, he's got nothing. He vanishes. What a save there by Tony. That was such a clean swap. JT, though, not out of the woods yet. Still trying to keep himself alive. He gets caught up in the cyclone. They're swapping over to Tony. Tony with nothing left. He's caught in midfield. Disintegrate from Clyde. Can they take him down? He's on 1% HP. Cheat that procs. Shadow steps back defensively. The Radiance comes out, but it's not going to be enough. And that will be the casual Granddads here, tying it up and taking us to a game number 5.
MYWAY really wanted this series to be over right there, going to a game 5 in a matchup that's not guaranteed. And it seems like the casual Granddads are just getting better and better with every game. Could be really dangerous for them here. But you really couldn't ask for a better way to start the day. Such an intense series. Just the first one. One of these teams will be eliminated as we move through the open bracket, or not the open bracket, but the top 8 to get to the top 4 for Championship Sunday. Look at this swap. Walrick gets a coil on JT's trinket right here and just catches him and almost kills him. Like, I can't believe he didn't die. He gets a life swap. So maybe if he life swaps Tony instead, or sorry, Casu instead, because Casu has Aspect of the Turtle and Exhilaration to heal. So maybe this life swap could have been on a different target, and maybe they could have actually stayed alive for another go and been able to close out the game. But when you're that low health right there, and you got Walrick kind of bodying you, like Walrick's free cast, and he's getting right on top of him, making sure his tyrant's getting maximum uptime and making it really tough for him. It could be difficult in those situations to get that swap off exactly when you need it to. You kind of just like, oh, please, I hope it at least goes off before I'm out of crowd control in that situation. But I think it could have been better if it was used onto the Hunter there, just because Casu had more options. You see Casu still closing it out on the top of the meter, but Walrick as well on that Warlock, showing why he is such a Titan player, getting over to that 6 million mark. And then Alex damage is going to be suppressed heavily just because he's getting kidney shot on cooldown over and over, and Tony's damage getting kind of destroyed by Clyde's removal of bleed effects is going to be a major component. But quite an exciting end to that game. Now we're moving into game number 5. We're probably going to a big map. We've played Ashamanes. Did we play Tolvaron? I don't think we did, but do they even want to go to Tolvaron?
Maybe. We have Tolvaron. We have Imperial Domain as well. We have the Coliseum. I think I would like the Coliseum, actually, because you have really kind of wide pillars. Okay, well, doesn't matter. We're going to Tolvaron. No need to talk about that too much. Tolvaron, definitely a solid choice here as well. So MYWAY, looking like they're setting up for that Hunter Boomkin. Now, what are the casual Granddads going to do? Are they going to go for that Lock and Boomkin, or are they going to switch it up? They are 0-2 in this matchup. Both games, I would say, though, were pretty close for the casual Granddads. So this is one of those situations where, do you want to just throw in, kind of a wrench in the mix, or do you want to kind of stick to your strategy, try to polish it, maybe work on, just like a little in-game adaptation, go for like a different kind of target, or set up a swap or something? Casual Granddads, they definitely they need to figure out exactly what they want to do here, and running the clock is probably a good idea.
I feel like if they had a sub-rogue, man, if Nixie could play a sub-rogue Moonkin would be really good here. I don't think Cassie's team could play Hunter Moonkin. I feel like you get annihilated. Maybe they even play jungle, but even Rogue Moonkin into jungle, I think swapping to the Priest with Stun Beam, like it would be really devastating with that composition. So yeah, if they've got Nixie and they've got Subtlety Rogue practiced, I think it could be a good option. But I feel like they've put a lot of time into this Demo Boomkin, and they were really expecting to be able to ride it out. I feel like if I see Tony on Twitter, he's complaining about two things. It's probably Warlocks and Moonkins. But they're actually changing it completely. Are bringing in the Subtlety Rogue, and they're bringing in the Fire Mage.
Yeah.
Fire Mage is a little bit riskier because again, if MYWAY play like a jungle, you can't polymorph the Feral. It can be really hard to deal with a Feral Druid. I think Moonkin would be better suited for that, and Cyclone is really scary. But at the same time, if they ran a Prez Evoker healer, there's no way Tony plays Boomkin into this, right? There's no way. I feel like that's feed.
I don't know. Now the ball is kind of in MYWAY's court. I kind of like this from the casual Granddads. You're going to play with that Rogue Mage Evoker. And the Fire Mage did get some changes as well. So, some of the things that they changed in general is obviously the crowd control reduction. Polymorph going to last a little bit shorter. And another thing that they did was, I believe they buffed Glass Cannon with Fire Mage. So right now, the way you play Fire Mage is basically you just stay far away from the fight and you just try to attack and get those really big ignites. And they also changed Flame Cannon. Flame Cannon used to be you stand still, you gain extra range, you gain extra like tankiness basically, and you just stay far away with Flame Cannon and you just attack. But now Flame Cannon is based on how long you're staying away from the target. I think it's 20-yard range. So as long as you're staying away from the fight, 20 yards or more, the Flame Cannon is stacking up. So I do believe Alex is going to be running Glass Cannon and Flame Cannon, and basically just trying to stack up really big ignites by staying far away and just attacking as much as possible. And then the Sub-Rogue, we've been kind of hinting at it a little bit because Sub-Rogue definitely been really strong right now. We've seen it quite a bunch in North America in the open bracket. A lot of the teams utilized it, and it just does a lot of damage. It's really good into Evokers. You can kill Evokers super easy with that Sub-Rogue, with that secret technique, kind of one-shot. So let's see what they do. They decide to go for the survival jungle right now. MYWAY going back to the jungle.
The series started with like Moonkin rerollers, and now it's ending with main comp. Everybody, I'm a Moonkin. Game 5 now we're playing mains. I think this makes a lot of sense. So Glass Cannon and Flame Cannon are not very good against comps that are highly mobile and can actually stay on top of you, like jungle. That's why I think the Mage wasn't a good pick. I think the Moonkin would have been more well-rounded into what MYWAY have. Like anything they play, I think Moonkin would have been better for Alec, but maybe this is just a comfort thing. Wants to go out and make sure he's playing what he's going to be the best at. But yeah, Survival Hunter and Feral is like his highest mobility as possible, and Priest is like really tough to kill. So I don't think Nixie's going to be swapping healer frequently in this type of matchup. And if they had a Moonkin, maybe, but not with the Fire Mage. So curious to see how it plays out. It's come down to this jungle versus rogue mage. This is a matchup that both teams are pretty familiar with. It is what you would have expected for the entire series, but we went on a bit of a Moonkin side trip here for this series, but we're going to be ending it here with main comp.
Yeah, definitely. Now I think, I mean, MYWAY, they look, Luxia is all smiles. He looks kind of relaxed right now. He doesn't seem too worried about this matchup. So I feel like MYWAY, they know what to do here. This is their most practiced comp, and this is JT, the first time we see him in the AWC, especially with these guys. Last year they were a 3-man roster. Now they've picked up a second healer. Having Luxia playing a really great evoker. He's been playing a lot of Resto Druid. We've seen him on multiple healers, but that priest is kind of like the sub-rogue. It's very hard to alt those priests, and kind of when those priests are in the meta, definitely tough to kind of work that into the healer arsenal. So I think picking up the priest as well to kind of just round out their offense a little bit more, it's been good here for MYWAY. The question is, how much have they actually practiced with JT in the team? I feel like right now we're going to finally get to see him in a matchup that they picked instead of a blind pick.
Yeah, definitely. I still think Tony has to be really careful in this matchup. I think he's going to be the main target because he obviously can't polymorph a feral. So kidney shotting the feral and polymorphing the hunter is going to be a lot more suited here. And he can be really squishy. So if JT and Tony aren't coordinated with how they're rotating their defensive cooldowns, like this could spiral out of control for them. They're also going to need to be very, vigilant on removing the nullifying shroud of Clyde to make sure that they can get their setups as soon as possible. So enabling JT to have time to purge, to be able to get that off, to get their crowd control. Because if they can delay crowd control for any amount of time and get some distance, then Fire Mage is going to be doing a lot of damage. So we'll have to wait and see. It's really awesome to see all 4 players also of each roster utilized here in this series. I was wondering if Nixie was just going to be kind of the bench rider, but it would have been honestly disappointing, because like I feel like he could be a really key player for their team right now with Subtlety Rogue. Like if they can get Alec Boomkin and Subtlety Rogue, and they've got a Warlock, like you've basically got the Trinity right now of the current patch. So this is an important game for them, just to show that they can flex throughout everything that's currently available in the meta. And looking at the overall play rate, this must only be last season, I think, for Casu.
Yeah.
77 play rate. This is his stats for Dragonflight overall. Not stupendous for Hunters. I'm trying to think, like, have we even seen a patch where it's like Hunters are just like dominating everything? It was maybe like one
when they won, but that was a while ago.
So it's been kind of rough for them, I would say. At least in looking at this scoreboard, it looks like it's been pretty tough for MYWAY and Dragonflight so far, with only a 47% win rate. 81% interrupt rate is pretty high, though. That's pretty remarkable high. We got Tony here, 52% win rate, and Tony's been important because he's played so many classes. He was Feral Druid main, then he had to do the Rogue reroll for a while, then he had to do the Ret reroll for a while, now he's doing the Moonkin roll, and he's still keeping his Feral Druid sharp.
Juke rate 100%. Tony is the man who cannot be kicked right now. That's crazy. I mean, to be fair, he plays classes that don't like cast very often. But as a Feral Druid, you cast some. I guess you don't really play Cyclone.
I guess you didn't clone last patch.
Yeah, so you didn't clone.
Now you
he's
would.
Probably like,
if he maintains that, he's good. But I think he probably already lost it from that last. I think he probably already lost his 100% juke rate with Moonkin. I'm pretty sure there's no way he didn't not get kicked on something in those games. It would be impressive if he didn't get kicked on a single thing in this series, but I think he did.
Tony's just built different. He's just a precog king right now. But you know, his win rate on Assassination Rogue is not too bad, actually, considering he kind of picked it up last season. And obviously his Feral is going to be his main Ret Paladin. I think he only played that during the finals, the Ret Paladin, so it wasn't really something that he played a lot. He doesn't have a lot of games on it, but overall, very important player here for their team. You know, 96% play rate. So Tony is kind of the center of the team in a way. I mean, I would say Casu as well. I feel like those two guys are always in, and being a 3-man roster, I guess everybody is technically always in on that roster. But now they've picked up JT, so we're gonna see here if JT. You know, it's got to be a little bit scary as well as JT. You know, you're tagged in for game number 5, high pressure game right now. You're going up against, you know, the casual Granddads, very, very experienced roster, some of the best players of their class, and you know, this entire series, if you lose this game, you're eliminated. But this is the game where you kind of have to perform, and right now we are going to see the gates open here on Tolvir. Jungle versus Rogue Mage. Nixie coming in cold from the bench here when his team needs him. Can he deliver? Can JT deliver? Who is going to take it here, Sid?
So JT's playing Undead, so he can get out of the sleepwalks from Clyde. And we'll have to wait and see how they decide to play it out for crowd control. But I think it's the right pick. You're not going to really need the stun trinket so much with the reductions in crowd control. So getting out of sleepwalk is going to be more important, especially if it's a pressing roar. But they're moving in. Stuns on the Clyde. Who are they going to start on? Kidney shot on a JT. Both healers in crowd control. Who's going to be the first target to take damage? Looks like Alec is exploding. Greater infinite. Oh, he got his cauterized through that push. Insane damage. That's going to be the main weakness. But now they're striking back onto Tony. He has to trinket. Trade out survival instincts. He's in bear form for the stun. Manages to recover with frenzied regen, so a lot of cooldowns traded from both sides, but now Alec is going to take a lot of sustained damage. It's such a highly mobile comp. They're just on top of him right now. Tony getting a precog proc, it looks like, there from the counterspell, getting massive haste bleeds onto Nixie. He's rotted down to half at this point. Clyde still trying to recover. Stuns onto Casu. JT into a sleepwalk, into a Ring of Frost. Casu getting swapped. Is he going to drop? He's down below 30%. One more second on Ring of Frost. Into a Polywrath. This could be aspect of the turtle for Casu. He's trying to stay aggressive, but he's so low. He feigned death, trying to remove off some dots, and most importantly, that ignite is going to be really important to remove. We see Tony into a kidney shot. He's caught out of form, but not enough damage. Is that disarm from Survival Hunter? A new addition to Survival Hunter is this disarm. He disarmed Nixie during the stun, and Tony took 0 damage. So nice usage of these new abilities. Stun trap on a Clyde, big opportunity to get an ice block or a trinket. But Kasu is still on the back foot. JT is struggling. Aspect of the turtle has been traded, and now shadowy duel with no trinket on a hunter with no turtle. That should be a KO if Nixie lines his cooldowns up here for the next stun.
Yeah, and they just used the barrier there as well. So Castle with no trinket, no barrier as well. This is going to be a really scary duel here. Nixie could just potentially close it out. He's got the Shadow Dance. He just needs that secret technique back, and he does have it very, very shortly here. But right now, Alec's in a lot of trouble. There's a double Dragon's Breath coming out. Alec kind of getting dragged back here on the opposite side of the map, trying to stay far away. There's a Kinj on JT. There's a full sheep. Big damage coming up with the sheep. It does actually get trinketed there by JT. Really nice save there by JT. But that will open him up to a blind chain, potentially. They could actually kidney shot JT into a full blind sap, and that will be potentially enough crowd control to win the game. They could also swap to JT. A lot of damage now onto Tony here, actually, as they swap over to him. Tony with no trinket there for a little bit, but he has the bark skin available. They need to get offense here.
Full blind,
that's it. Otherwise they're going to lose. That's the full blind. There's the keep cheap shot kidney, and that will be a quick victory here for the casual Granddads. They were behind the entire series, but here right at the end, they bring out the Rogue Mage, they bring out the Sub-Rogue, and they are victorious.
I feel like they could have played that the whole series.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. I was like, why do you just play this every game?
I'm very sure Hunter Mooka would stand no chance against this. There's no way. But I also don't like going Hunter seems weird. I was really expecting him to go Feral for most of this game, but I suppose the subtlety, you can go anything. It's like, oh, this isn't looking good right now. Well, I got a stun DR. I'll go this thing now. So it really worked out for them. And it was this trinket from JT. Could he have sat this? He's got Will the Forsaken, and he gets kidneyed, and he's polyed. So he's probably thinking like, this is 3 DRs. You've got no trinket. I can trinket paints up, and this will be fine. Moving into the next CC, but then blind is available, and blind is such a low cooldown with vanish cooldown reduction. Like you can't even line up your trinket anymore with it, even though it was reduced overall. The fact that you get it so frequently, it's still just so powerful. And they polymorph Kasu behind the pillar. They're just basically buttering him up, right? He's out of line of sight of the priest, can't pre-PS. They step him behind the pillar, and it's over for him at that point. And that's the scariest kind of setup, is when a mage is sheeping you, and you're going to be the target out of the sheep because you can't do anything. You're just stuck there. Hoping that your teammates can move into position to assist you. So really good catch by Alec. They didn't let that bad start get to them, right? Like Cauterize and Greater Invis in the first second of the game. Sometimes that just spirals out of control and you lose the game. So they bounced back from that bad start, and they stay alive in the lower bracket.
Yeah, huge kind of comeback there. After being down the whole series, you know, it takes a lot of courage to just say, you know what? We're going to swap our comp completely. We've seen this matchup with the Warlock and the Boomkin twice already, and it didn't go our way. We're just going to bring in the Rogue Mage and see if that kind of mixes things up, and it definitely did. Nixie looked like he's been warmed up a lot today. He did a great job, and there really wasn't that much that they could have done. I feel like when JT trinketed, I don't think it was a bad trinket, because they had Shadowy Duel as well, so they could have, if he sat through it, they could have just dueled, and then he just wouldn't have been able to use it at all. So I feel like it was just one of those tough situations there where if you trinket, you're potentially going to regret it later, and if you don't trinket, you might regret it right now. So unfortunately for MYWAY, they are going to be knocked out, and the casual Granddads bringing in, you know, showing actually a lot of promise in general. They showed us actually a lot of compositions that they have available here, and used every player as well. So seeing Nixie as well, you know, on the sub-rogue, he is technically a rogue main, so being able to have that on your team right now seems to be really, really strong as well. Sub-rogue seems to be doing really well.
I definitely think I underestimated them moving into the tournament. I think we all made predictions, but after seeing this series, like if they can start getting the Moonkin Rogue, they've got Mage Rogue on lock, and the Warlock Moonkin, like they have what I would consider to be like the meta right now of the current patch. Like this is like the ideal type of compositions you'd be able to pair together. So they're definitely going to be a formidable team for the rest of the tournament.
Sid, to respond to that, do you guys remember my prediction and what I said about it?
That's true.
I predicted casual granddads for this weekend because I feel like every time Alex is on a team, every time these players come together, they just get underestimated and then they perform exceedingly well. So I was a little bit worried during that series, but they actually picked it up at the end there. So I'm the only one that is not rooting for Echo for the regional champion of this weekend, but I did root for them for the runner-up. But everyone else has got Echo. They are going to be playing later on today for that first match in the upper bracket, and then Agents. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that team does as well. We can actually see it here. They're in the quarterfinals, both the Echo versus the Agents. We'll see who ends up getting knocked down to that lower bracket later on today. But we are going to head into another elimination round. Up next, we've got Caster Meta versus Now We Go coming up here after this break. So we're going to find out which team is going to be going home next alongside MYWAY, who is knocked out of the tournament. Casual Granddads moving forward. So both of these teams kind of newer to the AWC space. Supatees, anything that you want to point out about either of them?
Well, Caster Meta is I think the first time we're seeing them together as a roster. I recognize some names like Axiom and Hanik.
Yep.
Whereas Now We Go, it was basically Team Hoo with a substitute. They kicked off the Ellie Shaman and they got a Boomkin is the main difference for this team with Shams coming in for Frankie. And this is a team that has really powerful comps for the meta, right? Warlock, Moonkin, and Demon Hunter on Existence. Moonkin, Demon Hunter could be really strong composition in a match like this, and Warlock Moonkin as well. We sent out some questions, and Caster Meta basically said they're afraid of casters, and this team is all casters. So this could be a tough go for them.
Yeah, I don't know if that's their name is a commentary on themselves or the state of the game or what they're afraid of. Who knows? We'll have to see. But we are going to head to a break. When we come back, another elimination round. Up next, Caster Meta versus Now We Go in just a moment.
Welcome back, everyone, to the AWC. We just got back from a very exciting series, and now we will be going into our second series of the day. We do have Caster Meta going up against Now We Go. Some really solid teams, but these two teams are in the lower bracket, Sid. How do you think this is going to play out?
I'm kind of leaning to Now We Go right now. Just, they've already got a lot of experience together on the team. They've got a lot of meta compositions between Moonkin and Warlock and Demon Hunter. Caster meta, I think we're expecting Turbo. We're expecting Warrior enhancement. I think this is the only enhancement shaman we're going to see this weekend, possibly from their side. And I mean, Turbo can be good. It's very durable. Could maybe run a Moonkin down if you can train them long enough. They've got possibilities, but I think maybe their inexperience and the fact that they're not running like the expected meta comps is what's creating doubts for me for them. But these compositions that they have, the Turbo is definitely still a really powerful option. They could also run a Shadow Priest demo, according to what compositions that they've been practicing that we asked them. So Shadow Priest demo, Shadow Play. I don't think you want to play that into this team because Demon Hunter Boomkin just eats wizards. So I think they're probably going to have to play Turbo. And it really depends on like which comp do they put more time into. Like, are they a main Turbo that alts Shadow Priest demo? Because those are two completely different comps. Or are they a Shadow Priest demo that's alting Turbo?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to wait and find out. Seems like both these teams do have a solid amount of options here for the Grand Arena. But keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is a lower bracket game. So one of these two teams at the end of this will be eliminated after this best of 5. And we'll have to see who ends up taking it.
Yeah, we certainly do. And you got to make sure you're getting those points in early because they got to make it to that top 3. And that is going to be some tough competition here. So both of these teams for sure up on the chopping block. Also something we didn't mention, Infernion is actually playing from DreamHack this weekend. So we'll see if that works out for him. But we're seeing Vanos using Nullifying Shout right out of the gate. Both of these two teams just in each other's face immediately, Sid.
They're actually running an interesting comp, Shadow Priest Fury Warrior. So trying to get a lot of like hybrid healing with this composition and maybe be more durable. But the weakness of the monk is crowd control. He gets cycloned for 7 seconds with that oppressing roar into another cyclone, and Hannick is gonna panic and explode. What? He just what just happened to him, man? He just got completely eradicated right there through dispersion. Something must have already been in the air when he traded that dispersion. He's thinking like, oh, I got a massive spell on the clone, should be good. Things are going well. We can start playing. Oh, I'm dead. Like that's a rough way to start here. You don't get any information either about how that comp matchup would work with a result like that. So he just kind of explodes here. What went down for Hannick in the replays? Used Desperate Prayer here in the opener for the Fury of Elune, but here comes a Tyrant. So Infernion gets a full stack Tyrant with a Fel Obelisk, buffing it up. They kill the Fel Obelisk, and there's the crowd control on NST. And he gets Master Spelled here, I believe, by Hannick in a second. And watching Hannick, it's a little bit slower. There's the Master Spell, but he gets Cycloned again by Shams. And in that DR'd Cyclone is when Hannick just explodes. So Tyrant hits him right here. It's in the air. Boom. Okay, so it's in the air before Dispersion came out. So this is the pressure of like a really polished Demo Warlock Boomkin. Like the amount of pressure you can get between Orbital Strike and Demonic Tyrant is going to be massive. So just absolutely eradicating him, really trying to intimidate Docs, Hannick, and NST here in game 1. Like that is going to be a tilter. You can't let that get to you, and something that hopefully, due to the fact that they might be more inexperienced than other teams, doesn't get to them too much.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely weren't expecting that. I know that I certainly wasn't. So now we go. They're going to be up 1-0 just immediately here in this best of 5 elimination series. And you can see the final moments for Hannick here, just getting chunked down so quickly. A 30-second game. Certainly rough, but not the end of it just yet. It's best of 5. So we're going to see here pretty soon in this second game if we get potentially get a tie, Sid, or do you think this is going to be another victory for Now We Go here? Is this going to be a 3-0?
Do we have a details? I mean, it could be a 3-0 based
great.
on that. I'd really like to see details for Infernion. I want to know how much damage his Tyrant was, because I feel like the main thing against Demonology Warlock is you have to crowd control the Tyrant or run away. And it was just in the middle of the map, uncontrolled, just free casting. And if that ever happens against a Demo lock, you're if you don't disperse or trade a cooldown, like you're dead. You have to respond very quickly to that trade. I feel like he probably got the fattest tyrant we've ever seen. Just like maybe it was even his #1 damage in that game. It was quite impressive the amount of pressure it got out, and it looked like it was uncontested. So like, usually you save like a warrior fear because it can't be dispelled. And maybe even like a shockwave, which warriors can get now in this patch. And yeah, look, it was his second damage. His tyrant doing 400k damage. Like, you cannot let a tyrant go uncontested. You got to trade a cooldown, or crowd control it, or run for the hills and get away from it as soon as possible. You cannot allow the tyrant to have free reign, or you get a result like this. So really good punish here from Infernion. Got maximum value here quite quickly, went through his entire rotation and got all of the pets out necessary to make sure that Tyrant was going to be a heavy hitter. And yeah, they're not going to be pulling any punches. You know, they might be saying, hey, Caster Meta, you're new to the tournament, but we're not going easy. You're getting maximum effort right now. So either you step up or you step out. Right now seems like the approach for Now We Go.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think it seems a bit like what I'm getting at for these first couple matches said in the AWC is pets are very scary. Definitely don't ignore them.
Pets are, I mean, what? We got Demo Warlocks, we've got BM Hunters. We're going to have a new spec in the next patch here, Augmentation Evoker.
So
and the way I was thinking about it is basically all of the other players for the Augmentation Evoker are their pets. Instead of like buffing your own pets, you're buffing players, and they're your pets. Like you're buffing the other.
You're just the overlord of your team.
Yeah, of your group. You're just buffing them all like they're pets. Like you're basically a Demo Warlock, but you're buffing the other players instead of your own little army.
What if you have 2 augmentation evokers though? Then what?
Apparently, in the interview that I watched from Preheat, you don't want to do that. Apparently, Augmentation Evoker damage is not very good. So if you buff other Augmentation Evokers, it's not really doing a lot. Seems like it's gonna be really important to bring in like, you know, main focused design DPS classes for that. But I'm excited to see how it plays out in the next one. It's kind of like a random tangent, but all the pet classes have made me think of that. And it looks like Nest's team here, Caster Meta, is going to be bringing in their turbo. So I think that Shadow Priest Warrior was an experiment, and maybe they're like, yeah, even though that didn't go well, let's just play our main comp instead of that. So let's play a turbo, get a small map. It makes a lot of sense, I think, for them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it with the last match, you know, teams kind of experimenting a little bit and then just coming full circle, bringing out that main composition and making it work for them. So we'll see if Caster Meta can make it happen here on Hook Point. Very small map, very aggressive and quick pace. So definitely keep your eyes peeled, especially considering how quickly that first game went. Now we go, looking to make another 2-0, another victory here in the second game. We're already seeing Infernion grip Vanos away from the action here, just keep him safe for a moment. And we'll see how this composition works out for Caster Meta said.
Oh, not so good, not so good, not so good! Axiom at 10%, almost dies. Astral Shift comes through at the last physical possible. That Tyrant, man, he wind shears it now, but a wind shear is not enough. The Tyrant is still free casting. Trinket and Life Cocoon have to trade, and there's no respect given to Infernion, and they almost get knocked out of game 2 instantly. Now they're swapping over onto Dox. Is he going to croc here? He's down to 30%, trades the in-range regen, and it's like, okay, we survived. It cost us everything, but we're still alive. We're still alive, and we're going for it on Shams here. Time dilation comes out from Vanos. That should stagger the damage a little bit, but they're starting to get some pressure. Axiom on the back foot, stun onto NST here. Is it going to be enough? Nox and a Cyclone can't intervene, can't really support. Axiom's just falling more and more behind, and T is having such a time trying to heal through this pressure. Infernion trading out Dark Pact on the swap to him for a moment here. Cyclone on the Mystery Recoil, and that's it. That's it. Oh, get it, 1%. Axiom will be going down, and Now We Go are not pulling any punches. We see Caster Meta utilizing the Vulpera racial in this matchup, which is really super effective. We saw from season 1 against Demonology Warlock to reduce Demo Warlock damage, but it's still only the first hit of a new target. So after that, they're still doing maximum damage. Seems like even with that staggering damage, it's not enough. And they're honestly just not respecting the Tyrant, and they're having to use too much because they're not respecting the Tyrant is what's going on right now in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, we can see it here. They did survive that initial go, kind of. They didn't really recover throughout the game, but I mean, they were kind of able to make a little bit of something happen considering when you compare it to the first game. But yeah, that is really rough. They almost died here. Axiom almost died in that first go. But walk us through the rest of those final moments here, Sid.
So he wind shears the Tyrant, and now the Tyrant's casting again. and it's killing them through wall, so their monk has to trinket. So usually you want Astral Shift to be enough to stop that opener, and then the monk can trinket later. But because the monk trinkets on top of the shaman wall, this situation happens where if your monk gets crowd controlled and the shaman gets crowd controlled, you're just going to lose because you have no breaker. So coil stops the shaman from healing, clone stops the monk from healing, and if fear out of the clone, it's just more than enough to take down the shaman. So they need to deal with the tyrant more efficiently than they currently are if they're going to survive this. Sham's got really good cyclones in this game, though, to be able to find those kill windows. And I'm starting to see why they didn't want to fight these caster comps here moving into the tournament. So hopefully they can at least pull like a game off of them. Like they can get some improvements, get some information from that, and make the tweaks that are going to be necessary for a potential win. Because I think the comp has possibilities here, especially on small maps, to be able to beat the Demo Boomkin. Maybe not so much on the big maps. So let's see where they decide to go from here. I'm imagining it's going to be like a Dalaran Sewers. Pretty standard pick for Turbo. And they just need to not get tilted. I think that's the main thing. It's like, yeah, Boomkins are really strong. Warlocks are really strong. Let's try not to get tilted. Let's look at what we could do better in this game, even though maybe we're unfavored in experience. Like, let's try and just look at what we could do better for the final game and not let it get to us too much. Because otherwise, yeah, they're probably out of here 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, even still, making it to the top 8 as a newly formed roster is impressive in and of itself. So, you know, they're down 2-0, but I feel like this is definitely a difficult position to be in if this is your first time playing in the AWC. You know, Sid, you kind of already mentioned it. They could be tilting. They could be feeling a little bit of performance anxiety because they're playing live on a tournament, which not a lot of players are able to have the privilege to do. So you are right. We're heading into Dalaran Sewers. Now we go picking their composition, caster meta. We're going to see if they switch it up, play that turbo, play the composition we saw in game number 1. Are they going to play something new? What is their best option here? Definitely a lot of things that they could potentially play as we talk to them this weekend. They've got a pretty wide pool of specs as well as compositions, but what works the best in this situation? That is definitely the question, Sid.
I'm actually thinking maybe Fist Weaving Monk might be okay. It got nerfed pretty hard, but I think in a double caster with melee cleave like this, that it could still be really good. I don't think that he was playing it from what I saw. I also don't know if he's playing Gnome. I'm gonna look at the AWC gear checker that we've got, which of course there's a command for in the chat. So he was playing Gnome, so he can get out of the solar beams. And if you play Gnome with Fist Weaving, like you're going to avoid a lot of crowd control. You got Warrior and Shaman disruption, and you still add quite a bit of damage to the team. So I kind of am leaning towards that as being a decent option, at least for a game like this on a small map. But a lot of monks also just don't like the way of the fist. They're also just like not playing it. Some monks just won't play it no matter what. So I don't know if he's one of those monks that's in that camp of I'm not playing this no matter what. But
a purist.
Yeah, he's only going to play ranged Mistweaver, and that's it. No punch monk. But yeah, we got a new companion app as well. It's got some nice animations.
So
everything's
pretty.
Cleanly laid out here. So if you're ever curious about what someone's utilizing for strategies and gearing and stuff like that, or their transmog, you can easily check it out here using that command in the chat. So very exciting new additions here to season 2, but this could be the final game for caster meta. They could be sent out of the competition, really hoping for their best game at least here, because I think they've got more potential than this.
Yeah, I think so too. And even if they do end up getting knocked out here, this is only the first cup, so hopefully we do see them again. But let's not count them out just yet. Gates are open. Third game of the series, caster meta. If they lose this one, they are knocked out. Let's see what they can do with this composition, Sid.
Oh, Vanis pulling Infernion away, but now they're swapping over to Shams. Good pressure. And he is running Fist Weaving in this game. That's going to be a lot of damage, basically triple DPS from the side of caster meta, but they need to protect him from clones, and they don't. He trinket walls, and trinket wall needs to be enough. If Mistweaver trinkets on top of this, they're going to lose in the next setup. So Axiom needs to get some Maelstrom healing stream totems down, keep Earthshield up, and keep healing going while his healer is in Cyclones. And now he should finally be free here to start getting some heals. He's going for the Soothing Mist, gets Solar Beam. He's got to break out of that with the Escape Artist. He gets free, and now they've got to get aggressive and start that pressure once again. It looks like he's having a tough time getting to his target. Big Deep Breath onto Axiom and Dox there from Vanos, hitting 2 targets. Now NST back in the fight, gets a leg sweep onto the Boomkin. He's trying to stay next to the Boomkin so he can Spearhand strike the Cyclone, and he does land the interrupt on the Cyclone. Really important that they keep interrupting Cyclone. Another Wind Shear onto it, but look at the damage! Oh my god, they're just getting wrecked right now. A pre-Life Cocoon. They're killing him through a pre-Life Cocoon. Axiom still trying to stay aggressive with that
shield, but struggling. Another clone. Axiom cold behind the pillar. Fortunately for him, he can get some heals behind the pillar here. Trading out those healing surges, trying to recover. A wind shear comes through onto another Cyclone, but here comes another Cyclone being casted. Are they going to catch Axiom low health? He gets a grounding totem on that Cyclone. Goes for another with a precog proc onto the Warrior. Big blast of damage, something onto Shams. He jumps away to safety. Double Shadow Fury, getting some distance. That was a big Ascendance proc for Axiom, but he's not able to connect. And NST has Trinket, but nothing to pair with it. He's going to Trinket out a clone into a bash. It's on DR, fortunately for him, but now into another Cyclone. Grounding totem comes up in 1 second. They get cooldowns from Infernion. Certainly is their best game so far, having forced the unending resolve and Trinket from the Boomkin. They got their Astral Shift coming up in 2 seconds, so if there was a game for them to win, this is going to be it.
Yeah, they can certainly make it happen here. Like Sid mentioned, Astral Shift up, so Axiom can afford to be just a little bit more aggressive here, as Caster Meta has been doing as a team so far. They've really picked up the pace here, changed the tone in game number 3. I mean, we're seeing Infernion, Doc's just right up in his face right now, not letting him get a single cast off. But we've got Cocoon up from Nesty in just a couple of seconds as well, so Caster Meta certainly in a great position. Infernion in trouble just a moment, but he's able to recover very quickly here, Sid.
All right, they've got cooldowns, they've got Ancestral Guidance, they can make a big push right now. Maybe they swap to the Mistweaver, though, with no Trinket. It looks like they are trying to swap to him. Star Surge is incoming. They get a Fear onto the Boomkin, holding him in place. But here comes the Tyrant, and they won't have a Fear for the Tyrant. They're going to regret using Fear like that. Solar Beam onto the whole team, and looks like they interrupt the Tyrant and manage to stop it for now. A Coil onto the Healer. Axiom Wall, oh, okay, he trades it. Astral Shift is going to allow him to stay aggressive. They might crush him. There's nothing for Infernion. This is it for them. Caster Meta might get a win. A clone onto the Warrior. A 7-second clone with that oppressing roar. The only reason Infernion is alive right now is that combo with clone oppressing roar. Now swapping the clone to the Mistweaver. Axiom in trouble. They're denying it. Axiom is just huddling behind the pillar. He's like, please come out of the Cyclone and heal me right now, dude. He gets a big heal. Axiom's charging back into the fight. Interrupts Vanos on his Shroud. Wants to make sure they can get some crowd control. They're chasing Infernion back behind the pillar. Paralyzed onto the healer. Vanos grips Infernion with that rescue to the opposite side of the map. Typhoon knocks Dox and Axiom away. They're swapping to Dox in the Axe Toss. Getting a safe distance for now. The Warrior's not able to connect. Tries to use Avatar to break out his slows, but is immediately re-snared. Infernion portals back to his gateway. Looking for a double Shadow Fear. That's a triple with the clone onto the Warrior. Axiom isolated again. Coil onto the Mistweaver. Big damage incoming. 1 second to Life Cocoon. And they connect it just in time. And somehow Caster Meta are still alive.
I mean, this is crazy. We're seeing Nesty really getting those cocoons off with just perfect timing, coming in clutch 2 times in a row now. Caster Meta able to survive longer than the first 2 games combined, and now they're able to put pressure on Now We Go. Shams dropping a little bit in health. He's going to hide behind the pillar in bear form, top himself up a little bit, but now Infernion's in trouble in the middle. And we're seeing him run away from Dox, but Dox has really been able to keep that pressure, keep that connection up almost throughout this entire game here, and they've really picked up the pace, shifted the game potentially in their favor here. Are they going to be able to get one game off, potentially tie themselves up here? I mean, this is a great position for Caster Meta. They've really adapted so quickly here. Shams having to use Bark Skin in the middle, trying to get a Cyclone off. I mean, this is not... It looks like it might be going downhill, but just kidding. I didn't even notice Caster Meta in trouble. Axiom dropping on the left side. Now We Go, closing this out 3-0, but Stupid Tees, I mean, they did not give that up easily. Game number 3. What a different game.
So tragic. He's literally 1 second away from his Trinket. He's in a coil 1 second. His Trinket wall in 1 second, and like they're so close to getting a kill, but Infernion just gets pulled away with rescue, and then Typhoon knocks him back. Really good usage of all their mobility to get away from this triple melee cleave, basically with the Fistweaver monk. So really good positioning from Now We Go to be able to pull this off. They kept up great pressure. It can be sometimes difficult to get that much pressure against a comp like this, but yeah, Axiom was just the main focus point here throughout this game, just taking so much damage. Got a lot of good groundings, good disruption on the Cyclones. It can be really tough against a Boomkin with how fast their clones get, but all 3 of them were coordinating well to stop Shams, like in this situation, to stop him. But even if the clones got stopped, they're just dying. He almost dies. That clone slips through with a pre-Life Cocoon, and this was another point where we all saw Axiom go down, trades out Astral Shift, and I was thinking like, oh my god, Infernion can die. Like they're so close. Look how low, but look, that Cyclone on Dox. And it was that oppressing roar that boosts the duration from Vanos. Like if that Warrior wasn't cloned there, the Warlock is dead. And yeah, just really close game for them. And it's just tragic right here. I think this is the end of the game. Look at Axiom. He's got Shield Wall. He's got Astral Shift, that yellow and purple button below his health. And he's got his Trinket, which breaks crowd control in 5 seconds, 4 seconds. He gets kind of low. Like here, I'm thinking maybe Wall, but he gets stunned. 2 seconds. 1 second, he can Trinket. He can Trinket right now. And he's like, I mean, even if he trinkets there, he's probably still dead. And it looks like his healer got stunned on his trinket. So really awkward kind of just conclusion in the final moment there. But they improved as that went on. So hopefully moving into, the consecutive weeks, they can polish up their play. We might see some changes as well to classes. Maybe it's going to be more in their favor. But if they can perform at the level that they did in this last game more consistently, I think they could be a threatening team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, sorry, I was just going to say the difference between game 1 and game 3 between those two teams, Ben, was pretty incredible.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like they were warming up as the series went on. I just wanted to give a shout out to Shams as well on the balance turret. I feel like he did a really good job. Like his crowd control was on point. And I know he was one of those players that Zico, a lot of people haven't maybe heard of Shams, but Zico was really talking him up as, one of the best balance druids in Europe. And I think he showcased it there. He made that Mistweaver's life quite miserable. But unfortunately, that does mean that Caster Meta will be eliminated for this week. Hopefully we see more from them in the future. And now we go with a very dominant performance in that lower bracket. We'll be moving on. But that does mean we get to go to the upper bracket now to see some of these Titan teams. And Sid, our next matchup is going to be Echo versus the Agents.
I mean, this could be a grand final, right? But I think the one problem for the Agents is that I think they're heavy wizard focused, which if Echo are using Raikou on Demon Hunter and Waz on Moonkin, that comp just eats any wizards alive. Like you don't want to. It's just the Voldemort of Arena right now. Any wizard goes up against it is just going to devour it. So a very scary team. This could be a grand final. And that's the main reason I think Echo will beat the Agents is just the Demon Hunter Boomkin comp that they have available to them.
You really think we're going to be seeing a Raikou on the Demon Hunter? It's something he's been playing for a long time, but I feel like we haven't seen him play it since the days of like maybe cleaving with Swapsy. So a long time ago, but we could take a look at the bracket and how it does unfold. So far, we've had Casual Dads 3-2 over MYWAY in a very close series. And of course, the last matchup we just saw, which was Now We Go, going up against Caster Meta. And now we're heading to that upper bracket with Echo versus the Agents. And then finally, we're going to have Bamboozle versus Admiral Esports.
Yeah, that's going to be another impressive game for sure. Admirals Esports, obviously a team we've seen around the AWC scene for quite some time. Bamboozle, this is a new team name here for the AWC. And if you don't know who is on that team, it is Mansell, Kreiser, and Ray. So they're actually a 3-man roster. I don't know if I always like to see how those teams do, because sometimes it's like, we have our 3 players, we know what we can do with it, and that's enough for us. Here's actually a look at the compositions that we may be seeing from them and all the other teams as well, competing in the European side of things. So yeah, I'm excited to see how that one will do. Going to be some pretty intense upper bracket matches, Ben.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like these the rosters are a bit. I don't want to say they're misleading because these are the mains of these players, but I feel like as the AWC has evolved, all of these players have picked up multiple different roles, multiple different classes. I think for Bamboozle, it's likely we're just going to be seeing the Shadow Priest Warlock, and I would love to see Affliction Warlock. I don't know, Sid. I've been playing it quite a bit, and I know it's not something we see too often, but it is something that I am interested in seeing and potentially the future. But yeah, going into this game number 1, Echo versus the Agents, your prediction is the Demon Hunter.
I mean, comp wise, I think that's likely their best option, because unless the Agents have a subtlety rogue, which I mean maybe Brunhilde has one, the subtlety rogue is like the main reason I think Boomkin Demon Hunter isn't just played 100% of the time. It's any sub rogue team will be really tough for them, but if you don't have a sub rogue, I think it can just destroy everything that the Agents have available.
We'll have to wait and see how it does play out. We're going to be going to a quick break. When we get back, it is going to be Echo versus the Agents. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
Welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we've already eliminated 2 teams from the first cup of season 2. MyWAY and Caster Meta have both been sent out of the tournament, and we're having casual granddads, and now we go facing off against each other in that lower bracket later on. But we're now in the upper bracket. We've got Echo versus the Agents. If we look at the predictions from all of us here on the desk, everybody but me predicted Echo as first and Agents as second. Zico, do you want to walk us through your reasoning there?
Well, this is El Clasico. I feel like this is the 2 strongest teams historically in Europe. These guys always figured it out in the meta. Such strong players on both sides. Echo obviously looked unstoppable. This is the finals in Europe last year. I feel like this is the finals in Europe pretty much every year. And obviously they're both doing really well in the meta right now. Both of them undefeated so far in the tournament. So yeah, I think it just makes a lot of sense right now. Also, I feel like Echo, especially, that's why I picked them as the champion, is because they have access to that sub-rogue. I feel like it's kind of hard to alt the sub-rogue, but if you have, like a solid rogue main like Waz on your team, it's going to be able to get a lot of work done. There's a lot of comps based around that. And Waz on that Boomkin as well. He's been practicing it a lot.
Yeah, Boomkin stonks going up for sure so far in this cup. So excited to see if he brings that out. Also, Waz is also playing from DreamHack this weekend. You said you couldn't go, Zico, it sounds like?
Yeah, I mean, I'm here with you guys. I definitely couldn't go. But this is a lot more fun anyway, so
yeah.
I'd rather be here with you guys.
Oh, thanks.
All
right.
No,
well,
you
maybe Waz will have a I'm hoping we get like a Waz webcam from his DreamHack POV. We'll have to see, and then maybe we can be there in spirit with him. But yeah, if you'd like to support any of these players, I think some of them might be streaming their POV. We'll have to see then.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to wait and see. But yeah, I think this is going to be one of those exciting matchups. As you know, Supatiz, myself, and Zico all kind of predicted, this was going to be the finals for this weekend. So we'll see if that does come true. And if the Agents can actually best Echo, which can happen. I mean, this team is absolutely phenomenal. Asgarath, Brunhilde, Mercy, Zipai, I feel like they have a lot of different meta compositions. I think Elemental Shaman is one of those specializations right now that's kind of slept on a little bit. Like it's extremely good. So I feel like if we see Zipai on Elemental Shaman, it's always kind of a blast. So we'll see what he can get done. But yeah, your guess is as good as mine for this one, because I feel like these teams have just prepared so many different compositions. We could see Waz on the Boomkin, Raikou on the Demon Hunter, like Supatiz kind of predicted. So there's a ton of options here for Echo. But whenever these 2 teams go head-to-head, it is always a blast.
Oh yeah, you can bet this is going to be a very intense series, likely to go to a game 5. So get some water. Make sure you're all cozy for this one, because this is going to be a banger of a series. Echo versus the Agents here in the upper bracket, game number 1.
All right, so we are going to see Waz on the Boomkin, and they're playing that Moonkin Warlock here with Chanimal being tagged in, of course. And on the opposite side, we got the Agents actually playing Rogue Elemental Shaman. So this is a very interesting composition. I don't think I've seen too much Rogue Ellie. I've seen, Rogue Boomkin, Rogue Mage, Rogue Warlock, all kinds of Rogue caster-based compositions. But now we're going to see Brunhilde. He's going to be playing that Assassination Rogue, though. We have seen some Assassination Rogues, but it's been mostly the sub-rogue so far. But they're going to be opening up here onto Waz on that Boomkin. He catches a shield from that Rescue Me. Matt already with the Dream Projection, able to keep Waz alive. He did trade out his Bark Skin right there, and they're going after Asgarath immediately. Big damage, starting to stun combo. Asgarath almost getting blasted here in the opener. Trades out the Emerald Communion. Is going to be enough? It looks like it will be enough, but Asgarath still taking a lot of damage. Brunhilde as well now getting blasted. Asgarath in a Cyclone. He trinkets out Brunhilde. Trades out the Evasion. Cloak with 1% HP. Can they get the Cheat Death as well? Almost proccing out the Cheat Death, and what an opener here for Echo. They basically forced the entire spellbook here, and Brunhilde is still in trouble, man.
Are you kidding me? I mean, Brunhilde down to 5% health. The crowd control coming in from Echo is just absolutely unbelievable. Brunhilde's in a lot of trouble still. There's nothing left for their side. Waz finally getting pressured down here just a little bit by Zipa in the midfield, but you can see Brunhilde, he's just positioned so far away. He's forced at the pillar. He's afraid to push in right now, and this is basically a solo mission from Zipa to get something going. A full blind now landing onto Meh. And it looks like Waz will be able to just tank that one out in bear form, looking for a Cyclone. Does get interrupted back into bear form. And if Waz can actually land a Cyclone, that would really set up his team. But they're going for it. Brunhilde is into a stun, deciding to get out of that one as fast as possible to coil onto Asgrath. This might be the end of the game. Root Solar Beam coming in, but it does break there on Asgrath. Can he connect the heals to actually keep him alive? No.
That's it.
Not enough time. Those Cyclones from Waz, absolutely devastating. And Echo was looking really impressive with this composition. And one thing I wanted to say, as soon as I saw these compositions, I feel like whenever you see Waz not on Rogue, like whenever you see Waz not on Rogue, he must not believe in it, right? Because for the longest time, I feel like they were so reluctant to get off of Rogue, right? Like if Rogue was good, Waz is always going to be wanting to play it. But I mean, the Moonkin is looking really solid.
You know, it's funny because I had the exact same thought, Van. I was like, Waz is playing against the Rogue, and he's not on the Rogue right now. So that should tell you something, if you are Brunhilde, that maybe Assassination Rogue is not going to be the move right here. This is the Death Mark push, and this is a long CC chain, but Meh ends up trinketing out and manages to recover Waz. And then what breaks that root beam right there? I'm actually not sure what broke it right there on Asgrath, but it's not going to be enough. They get the Cyclone and Chanimal as well, setting that up with the Mortal Coil. So they just had kind of a lot of damage. And I think all of this is kind of a snowball effect from that opener that we saw, right? Like in the opener, that swap to Asgarath, they forced out his Trinket on the Cyclone. They forced out, honestly, Brunhilde's entire spellbook. He only had that cheat death left, you know, getting that Vanish, getting the Cloak and the Evasion, and almost broken the cheat death too, getting his Smoke Bomb as well. I think he used Smoke Bomb defensively as well in that push. That was just such a nice opener for Echo. And after that, they were just able to close it out in just a short minute and a half.
It's interesting. I kind of wonder, I think this is something that I was talking to Supatis about yesterday. Like, I wonder why, do they have a Moonkin available? Do the agents actually have a Moonkin available on their team? The Zipa, Mercy, maybe if Mercy plays Moonkin. But no, sorry. If they do end up playing like Demo Warlock, with like an Elemental Shaman or Destro Elemental Shaman, like I feel like that could be a really solid pick. Because normally in like a caster-based meta, Elemental Shamans kind of reign supreme. It might be Moonkins are the new kind of overlords, but I feel like bringing in Zipa on the Elemental Shaman with Mercy on the Warlock could be a really solid pick in this particular matchup. So yeah, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Asgrath on the Resto Druid too. So going for more of a defensive-based healer on that Restoration Druid, bringing in Mercy on the Demonology Warlock, and we were going to Empyrean Domain for some Wizard Wars.
Yeah, this is exactly kind of what tends to happen, right? You know, when you see those wizards come out, that's when Ellie Warlock typically is very good. You know, they just have the most amount of disruption and also a lot of kind of accessible damage. You know, you have those big Earth Shocks, you have the constant meatballs flying out from the Ellie Shaman, and just providing a lot of control in the matchup against other casters. They're so good at shutting down other casters. You have the, you know, the Grounding Totem and the Wind Shears and everything, and also just that upfront kind of burst damage. So Zipa going to be staying on the Ellie Shaman, Mercy going to be tagged in on the Warlock here. And the interesting thing about this matchup is for sure the Resto Druid. This is the first Resto Druid that we see this weekend. It's Asgarath's main. I saw it a bit in the open bracket games over in North America especially. A lot of teams actually opted for that Restoration Druid. And we should, hopefully for them, have a great time here in the late game in terms of mana. If Asgarath can kind of just keep sneaking away for those drinks, the Evoker could potentially fall behind there in that department. But right now, we have the opener happening right now. Waz caught up in the Mortal Coil, taking a lot of damage there. Chanimal caught up in the stun. Meh able to stabilize his team with no issues whatsoever. Waz getting a clone onto Zipa. Looks like they're going after Mercy right now, but Waz still kind of feeling a lot of disruption there from those earthquakes of Zipa. And it is going to be Mercy kind of ducking back to the pillar. Incarnation is active right now, and it looks like they're trying to set up a swap. What a nice knock there by Meh. Stun and knock combo there onto Asgarath, actually forcing out his bark skin there too. So getting some of Asgarath's cooldown maybe could swap over to him a little bit later, but for now it's going to be all the damage onto Mercy's full Cyclone here onto Asgarath. It's full stun there onto Mercy, big damage, and that is going to be a dead Warlock. Unbelievable damage. What was that?
Dude, I just get like scared watching Chanimal play. Like I swear he is so, like, now we get his player cam. just watch Chanimal's eyes. Like, he's just got the eyes of, like someone who is just lasered in to win games. It's true. Like, this guy is on an absolute mission, and Echo is looking unstoppable. I mean, this is really telling as well, because I feel like for this particular matchup, like, you would think, like, okay, well, if this is a wizard meta, you would think Mercy and Zeepai would be able to get it done here, but there was just so much pressure here onto Mercy in this match. We can look at the final moments of the match and how it did end up closing out. It's a Cyclone onto Asgrath, and he didn't want to trinket. So that's unfortunate. Just an overwhelming amount of damage. Unfortunately, the trades that they did make with that unending resolve from Mercy didn't end up being enough, and they didn't want to overlap, but it's just so tough. If you get caught in the open, you're getting blasted by a Demo Warlock and a Moonkin. Like, I feel like you got to respect the damage a little bit more. But another thing is, normally these caster matchups, Zico, they end up going a while. So if they're this fast paced, like, maybe it's just catching some of these players off guard.
I mean, well, I want to see this kill one more time. I feel like that was actually so well done. So the reason why Asgraff doesn't want to trinket is because he uses the bark skin right here, right? So he doesn't want to be in a situation where he has no trinket and no bark skin. I think that's why he's trying to hold on to it. So he uses bark skin right here. Meh kind of blinks in and knocks him around the corner. And then here, Meh actually goes in for the kick onto Mercy. I believe right there, that quell onto Mercy. And then Waz goes for the Cyclone, and Meh gets the Sleepwalk onto Zeepai. And then they get the Chanimal set up there with the Mortal Coil out of the kick into the stun. So it's just a perfect... Like, Meh is just a beast, man. Meh is so good on... you know, the Evoker, on the Priest, basically anything he plays. That offensive mindset that he has, the way he kind of blinks in and he gets that knock, forces out the bark skin, then he lands the kick, then he gets the sleepwalk, then he adds up with the damage, gets the fire breath, gets the disintegrate. He just all over the place, this guy, and he's so good at, you know, keeping his mana efficient, keeping the damage rolling, and then in addition to that, you got Chanimal setting up, you know, the follow-up out of that. You got you know, Meh going for the sleepwalk. You got everybody is just working like a well-oiled machine here on Echo. No matter what composition they're playing, they are all on the same page.
Yeah, and Waz honestly on the Moonkin as well, doing a really good job. I mean, most of that kill was set up, just him finding a Cyclone out of thin air, pushing in, managing to land that onto Asgrath. So, I mean, these subtlety rogue players, man, these rogue players, they just understand diminishing returns on a totally different level. I know people are going to laugh at me saying that, but it is true to some extent. It's something you're always going to be paying attention to. And you and Sid talked about it earlier today. I mean, Cyclone right now, definitely one of the most powerful crowd controls in World of Warcraft. For multiple reasons. First of all, it's obviously a physical debuff, so you can't actually dispel it. It stops healing. It doesn't remove debuffs. It keeps you in place. But more so than that, there is actually an honor talent, so a PvP talent that is very strong called High Winds. And basically the way High Winds works is when you use Cyclone on somebody, after they come out of the crowd control, they actually have a debuff on them. So it reduces their damage and their healing by 30%. So if you're a healer and you get Cycloned, when you come out of that for 6 seconds, you heal 30% less. And on top of that, you have to deal with like the Demonology Warlock Mortal Strike effect. It can be really difficult to recover. So when you have a Moonkin who's so good at using these crowd controls, it is devastating to deal with.
Yeah, that High Wind's definitely doing a lot of work. Is that dispellable? Can you actually dispel that?
I think you can. I think it is a magic debuff that you can dispel, but it's kind of a pain, you know?
Yeah. I mean, the first thing you want to do when you come out of a long CC chain isn't just dispel yourself and use a global on that. It's usually using, you know, like a big heal to keep your whoever was in trouble to keep that person alive. So definitely getting a lot of value there, and also just for the defensive Cyclones, right? You know, a lot of the time getting those defensive Cyclones, getting those low Cyclones as well, especially on kind of hybrid classes and classes with a lot of self healing, that kind of double dips in value, right? So. When you cyclone another Moonkin, for example, you're going to reduce his healing and his damage when he comes out. So it's definitely going to be a good tool there that they have at their disposal. And Echo is just looking super comfortable right now. They're going to lock it in again. And the thing about Echo that is so scary right now is that they have access to all the meta healers. They have access to, you know, the sub-rogue, you know, caster versions of comps. And let's not forget that we have Raikou on the bench, on the Fire Mage. We've already seen Fire Mage and how strong it is. And we also have things like a Raikou on the Shadow Priest available, and we know that Rogue Shadow Priest are also super strong right now. So Echo definitely looking good right now with the agents looking to bounce back. And right now, that observer definitely getting a lot of value right there, blasting off there in the midfield. But they do manage to take it down there, and now it's going to be Chanimal still a little bit low here. Actually, Meh finally manages to somewhat recover his team right there from that pressure. The agents so far in this opener definitely looking a lot more deadly.
Yeah, let's see if they can keep up the pressure in this match. We're going to be looking to see if Waz can actually push in and get crowd control. That's really going to set up his team. Asgrath has to do a really good job avoiding it, but he gets caught into a bash. Now a Tranquility does come in. He's getting overwhelmed and decides to use that immunity to just slow things down a little bit, give him a moment to breathe. But now he's just getting blasted. Waz is still just chasing him down into the full Cyclone, and now we can see Mercy and Zeepai potentially being in a little bit of trouble. We've got the beam onto Mercy. Waz is just going to use that as an offensive interrupt. He won't be able to use the root solar beam on the restoration druid. It's going to be mostly used as just an interrupt in this match.
Yeah. If you can get it onto the druid as well, though, it could be big. But right now, Asgrath actually has no trinket. He has no bark skin as well. So Asgrath definitely could get swapped to a little bit later on. We'll see how they do. And that observer once again getting a lot of value here from Mercy. They do manage to take it down, and now Chanimal also responding there with his own observer. So definitely really important in these Wizards matchups to try to take those down. Luckily, Elementals and Boomkins are both very good at doing that. Mercy going for the banish there onto Chanimal on his Fel Lord right there. So that kind of tells us that they might be going after Chanimal a little bit, or just trying to reduce the Mortal Strike effect. Tyrant gets kicked there by Meh. And Waz still getting blasted a little bit here, going for some defensive cyclones, gets it onto Zeepai. Zeepai trinkets out. Waz now caught up in a Mortal Coil. Here comes the Tyrant for Mercy. Big damage. What an interrupt there by Meh. That could have been massive, actually. Mercy having such a hard time getting this Tyrant out, and they already committed the Lightning Lasso and the stun lock there onto Waz, so that was really, really important that they managed to get it. And they're actually looking for Asgrath here. I think they're trying to swap to him. No, Waz overextending. Waz on 1% HP. How is he going to stay alive? He manages to get the Frenzied Region there in the nick of time. Asgrath actually re-stealthing there for just a second, trying to stay far away until he has that bark skin. Asgrath playing that range game really well, playing the map really well, and Waz in so much trouble still. The Emerald Communion trades out for Meh, and that will be enough to stabilize Waz. But now Chanimal is in a lot of trouble here as well, and that is still in crowd control. They're looking for the Hex there onto Chanimal. They do manage to find it. They get the cross CC there onto Meh as well, and now Echo, for the first time in the series, I would say, is being tested here defensively and forced kind of back on this pillar.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this matchup comes down to Waz being able to land crowd control. If he's just forced into kind of just a damage battle with Zeepai, that is not a battle I don't think he is going to win. So the longer they can kind of stay separated from each other, I think the better it is for the agents in this match. I feel like if the agents actually, if Echo wants to win, they need to push on top of Asgrath and really punish that restoration druid. If they can't do that, I feel like this game is going to slowly but surely go into the favor of the agents. Just good positioning and a good map pick here for the agents to come back in this series. Chanimal pushing forward right now. You can see Zeepai is a bit separated from his team. We'll see if he actually does decide to reposition, or if he's just going to stay there and kind of blast off. Full Cyclone does land from Waz. This is an opportunity to push in, but looks like they don't want to go for it just yet. In terms of mana, both these healers are relatively even, and that is definitely something to pay attention to in a matchup like this.
Oh, Waz right now caught up in a Mortal Coil. Meh caught up in a Fear. There's the Lightning Lasso follow-up. Do they have the damage to take him down? Doesn't look like it. And Meh still going to hold on to that trinket for now. Doesn't have the Emerald Communion, so he's going to need to trade out that trinket potentially if Waz gets caught up in one of those CC chains or one of those lockdowns once again. Waz now pushing in over onto Asgrath. Asgrath has the bark skin. In a couple of seconds, Asgrath actually trying to drink here in the middle of the map, but they do manage to catch him there. Meh catches him out there with the landslide, and they're keeping some damage there onto Asgrath as well. I think important thing against Resto Druids in general, just try to hit everybody. Asgrath once again sitting down for a drink. They're trying to push in. They're trying to stop it, but he's actually getting a lot of value here. Chanimal actually taking a lot of damage. Asgrath was able to recover a significant amount of mana right there, so he's going to come back with a little bit of a mana lead, but the Druid does spend it better or faster compared to the Evoker, but the Druid also is able to drink. But Waz right now might be going down here as he does duck into bear form, gets the Frenzied Region, bash onto Zeepai, pre-astral shift there on the setup by Zeepai on that Eli Shaman, doing really, really good defensive work right there. The Obelisk is down right now, blasting off here onto Chanimal, Observer, and they are going to be able to kill it off. Chanimal still not out of the woods just yet, but Asgrath, once again, he was able to drink, but look at his mana. It's already dripping kind of low right now. And Asgrath's going to need to try to find more of those drinks. Going to need to play this map, play the ranged game here. Make sure that he stays away from the fight, keeps those hots rolling, and just continues to go for those drinks while his team kind of sets up for the win. But Zipai has no Astral Shift right now, so he is in a little bit of trouble. They managed to stop the drink kind of with pressure. Now they find a full Cyclone there onto Asgrath, and that is going to be, I think, actually a reflected Hex there by Chanimal. Mercy forced to use that Unending Resolve here, as well as Asgrath did trade out his Tranquility. So a lot of pressure coming out from Echo. Meh still has good mana. If they can shut Asgrath down from his drinks, I think Echo are still in a pretty good position here.
Yeah, and Waz does have that Incarnation available. That's going to allow him to basically just kill through damage at this point. So we'll see if he can actually get it done. Asgrath's mana, like you mentioned, is not good. A full fear onto Meh. This could go either way at this point. And right now, I would say the agents, they have a considerable amount of pressure. Getting very aggressive here on the Waz. Meh does manage to recover with that Emerald Communion. Going to be a ton of healing, but at 30% dampening, I don't know if he's going to be able to recover much more. Waz behind the pillar does manage to get the Frenzied Regen off. He does get caught into Immortal Coil. You can see all these spins from the pets of Mercy just going to be chopping up Chanimal and Waz at this very moment. Has finally recovered, but Asgrath actually manages to sit down for a drink. That is a huge moment in the match, and the agents are now back in this fight as a result of that.
Really, really good drink so far from Asgrath. Meh actually getting a little bit swapped here right there. Asgrath caught in a Cyclone. Meh in a lot of trouble here. Demonic Tyrant is out. Do they have any more stuns on the Meh there? Doesn't look like it. Does have the Emerald. Actually, does not have the Emerald Communion available. So Meh actually holding on to his trinket right there is a little bit greedy, but it pays off. And Asgrath's going to use his Bark Skin. They're going after Zipai once again. Meh actually just chasing him down around the pillar, spamming out those living flames, just doing so much damage. Mercy, Zipai, everybody's taking a lot of damage right now. Full Cyclone there onto Zipai as he is low. Can they chain that into a clone onto Asgrath or a fear onto Asgrath? That will be absolutely massive here. Cannibals looking for the Shadow Fury. Asgrath dodges it. Zipai manages to recover for now. Iron Bark is available in just 2 seconds here for Asgrath. He's going to be able to hold on to it, though, as Zipai does manage to reposition defensively. Meh once again pushing in. Waz taking a lot of damage here, though. Meh also dropping quite low on mana. And remember, Meh, he doesn't have that ability to drink and stuff. Anytime he tries to drink, those pets are just going to stop him. So his mana will never really go back up again. But Asgrath, after his third drink, is once again tied on mana here with Meh. He needs another drink here if he's going to be able to stay in the fight. Chanimal takes a lot of damage right there, but once again stabilized here by Meh, and Chanimal dropping to 50% HP. Rescue comes out. Big heals coming out. Nice dispel there on the Death Coil onto Chanimal there as well, but they need some pressure on the side of Echo right now. Asgrath once again looking for the drink there, but immediately ducks out, trades out the Iron Bark. Zipai on one side, Asgrath on one side, and Mercy on one side, and once again they're trying to disengage from the fight, keep Asgrath in the back line and keep the Wizards in front of him. And now once again they've managed to set up a drink here in the back line, and Chanimal is in a lot of trouble. If Asgrath can actually sit down and get a drink right now, it's going to be absolutely massive for the late game. We are kind of in the late game right now, but I think if Asgrath gets this drink, I think the agents are probably going to be able to take it. Demonic Tyrant coming out from Chanimal. They need to get pressure right now while Asgrath is drinking and snowball that pressure into a win potentially, because I think Asgrath has gotten enough mana here to ride this one out. This is what the Druids love to do on these large maps. Go for the drinks over and over and over again until they can win on mana here. Man still has a little bit left in the tank, but no cooldowns left. I don't know how he's been able to keep up his mana for this long actually without even drinking. Waz though, so low right now. Zipai as well. This could be anyone's game. Zipai dropping so low right there, but he does manage to recover. Waz as well. Still not out of the woods yet. Chanimal now as well getting blasted. It's going to be about who does the most amount of damage. Both healers basically tapped. Who is going to take it here, Van?
I really don't know. I don't know if Mech can actually recover Waz and Chanimal at this point of the game. Going for an Emerald Community. This is massive healing. This is the last moment of the game where Mech can actually recover, I do believe. So we'll see how this goes, but we're at 48% dampening at this point in the game. This really could go either way. Waz getting blasted in the middle of the map at the same time. Zipai may have overextended. That being said, Asgrath just in the backline bombing in heals on that Restoration Druid. If they're only going after one target, I feel like Asgrath's going to be able to heal through it. Chanimal used his Unending Resolve a bit aggressively there to keep his team in the fight, and now doesn't have that as an option. Same time, though, Mercy and Zipai getting lower and lower. Unending Resolve coming in from Mercy. They want to make the trade. Can they take down Chanimal and stay in the series? Looks like they won't be able to just yet. Mercy is just so low. Both these healers are running on empty. And it is going to be Mercy that falls. Echo wins the series 3-0. But that last one was not comfortable for Echo. That being said, I mean, their Moonkin Warlock is looking good. And I just wanted, I feel like this is just so so important to note because, like, I've been playing Preservation Evoker myself, and if you play healer, you know it's stressful right now, and especially Preservation Evoker, like, when I play it and I do the things that Met is doing, my whole team's dead. Like, it is so difficult to balance the amount of offense he has with the amount of healing he's bringing to the team. He just does such a good job being in the face of the enemy, spamming out disintegrates to recover his mana. He's spamming out living flames to assist in damage. He's also soaking interrupts by doing that, and somehow also, maintaining his mana and keeping his team alive. It's really impressive to see the way he can, keep up the defense, but also weave in so much offense without falling behind. It is not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, we're going to see at the scoreboard as well exactly how much damage Meh was able to do. But, think about it. Askarov has drank like 3 or 4 times, I think, at this point. So he's basically spent 2 extra mana bars compared to Meh. And Meh is still, tied on mana, even a little bit ahead here. I feel like Meh is just super, super efficient. And look at him always chasing down his targets here, making sure that Chanimal right now is staying alive. But also, as soon as they have pressure onto Mercy, he's there as well, getting ready to assist with the offense, going for that big Spirit Bloom heal as well. And Askarov is just completely tapped here at the end. Meh is completely tapped. Actually, not still completely tapped. And I feel like Meh just... in general, so good on the Evoker. Really, really strong pickup here for him. He's playing that Discipline Priest, and he's been known for it for such a long time. But adding this healer to his arsenal as well has been just really important for Echo. They were able to win the AWC. These are the defending champions of last season, and I think a big reason for that was definitely Meh's play on that Evoker. And once again here, we're seeing him. He hasn't skipped a beat, and this was probably one of the most damp matches we've had so far. But, it's to be expected when you got the 2 Wizard comps, both teams playing so well defensively, and you got such a large map to work with as well. There was a lot of close calls, but ultimately it is going to be Echo that picks it up. And we can see right there, adding in 3.6 mil damage compared to Asgarath. Obviously he's playing the Druid, so not really the same kind of offensive capability as... an Evoker, but still definitely a large number. And then in addition to that, Meh also out-healed him. So Meh definitely able to do a lot of work there.
Yep, definitely an impressive game from Echo 3-0, sending the Agents down to that lower bracket. We're going to see how that series against Now We Go goes later on today. We've got another upper bracket series to get through first, Bamboozle versus Admiral Esports. But for me personally, that was certainly a surprising ending. I did not expect the Agents to go down that quickly, but it's only the first match for that team of the season, so we'll see how they do in subsequent games. Here's a little bit of a damage breakdown as well. Ven, Zico, if either of you want to comment on this.
Well, let's actually take a look, because it seems pretty even. After the 3-minute mark, you obviously see like the moments of burst there for Agents in terms of DPS. You see a little bit of burst there for Echo, more burst for Agents, but after that, it's super even. Like, damage for both these teams was as close as it can get in that last game. And the end of the game really showed it. Both healers completely out of mana, going to somewhere like 50+% dampening. Anyone could fall at any moment. So these teams are definitely evenly matched. I feel like Echo I feel like if we saw this matchup play out again, it would be more like what we saw in game number 3. I feel like the first 2 games, maybe Brunhilde on the Rogue, that could happen again. But I feel like as soon as you bring in the Wizards, I don't think how Empyrean Domain played out is kind of typical. I feel like most of these matchups are probably going to go the distance, and that's where I think we're going to see Agents start to pick up some steam. So I feel like it will not be a similar result. It could be Echo winning, but if these 2 teams go head-to-head again, let's say in the finals, I feel like it's not going to be a complete blowout like this one was.
Yep. Yeah, we'll see if they do end up facing each other once again. As we talked about earlier on before the series started, this was the prediction of almost every single caster for the second team being Agents and then first being Echo. So looking forward to it, forward to seeing how the Agents do later on. You can see their matchup later on today. So that being said, we've got one more upper bracket series of the day. It's Bamboozle facing off against Admirals Esports. Now, we kind of talked a little bit about Bamboozle. They're that 3-man roster, newly formed here for the AWC. So this is their debut here for season 2. And then, of course, we've got Admirals Esports. We all know them very well at this point. Swapsy, Blizzo, Jamie, and Next. And there's a lot of veteran experience here with this team. And we've kind of seen how, Zico, how those newer teams have been doing so far. Do you think that Bamboozle is up to the challenge being here live on a tournament?
So I don't know too much about Bamboozle. All I know is that we're most likely going to see, I think it's a 3-man roster. They play Shadow Play. So I think they play that Warlock Shadow Priest, which is quite strong. It's kind of a wizard meta right now. So definitely going to be a solid option. But I think, and typically when we see those 3-man rosters who don't have a lot of diversity, when they go up against comps like the Admiral Esports, that's when they can be tested, because Admiral Esports, they got a lot of veterans. They were in the finals, last season, and this is, one of the contenders here in Europe. So I feel like if there's one team that can kind of put them to the test, definitely will be Admiral Esports. With that said, though, Bamboozle, they've had a great run so far, so I don't see a reason why they can't keep that going. Admiral Esports, they do have, I think we're going to see some maybe Boomkin come out of them, or I don't know if Jamie's been practicing it, but definitely have LA Warlock as well that we just saw here from the Agents. So usually the Admiral Esports, we kind of draw a lot of parallels between them and the Agents. They have pretty similar compositions. So we'll see what they decide to do. Line pick is going to be very important for Admiral Esports. And if they can just figure out that one comp to beat Bamboozle with, I think they're going to be in a great spot.
Yeah, most definitely. This is going to be a tough decision for them. So let's see what they do. We are going to head to a quick break before we do get to that series last upper bracket of the day. And then the rest from here on out are going to be more elimination rounds. So real quick, going to a break. Bamboozle versus Admirals Esports up next. Everybody, and welcome back. If you didn't see the last match that we just got out of, it was an upper bracket series, Echo versus the Agents. The Agents did head down to that lower bracket after a 0-3 loss. Now we've got another upper bracket game. It's Bamboozle versus Admirals Esports, Super Tees.
Yeah, I mean, this is a complete newcomer with Bamboozle here. 3-player roster going up against multi-BlizzCon champions on Admirals Esports. Like, this is a very scary team to go head-to-head with in the first time on broadcast with only one option to your name. So I would be intimidated personally, but we will have to wait and see. If they manage to win this, I would consider it an upset. But if they win it, then like that's crazy for them. Like maybe they could even do potentially like the entire tournament.
You think so?
It's possible. I mean, Admirals Esports, the quality of players in this team, like I don't know, Echo, maybe not Echo, maybe everybody but Echo, if they could win here.
Okay.
The Chanimal factor, like in Wizardmere, is just like incalculable. The value you're getting when you're running Wizard Cleave with Chanimal on your team, it might be tough for them to beat that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll see. They've had a really good run. You know, they are here in the upper bracket, meaning they haven't dropped a single game. They sent a couple of pretty good teams down to the lower bracket also. Caster Meta, who we saw earlier, but Dragonlands Roulette, that's a team that we've seen succeed quite well in AWC. So they've got a lot of arena veterans or AWC veterans on their roster. So Bamboozle, I mean, you're definitely right. This is a team that I could see having a lot of potential. I do wonder if only having 3 players on their roster comes out to bite them in the end, but we will certainly see. Admirals Esports definitely going to be a really good test to sort of set them in the direction that they're going to go for the rest of the season. So we'll see what they do. Admirals Esports, the big question though, Ven, what are they going to bring to the table? I mean, that blind pick has got to be a big decision for this team against a team like Bamboozle.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Admiral Esports has, players like Swapsy who are kind of masterminds of this game. They're the ones that are going to be doing all the research and, talking to teams about their war games, figuring out what is the best composition possible. We kind of famously quote him. I forget exactly what the quote is he said something like, he likes to go into matchups realizing or thinking that he can play bad and still win. Like that's the kind of advantage that he likes to have. Like he always likes to have the compositional advantage. So even if they have a bad performance, they still pull off a win. So his preparation, I feel like is unmatched to a lot of teams. So I think when you are a team like Bamboozled and you really only have one option, it's a struggle. You really have to play a comp that really doesn't get countered by anything. So I'm wondering if Shadow Priest Warlock is going to be that composition, what specialization they're going to play. I feel like it's most likely going to be the Demonology Warlock, but maybe Affliction, depending on the matchup. Affliction, you could see lots of rot, lots of dots. I feel like there is potential there, and maybe it's something that they don't expect. Maybe that's just that's just wishful thinking. But I would like to see it. But for Admiral Esports, like I mentioned, they have so many different compositions that they have available to them. Blizzo could even maybe go on the Warrior. Like I could see like a Fury Warrior just sitting on top of a Shadow Priest the entire game, being pretty strong. So we'll see. Sky's the limit for Admiral Esports, but Bamboozle, they're really gonna have to bring it if they want to win this one.
I mean, you might get your wish, Super Tees. He spent a lot of last season asking to see Boomkins, and now, look where they are. So keep mentioning it then, and it might come true. Love to see. But yeah, Admirals Esports, Swapsy, definitely a big brain. He seems very German in his approach to AWC. I think my favorite fact about him, I've mentioned it before on the desk here, but he dictates the length of fingernails for his team, like making sure everybody's got short fingernails so that they can,
There's no way that's real.
I don't know where I heard that, but it's I think I heard it last time we had a BlizzCon or something that he was telling his players to cut his fingernails or something. We'll have to
okay, if he's going to that level of preparation, like that is
dude,
next
it's
level. I know, but that's like...
All right, everybody got the right talents? Let me check. All right, everybody got the right gear? Okay, let me check. All right, everybody got the right embellishments? Okay, let me check. Everybody got enchants on their gear? What's your fingernail length?
Show me your fingernails!
He's a boomkin!
He brings little clippers with him everywhere you go. But yeah, look at that. We're seeing a boomkin from Swapsy here. Bamboozle, Admirals Esports game number 1.
This is another top tier Boomkin comp. Boomkin Ellie is definitely a great comp. Does a ton of burst damage between the two casters, so not surprising here. Manziel is already below half health. I'm not even sure what exactly hit him at this point to be that low on health. Oh, he's dispelling flame shocks and stellar flares, which could be dangerous if you spam dispelling them, but you kind of have to. You can use frenzied regen to recover. You want to stay ahead of the dots, especially when they're bursting. That's a super important mechanic against a Boomkin or an Ellie Shaman. If you dispel their dots, their damage is reduced significantly during their burst. So Manziel is going to keep taking these risky dispels. He hits another flame shock, knocking him up in the air. Swapsy taking a lot of damage at the moment, trying to duck behind the pillar, and Ray is playing pretty confident here on top of Swapsy and Next's pillar.
Yeah, definitely. Kreiser playing that Destruction Warlock, so a bit of a different flair. Not the demo I was thinking, not the Affliction I was hoping for, but we did get something in between with the Destruction Warlock. See what he can get done, going for full fear. Manziel right now with the Tranquility, just trying to avoid some crowd control and keep his team alive. In terms of mana, Bamboozle is falling a little bit behind. So Manziel at some point is going to have to drink, but I feel like Admiral Esports, they know that win condition, and they're just going to continue to pressure Manziel by playing on top of him. He is sitting down in stealth right now. This would be massive if we can cover before getting into too deep of dampening.
Okay, mana just not really a big factor right now for either side. We haven't seen Barskin or Astral shift forced from Bamboozle onto Admirals Esports, which is a little bit disappointing here. Those Void forms looking to line up. Manziel getting swapped to again, punishing those dispels. Solar Beam onto Kreiser. Big pressure incoming as he is going to keep dispelling the dots and keep playing that gamble to stay ahead of the pressure, repositioning at the pillar. Still holding on strong. No kind of just immediate one-shots in this series. A full fear on the next and on Jamie, covering any potential Tremor Totem if it was available. So good cross CC, but just not enough damage. It seems like since that recent round of changes that potentially it's Destro Lock that got hit the hardest in those recent nerfs. It just feels like they aren't creating pressure anywhere here. Ray falling behind. Manziel trying to pick him up. He's got full hots, it appears right now into Ray, but he gets Cyclone for a second. Now they're swapping the pressure onto Kreiser. This is really important against a Resto Druid that you can somehow manage to attack 3 targets. You want to attack the target that doesn't have Life Bloom, which in this matchup is probably Manziel. He tries to sit down for a drink. Next is chasing him. He's not going to find any mana with that. He jumps to the other pillar. Next is chasing him with Disintegrate, regenerating his own mana and stopping Manziel from finding his. And as long as they stay on top of Manziel like this, it's eventually going to run out of control for them.
Things could potentially spiral out of control here. Let's see what they can get done. Full fear here onto next, but that is just going to be tremored by Jamie as he's looking to create pressure. And this is just an overwhelming amount of damage. Resto Druid's going to, if the Resto Druid falls too far behind in this matchup and can't create space, I just feel like there's no way that he's going to be able to recover. Ray at the same time getting absolutely blasted in the midfield, going for a mind game, so that is going to get dispelled away by Next, doing a great job keeping his team aggressive, and they aren't even touching Jamie and Swaps. I mean, they're just sitting at full health the entire game. This is looking like absolute domination in terms of pressure. Kreiser might just go down. The Unending Resolve comes in. Do they have the damage to close it out? Swapsy with a beautiful Cyclone. Now all they need is crowd control here on demand. So they do manage to get the Sleepwalk. Kreiser, can he get out of the Cyclone? What is he going to be able to do? Can he recover? He portals away, and they actually do manage to hold on. Nicely done there. I think that was actually the Void Shift from Ray saving the day, but he's just going to die through it. And I mean, that was just absolute domination from the side of Admirals Esports, bringing a really solid composition and kind of just dictating the pace of the game from start to finish here, Sid.
Yeah, it seemed rough for them, man. There was no damage whatsoever. You don't have the Demo Warlock for the MS with the Destro. Didn't look like he was playing Psyfiend either, and there's a lot of hybrid healing between the Boomkin and the Ellie Shaman, on top of Prezivoker kind of just being the #1 healer at the moment. They were not scratching. You can see it kind of just like a cut above here with Jamie and Swapsy at 8.4 million almost a piece, and 6.9 million between Kreiser and Ray in this series. And that is just the story of the game. It's just they're just not even denting Admirals Esports. It's just like one of those fighting memes are like, hit me as hard as you can. It's like, is that all you got? Like, there's just nothing happening for them offensively in this matchup.
That's
defensively, Manziel looked like he was playing the matchup well, trying to go for drinks, keeping ahead of the dots, trying to position behind the pillar so he can't get swapped to. But if his team can't create enough pressure to really dent their opponents, it's not going to really work out for them. Maybe Kreiser has Demonology. It might be a decent pick. I think they weren't expecting this either because they're playing Vulpira. I think they were expecting a Demo Warlock. Swapsy's been playing a lot of Warlocks, so having Vulpira is not really great. Is that going to be the main difference between the output? I mean, you can't wear 2 damage trinkets if you're a human. Like, maybe it's a little bit of a difference. But yeah, that was very one-sided. You can see Admirals Esports just running away with it, and the damage meter on the top when the yellow line just starts doubling it for like over a minute almost. That it was pretty lost at that point for them.
Yeah, what are your thoughts? I mean, you play a lot of Resto Druid. What are your thoughts on Scouring Flame too when you fight Preservation
just
of Ogres?
immediately purged on all of your hots. Yeah, that's not. This is not a good matchup. I don't think this is a good matchup for them. It's going to be tough. And if the Druid is bullying you too on the pillar, like we saw, sleepwalking you and chasing you around, like I don't think you're going to win on mana. You're definitely not going to outdamage the Evoker. I don't think you're going to win on mana, and your hots just get completely crushed. They're going to a big map, which is definitely going to be more favorable, but how much dampening do they need to start denting them is the real question. Like, how long was that game? Like 3 minutes 45, maybe 4 minutes. Like, they're a minute away from like it's starting to get a bit crazy in terms of dampening. But this is a really good pick from Admirals Esports. I wasn't expecting it to look this bulletproof. Maybe Bamboozled, they're warming up. Maybe they just got to get going here, and maybe the damage will be higher or in a better place. I know a lot of Warlocks, I don't know if the instant cast build is still the go-to. I'm trying to see on the build if the Warlock Kreiser is playing like an instant cast build still with Shadow Burn focus and like not so much Chaos Bolt. I think that is what he's playing.
Yeah.
It's really just the rifts. Like, I feel like they should run Psyfiend. If they drop a Psyfiend with 3 rifts, that's probably going to be like the scariest point in the game for Admirals Esports. Without Psyfiend to reduce healing on a target, I don't think Destro and Shadow Priest are going to do enough damage that it's really going to be noticeable.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem, like you said, is I just don't think they have enough offense. Like, they have consistent damage, but there's no win condition there, right? Like for Admirals Esports, they have way more win conditions. They actually have the opportunity to get crowd control, number 1, with Cyclone and Sleepwalk. They have offensive dispels coming in from both Next with the Scouring Flame, like we talked about, as well as the purges from Jamie. So if you actually do get crowd control on Ray, you can remove all the heal over time effects, get really, really aggressive. And I feel like that's one of the main strengths of having that Preservation of Evoker right now in these Wizard matchups, is it just gives you basically I don't want to say a third DPS, but it gives you a lot of offensive damage capabilities to actually close out the game, right? If you land a really good stun, a really good dispel, you're getting crowd control, you really assist your team. Whereas for Ray, he's basically just healing, right? Like, his opportunities to get Cyclones in the match and actually contribute offensively, it's going to be really tough to do that. And then the crowd control that Mansell has is also going to be kind of a nightmare or to deal with. Their team doesn't have really that much outside of just Fear, and there's a Tremor Totem available for Admirals Esports, right? So just a tough spot to be in. I feel like if they even had like maybe a Resto Shaman backing them up as a healer, they would have a little bit more potential in the game to actually like get something done. But I feel like the Resto Druid is just too defensive for this composition. I don't even see them really winning the late game.
Okay, they're going to a big map. They want to try and extend this game as long as possible on the side of Bamboozle. Are they going to be able to? And I think we've got a Warlock talent change, or maybe it was running in the first one, which was the Soul Rip, a 1-minute cooldown where you can rip the soul from a target and reduce healing on a target. I think that is going to be important, but unfortunately Boomkin and Ellie Shaman, they move really quickly. I think it's not super difficult for them to just pick up the soul when it gets rifted. We can see the souls have been rifted right now from Kreiser with decent damage right now into Jamie, but still not even getting his Astral Shift. That's a Chaos Bolt as some of his rifts as well. And they don't even get an Astral Shift. That's going to be very demoralizing for the side of Bamboozle. Now, Admirals Esports, they're unloading damage. Kreiser down to half. Already has to use Unending Resolve. Manziel takes a huge hit from Dispelling Dots. Ray is rotting down below half. Windshirt on his Mind Games. Not really finding any openings. And if they can stand on top of Mansell like this, I mean, they're just going to get bodied.
Yeah, this is not what you want. There's a full Cyclone going to be landing as well. Ray goes for a Mass Dispel. Nicely done there. Switching over to the Night Elf, so he's going to be playing Night Elf instead. So that is one little adaptation that they have made in terms of racials. I'm curious to know the thought process behind that one. Mansell still getting blasted, and exactly what you're saying, right? If you can play on top of the Druid, he's having to deal with the spells and not able to get drinks. That's kind of, you lose your advantage as the Resto Druid, which is basically sit back, heal, recover your mana by drinking. If you can't do that, then I don't want to say you're worthless in the match, but you're definitely not going to be adding as much value as the Preservation Evoker here. So they need to somehow find a way to create space.
All right, Mansell Dispelling Dots again and getting very low on health. Kreiser getting knocked back. Mansell jumping in with a bash, but oh no, deep breath onto Kreiser, massive pressure. Is Mansell ready for this? 5 seconds left on his iron bar. Kreiser's going to port behind the pillar to dispel off the dots and try and recover, but now they're dogpiling on top of them on the pillar. Jamie's lobbing out Lava Burst towards Ray in the midfield, who's activated Vampiric Embrace, trying to get some support for his team. A really important ability in this, but now its advantage has faded. He's going to lose that extra healing support for his team. Next is ahead on mana. He's got Shroud up. He's playing really aggressive. Next is just firing in Living Flames, firing in Fire Breath, purging off all of the hots, and really enabling his team to continue to stay aggressive. And Mansell's just hugging the pillar and pressing Dispel and hoping his team can do something before he goes down here. And he's still just falling behind, down below half again. Jamie chasing him, 30%. Kreiser ports back behind the pillar, but a lightning lasso has caught Mansell. He's refusing to trinket, just only using Bark Skin. Gets knocked away. Fear on Jamie, Fear on next, trying to pause damage. Swapsy jumps in on the right side, Jamie on the left. They're all over him right now. Down to half mana. Solar Beam on the Fear. Kreiser getting blasted. Dark Pack comes through to absorb the hit, but they've already cut through. Its shield pressure is heavily in favor. Big swap on the next. Maybe that is their opening. A stun, silence, mind games window. They get Emerald Communion, which is the first major defensive so far of the series.
Yep, nicely done. Getting a few of those defensive cooldowns out of the way, but it is going to be Mansell, Kreiser, and Ray that are on the back foot once again. They do use the gateway to try to reposition and create a little bit of space. Kreiser right now, can he find the damage to make a nice swap? But at the same time, Ray is cyclone low. This is looking devastating. Can they get the dispersion? Looks like Ray will go for a Dispel. It gets blasted in the air and forced into the dispersion. The Dispels are brutal, and now Mansell is just getting swapped to in that lightning lasso. So much pressure here coming in from Jamie and Swapsy. They are looking so impressive. Ray is forced to use the life swap as well. Cooldowns are just dwindling now for Bamboozle, and Kreiser might just go down. He does, and there's that Scouring Flame coming in. I don't even think it landed, but that would have just been the final nail in the coffin. Admirals Esports looking solid in game number 2. Bamboozle, I like that they were trying to create space, using the gateway for all three of them to kind of retreat, but at the end they got a little bit too spread out, and unfortunately it was just a snowball effect. Everyone was being pressured. No one was really safe. Mansell was just falling behind in terms of healing, and that's just a really tough spot to be in.
I'm curious what they're going to do for the rest of the series, because like the swaps were looking good, so maybe you pick a small map and you just play really aggressive. Again, the rest of you is not going to be the best for that. Over something like a Shaman. If they had double purge or something, maybe that would be scarier. The only time they really got cooldowns was when they were swapping to next and trying to limit his damage output. He only got 1.1 million this game, although it felt like he did more than that. The scoreboard's actually a lot more even this time around comparatively to game number 1. It's just, I think the purge has put him behind with the Scouring Flame on the Resto Druid, and the Resto Druid isn't adding any damage, really. It's just, they are getting buffs in the next patch. I think it's like a 25% damage buff or something like that. So things like Star Surge are going to be more valuable. Potentially Protector of the Pack Moonfire damage is more valuable, but in this current iteration, yeah, you're not going to come close to the damage of an Evoker, so you're just losing out on overall efficiency. And then maybe he needs to Cyclone more. Like, this sounds crazy, but like maybe play more aggressive and maybe Cyclone more, because there's only one Wind Shear. Like, if
Cyclone
he's
less mana now too.
It is less mana. It'll still you, but if you have to win the game fast and you want to try and like isolate the Evoker, play a small map and play aggressive and try and clone, might be a better path for them, because we've seen 2 games now where they're just running away and trying to stay alive, not be too good for them.
Actually is playing High Winds as well, so
it's a bit weird without using it.
Yeah. How many times did he cast Cyclone in that game?
I think it's 0. I mean, it's not bad talent call. I just played Resto Druid yesterday, and I'm wearing Moonkin gear, so I was spam cloning because my healing just does nothing with 0 mastery. And if I get to clone, it doesn't feel too bad. So in a matchup like this where there's not a lot of interrupts, either long cooldown or short duration, and your teammates are soaking interrupts as well, and if you get a fake and you get a precog proc, you just can go clone crazy and get hots out really fast. It might be the only way for them. Play really aggressive, run at the Evoker, try and clone things, and limit damage that way, because playing like a damp fight is not looking good for them right now.
What do you think about this map? Like, I don't know if I like a small map unless they're going to completely change the composition. Nope, they're not. I don't think they really have many other options besides this one. So what do you think their thought process is going to Blackrock Hold Arena? Because from what I could tell, when they're playing on top of each other, they're losing. So maybe they are just going to completely shift gears and go for clones and not play defensive and not run away and just try to win the game, because I feel like they have to play risky if they want to win this one. If it kind of just goes standard, I don't really see Bamboozle winning this series.
They're picking it just because they want to kill the Evoker. I don't know if it's the best map to do it. I feel like if you're going to do a map maybe Hook Point is better. I guess you get Portal still. Like if you need to run, you get the Room Portal. That's the only advantage. It's a small map to kill the Evoker, and you get the Room Port. But is it the best map to kill an Evoker? Probably not. I really want to see Mansell just completely shift gears though, and just spam Cyclone. If you get kicked, your teammates free cast. If you have to use a cooldown, you have to use a cooldown. It's whatever. Wind shear is 2 seconds. You're not gonna. I don't think you're gonna lose the game in that window of time. Just keep cycloning things. Try and utilize that to their team, because everything else has not been looking too great up to this point, and they'll be sent down to the lower bracket. And who do they fight on the lower side? Is it Casual Dads, or is it the Agents? Because like the Agents is
a good question.
Is a really scary team. I feel like they'd probably man, they don't want to fight the Agents. Oh, they're kind of like sad. I feel like they wouldn't maybe it would be bad in the Casual Granddads too, with the Moonkin demo that they've got on their team. So
Casual
both teams,
Granddad.
both teams are going to be rough for them here. But let's see what they can do. They picked a small map. They saw some opportunities to kill next, and I think that's what they're going to try and take advantage of. Ray's already fading into the middle of the map and getting punished quite heavily. Gets Cyclone at half health. His teammates are left behind. Now they're dogpiling in the room on top of the Warlock and the Druid. They're just absolutely all over them. They're not letting any room to breathe. Almost disrespect on the side of Admirals Esports, just running them down right now. Mansell struggling, dispelling dots, but taking huge hits. Solar Beam comes through. That's going to get soaked. Triple Shadow Fury. Good opportunity here for them to potentially get some damage back over onto next, but they don't manage to squeeze any through. Kreiser's just trying to get his immolates up, looking for fears, gets sheared, goes for Chaos Bolt. Looks like Jamie is able to get back in the room and maybe even ground that Chaos Bolt. He's just chasing them down. Swapsy, he's got Nature's Vigil up. He's off healing. He's got a lot of support. He can stay aggressive. Mansell says, okay, that's your room now. I'm not staying in that on top of you guys. And they're like, okay, we're going to go in the pillar where you are, Mansell. There's nowhere you can run, Mansell. There's nowhere you can hide. We're
Like a melee cleave.
Right on top of you the whole game.
They literally look like a melee cleave, just running down, just on top of them the entire game, not giving them any room to breathe. It's a very aggressive Admiral Esports in this matchup, and this is impressive, quite honestly. Swapsy right now going for a Cyclone on the Kreiser. He's going to be limited on damage. Now Mansell's getting Lightning Lassoed. It's just pressure all over the place. Poor Mansell on that Restoration Druid, doing what he can to survive. He's trying to stay ahead. Now he's in a Cyclone. This is just an absolute nightmare. Dampening isn't high enough just yet, but I just feel like as this game goes on, it's going to become more and more difficult. He's already burned through a lot of mana. They need to try to find an opportunity, and potentially going after next is going to be the best thing that they can do. But if you do that, you're leaving Swapsy and Jamie open, which you could be punished quite heavily for, as you can see Bamboozle just falling further and further behind in terms of their hit points.
Oh, Mansell has a Tranquility bubble in the room, and they're still on top of him. And X tried to knock it up. Fortunately, it either didn't hit or it doesn't work on Tranquility. Mansell Gates, he's trying to get back to his Shadow Priest and heal in the middle of the map, but he's really struggling at the moment. And Jamie and Swaps are doing a good job just keeping dots up on every target so that if he dispels, he also takes a huge hit at the same time. Kreiser gets swapped to the middle of the map, caught in a bash, gets gripped back to the pillar, and a Dark Pack for the shield as well. They're still chasing down Mansell. Jamie's on top of him. Ascendance proc, big lava incoming potentially. He gets feared for a second, buying Mansell time to run away with Wild Charge towards Ray, and they're still just focusing on trying to block Next and Jamie from pushing on top of them, but it seems to be like a losing battle. They're falling behind on cooldowns, they're falling behind on pressure. We haven't seen any major cooldowns forced this time around. No Emerald Communions, no Astral Shifts from the side of Bamboozle to be forced. Root Beam onto the lock, into a Cyclone, taking him out of the game, jumping onto the Resto Druid, Earthquakes to find him, but Mansell actually snuck away in stealth. He actually makes a little stealthy escape back to the midfield. He's been running laps between that room and the middle pillar to try and stay away, and hopefully his teammates can create some pressure, but Next is just dispelling dots as well, and Shadow Priests have to hard cast a lot more, so if you can stay on top of dispelling their dots, it becomes a lot more difficult. Same thing with the Warlocks. Kreiser in the room, trying to recover with a Nature Swiftness. Now Ray is all alone on that center pillar. They could turn around and jump on top of him. Ray's going to get interrupted by Next. Looks like into a Sleepwalk, taking the Priest out of the fight. Bash on the Kreiser, into a Clone. Big swap onto Mansell, isolating him right now. Barskin comes up in one. Deep Breath flies through, and will he be crushed? Massive setup onto Mansell, but he stays alive. Barskin bear form. They're going to Cyclone him instead and go after a different target. Infernal comes in, and Silence finally forcing Emerald Communion from Next here at the 3:30 mark in game number 3.
And just remember, every one of those Cyclones is reducing Mansell's healing as well. So not only can he not play his character, but when he gets out, his healing is reduced by 30%. So making these swaps onto him and then going after the DPS with the Cyclone makes it really difficult to recover. And also makes him burn a lot of mana. Interrupt now into Softy, but Mansell's just getting soloed here by Jamie. Look at him the absolute hero on that elemental shaman, just blowing up with lava bursts going everywhere. And they actually take someone down, though. It looks like Mansell will be able to recover. Swapsy pushing in as well, just really wanting to pressure this Druid as much as humanly possible in this match. There's no Innervate for quite some time. Almost completely through his mana, and they do get dropped. I believe that was a Master Spell, right?
I think it was a full
dot protection.
Was it a full moon? It might have been both. I mean, we're going to see it in the replay. He had Dispersion, but it was an MD into a full moon proc. Something hit him at the same time, I think.
He got hit by a comet, but yeah, I think...
a comet. He got hit by a planet.
I think he went for a triple Master Spell. And correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, that is a lot of damage you're taking. You're taking just volcanic damage from all the, you know.
You can take a Starburst Dispel from Stellar Flare. You take a lava knockup, volcano knockup from the elemental shaman. And if a full moon procced randomly on that MD, like that's like 3 things hit you all at the same time. I have to wait and see on the replay. Like they're still just trying to play a standard game, trying to stay alive, but it just feels like such a losing fight. They're losing in every regard. Defensives, mana, momentum. There really isn't a huge, other than like the Infernal that Kreiser called in, I think maybe 20 seconds ago, it didn't really feel like they were able to create anything for their team in terms of showing potential victory. And we're really just waiting for that moment. This is when Menzel just almost died to Jamie. Like he's just in the room getting lava bursted. Like really lucky he didn't go down. He's got that Hellstone. He clutched it out. Adaptive Swarm, so his Frenzied Regen's buff, so he doesn't die. Gets the Send Ward up. He extends it with Swiftmend. This way he's going to be impenetrable. They swap to Kreiser off the Cenarian Ward. And so Ray's behind the pillar. He rebuffs, doing a good job rebuffing for Purge Protection on the Hots. He grips the Warlock behind the pillar. He's half health. And we got to slow it down. He gets full moon proc, MD, and boom. He just explodes himself with a Master Spell. Really unfortunate there for him. He's like, I'm trying to be a hero, dude. I gripped you back. I rebuffed for it. We're good. We're gonna live. We can do this, guys. Oh,
that is so sad. I mean, yeah, unfortunate. Definitely unfortunate there for Ray. But I mean, that's the thing. I mean, these are new mechanics coming into the game. You know, you have the Dispel Protection from the Elemental Shaman. You have the Dispel Protection now for the Moonkin damage over time effects. And if you are not careful or you miscalculate damage or what we saw there, because I think what ended up happening is as he started channeling his Master Spell, he got hit for 20, 30, 40% of his life. And then it was just like, maybe he thought, you know, I have 70% health. This is going to do 50% of my health. And I really need to get it done. Like it's a risk I need to take. But instead he dropped down to that, you know, lethal range, and just really, really unfortunate. But they're not out of it yet. That does mean that they will be going down to the lower bracket. And honestly, making it into the guaranteed top 6 with just a 3-player roster playing only this composition, I'd say it's impressive for their first AWC.
Yeah, I agree. We've had a couple of new teams here make a good show of it so far. So Bamboozle, like Ven said, they're going to be still in the tournament. So we'll see how they do later on with that series. We can actually take a look at the bracket and how we're shaping up so far. We've got all of those eliminations that we've seen. Agents, Bamboozle down in that lower bracket. So it's going to be Bamboozle versus Casual Granddads in that elimination series. And then the Agents versus Now We Go, another elimination series that we're going to be seeing coming up next here. The Agents, this is a team that got sent down here by Echo in a 0-3 loss. So you can bet that they're fired up right now for sure. And Now We Go. They are a newer team here for the AWC. So this might be a very big challenge for them. So what do we think we're going to see, Ven, or Now We Go?
I mean, we could be seeing the Boomkin Warlock. It seems like the Europeans are really enjoying the Moonkin meta. So this could be one of those games where we see the Agent lock in, you know, maybe it's something they're more comfortable with, like the Elemental Shaman Warlock. And Now We Go, kind of seeing exactly what Echo was able to do, can potentially lock in that same composition. So yeah, I feel like it could be just a repeat now that Agents is a little bit warmed up in this particular matchup. It might give them the edge, but I'm kind of thinking that we do see a bit of a Wizard showdown in the lower bracket.
Okay, Wizard Showdown. Let's see what these two teams can do. It is elimination, so quite a bit out here on the line. These teams have 4 cups to make it into the top 3, so even these very early on games do count for sure. These teams have got to stay consistent, got to be getting those high placements for those points to get into the top 3 in the standings. So we're going to head to a break. Agents versus Now We Go, coming up next.
rescue on Sam to get a fear on the play. Rosita gets interrupted fire, Brett channel by Zito, and that's gonna close it.
Hammer of Justice lands, and that's going to be game 1 to Luminosity.
The dragon will succumb to the temptation. And unleash the aspect's darkest nightmares.
Control sends the damage. Huge damage coming in. Double kill. That's it. Good night. A lot of devastation right now. Full blind onto Asgrath. Zebai could easily go down. Can they purge the blessing of protection? They do manage to. There's the kidney shot. Are they going to be able to take him down at the same time, though? Waz gets disarmed. He's down to 1% health. Can he survive? No, not this time, Waz.
Well, Drake, I don't think he survives the next crowd control on Brain. He's trying to run away. He's just dying. Jellybeans is absolutely blasting, and he's got the Sentinel out. He's shooting through the fence line right now. His entire team can shoot through pillars. Insane usage of that spell right there, and they managed to close it out. Here comes the Spear Bastion onto Wallace. He's got no evasion. He's caught in this. Bladestorm is cutting him down here. Here's the double stun. They need to keep the Master Spell. Can they take Drake down in the scatter shot? They can!
Welcome back, everyone, to the AWC. We've been going through some exciting games today, and the next 2 series should be no different. We are now returning to the lower bracket for some elimination games, Zico. And I wanted to ask you, because we have 2 teams here. We have the Agents, which is a bit of a veteran roster with Zebai, Mercy, Brunhilde, and Asgarath. They're going up against Now We Go. And some of these players have been around for a really long time, but I wanted to highlight just one player, Shams. I mean, you're kind of talking him up. What can you tell me about this guy?
Well, he's been around for a while now in Europe. He's been high rated on, he plays Shadow Priest a little bit as well, but Moonkin definitely his main forte. And I feel like in Europe, at least, it's been mostly about him and Corky, really. Like, he's been super high rated on the ladder. I think he actually finished last season as #1 on the solo shuffle ladder. He's gotten, multiple rank 1. So I think it's a solid pickup, especially in this meta. I think Champs has been doing a great job in the game that we saw earlier. And I think he's got a lot to prove, and he seems hungry,
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I was really impressed with his kind of balance of defense and offense. Not trying to be punny or anything like that, but yeah, he did a really good job on that Druid. What's your take on this matchup? Do you have any predictions for what's going to be going down here?
I don't know. I feel like Agents dropping down a tier to the lower bracket but from Echo by Echo's hand 0 to 3 is probably going to kind of light a fire under their butts a little bit. So, the Agents, when we talked to them this weekend, they said that they feel really confident about basically every team. But obviously Now We Go, also a super strong roster. They got sent down here a little bit earlier on as well. So I want to predict the Agents, but I kind of wouldn't be surprised also, Ven, if Now We Go pulled out some kind of crazy comp or play and took a W here.
I feel like I don't know how you two feel about it, but I just feel like these Wizard matchups are really volatile. Like when you're seeing Elemental Moonkin, Warlock Elemental Shaman, I kind of feel like it's anyone's game. And I honestly believe that a lot of these matchups comes down to the healers as well. Like you're seeing Preservation Evoker being kind of the main healer for these Wizard matchups. And it seems to me that the Preservation Evoker that can, manage their mana, get really aggressive in the match, assist with those offensive dispels and damage and crowd control at the right moments is going to be really important. And so here's to see what Vanos is going to be able to do up against Asgarath, as I feel like these 2 players are going to be kind of really important in their role for this one, Zico.
Absolutely. I feel like they both kind of main similar things too. We saw Asgarath earlier on the Resto Druid. Wasn't able to get the job done against Meh, but we've seen him, on the Dragon as well. He's been looking good so far. And the same thing can be said for Vanos. I'm pretty sure he's a Druid main. We saw him on the Resto Druid a lot last season. Did really, really good when they were called Team Hoo on the side of Now We Go. And he also does have that Dragon available. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of what do they opt in for. Do they go for the Druid, try to play a bit more defensive, stay back, go for those drinks? Are they going to go for that Dragon, have more damage, and try to go for maybe a little bit more offensive gameplay? It definitely feels like right now a healer can kind of make or break the game, like we saw, in my opinion, in the Echo series earlier.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams, I would say they're evenly matched. I really would. I mean, maybe some people would give the Agents a little bit of a lead, but I feel like now we go. They have such a solid roster. They have the compositions, but they find themselves in that lower bracket position, and that is not a great spot to be in for this Cup number 1. You really want to be earning as many points as possible.
Yeah, definitely want to be doing that, especially like you said, when they're facing elimination here. So we'll see if Now We Go is up for the challenge. We see quite a few teams, when they're considered the underdog today already, kind of being a little bit more on the defensive end. So we'll see if they bring out the guns here, bring out the big guns, play aggressive. That's what they're going to have to do against this team, the Agents. Both of these super strong teams. We've seen them often in the AWC for so long, and it's going to come to a head right here. Who's going to move on down in the lower bracket? Who's going to get knocked out early, Zico?
Ooh, Shams almost got knocked down there, but he is able to recover there, trading out his trinket and his bark skin, as well as Nature's Vigil as well. So Shams now going to be sitting through a fear, trying to get some return fire here over onto Mercy. Mercy actually takes a decent amount of damage there as well. Had to trade out his trinket in that exchange as well. Zipai also trading out his Astral Shift. There's a Lightning Lasso here onto Vanos. Vanos will be playing that Dragon, that Evoker, and we are going to see Asgrath on that Restoration Druid. Last time when we saw this matchup, it was actually the Preservation Evoker that did come out ahead. So we'll see if they can learn anything from that matchup that they had with Echo, because this is the exact same comps that we saw in that matchup. And Mercy right now going to be just ducking around the corner, looking for some banishes. And that's one thing that these Warlocks have been doing a lot, trying to get the banishes on the pets to kind of remove that Soul Link and make the other Warlock take extra damage. Shams having a lot of faith there in his healer, manages to stabilize. Vanos actually caught up in a Hex, does get dispelled though. And it is going to be, once again, everybody stabilizing. Mana a little bit in favor of Now We Go, which is typical. The Dragon is going to be spending his mana a little bit less, but he's not going to have an opportunity to go for drinks. Druid on the other end, you can see him right now actually sitting down for a drink on the opposite side of the map.
Yep, Asgrath going to be nice and comfy with mana in just a moment here. We saw Zipai trade out Astral Shift pretty early, but it's coming up back up right at the moment, opting for that Enhancement Shaman. We'll have to see how that does against this double caster cube that Now We Go is opting to play. Mercy caught in a stun in the middle here. We can see him kind of just trying to run away from that damage, trying to mitigate it just a little bit. And now Asgrath, he's at full mana. He's going to be keeping his team nice and stabilized. Also has Unending as Resolve available for Mercy, so they're in a pretty good spot at the moment. Now We Go. We're seeing Vanis using that Nullifying Shroud, kind of losing a little bit of health. Asgrath chasing Mercy around the map here, trying to keep him nice and stable here. But things are looking pretty good on both sides. Nice, even trade-offs throughout this game so far. But as I say that, Sham's going down, but he is going to be topped up very quickly by Vanos. That Evoker Shaman, Preservation Evoker, is doing a very nice job so far in this matchup. And I'm interested to see how that Resto Druid works out for the Agent, Zico.
Ooh, Vanos actually taking a decent chunk of damage there, but he does manage to dispel all the flame shocks. Fernion teleporting behind the pillar, takes a decent amount of damage him as well, but Zipa is there as well at his teleport, trying to keep it going. Full fear onto Vanos, big damage here onto Shams potentially, and they close it out is the question. Doesn't look like they have the damage to back it up, and it will be Shams recovering there. Infernion also going to be able to recover, but it's the name of the game is that mana. Asgrath been able to sit down and get some drinks. Vanos now caught up in a Hex. Champ's going to be able to dispel it. Infernion will be able to recover with his shield there as well. Zipai taking some damage, but these Druid Hots is making it really difficult. Against the Druid, you really want to be hitting all three targets because you can only keep those life blooms up on two targets. Shams almost getting blasted there behind a pillar, but manages to recover. That Observer also doing a lot of work here in the middle of the map right now for Infernion, and they're not going to be able to kill it off just yet. Asgrath once again caught up in a stun behind a pillar, together with Mercy, double beam there as well. And since you're not going to be able to root beam that healer, you couldn't expect Champs to be playing with that bash, and then just trying to use it as an interrupt is very typical for these Moonkins. And we are going to see the mana slowly but surely dipping down here for Vanos, not really having that same efficiency that we were praising Meh for, and it's going to be really tough for him later on. If Asgrath just gets maybe one or maybe two more good drinks, he's going to be in a great spot. Zipa actually getting cycloned here on his Astral Shift. Really, really solid opportunity right now for Now We Go. Can they close it out though? Can they continue the chain here onto Asgrath? Doesn't look like it. Asgrath's going to trade out his Barks, can trade out his Trinket as well. Zeepai there actually catches a big heal with that Nature Swiftness. Asgrath still struggling a little bit to keep Zeepai afloat, but finally manages to recover him. And now classic Restoration Druid. You topped your targets, and now you go for the drink. Asgrath right now in the back line. If you can get this drink and Zeepai and Mercy can just be defensive while this is going on, they are going to be in a good spot. He's not able to quite reset his mana, but he did recover a decent amount there. If they can keep up the pressure, though, on the side of Now We Go, they're definitely still in this match,
Yeah, they've really put a lot of pressure here on Now We Go. Asgrath doing a great job of staying ahead of that mana. I mean, he's at about 25% right now, but that's a really good spot considering we're expecting Vanos to be ahead of him the entire game here in terms of resources. But they're really putting him on the back foot. Mercy getting chunked down in the middle. Sham's about half health as well, though, trying to get a Cyclone out. He is able to land it. The entire team on the Agents got CC'd for just a moment there. Not able to follow through with any kills, though, at the moment. There's so much pressure heading out on both sides, honestly, right now. I mean, everybody's just kind of in each other's face here in the map. Mercy in a stun once again. Asgrath quickly running out of mana. Is he going to be able to get another drink, though? You can see him just kind of peeking around that pillar on the left side of your screens there, just kind of doing that, a little bit of poke healing. Sham's dangerously low. Is he going to go down, though? He's running away. You can see him just trying to get some space between him and the enemy. That was super close, but he made it out alive. Are they going to be able to reset that Zico and get pressure out onto the Agent? Zeepai really close too, but he is able to use that Astral Shift and stay alive as well.
Yeah, and Asgrath was able to get a decent amount of mana there once again, sitting down for a drink while they had all that pressure onto Shams. And now, all of a sudden, Asgrath's mana is doing great. Vanos mana completely tapped, and this game is just going to be over any moment here. Big damage coming out from Zeepai. Nice Cyclone there onto Mercy, trying to keep him low. Shams knows he needs to close it out right now. Asgrath still has mana, and he's going to be able to keep the Agents going right now. Infernion taking a lot of damage here behind the pillar. Vanos as well. They're trying to close it out here on the side of the Agents. Can they do it, though, is the question right now. Vanos working with Fumes here as he does try to keep his teammates alive. Infernion so low, and they will be able to close it out. The Agents take game number 1.
Wow, that was kind of only a matter of time. As soon as Vanos ran out of mana, Agents, Asgrath really stayed ahead of it that whole time, got as many drinks as possible. They closed it out 1-0 Zico. Did you expect that first game result?
Well, it's the same matchup that we saw from Echo, but for some reason, Echo was just able to keep the game going for, another, 25% dampening or so, maybe 22% extra dampening longer. And I feel like a lot of that is probably attributed to the fact that, Meh is so good on that Evoker, but also maybe just how the team plays as well. They've been a team for a longer time. They probably have a little bit better synergy. You can't maybe just pin it on one player, but I think it's kind of what we were talking about a little bit in the pregame. Having that healer that can extend the game for as long as Asgrath was able to do is super important. And I think he was just able to do a great job finding those moments to drink, because it is a tricky game to be playing. As Asgrath, you have Zeepai on 20%. Do you go for one extra tick of drinking? Do you stop drinking and go for the big heal? And you need to know how much recovery you have available when you make that decision. And I feel like that's really what kind of set him apart from a lot of these other healers. I think this is actually a moment where Asgrath does sit down for the drink. Shortly right after this, they get a lot of pressure onto Shams. And look at Asgrath already kind of looking for that drink right now as they have that big pressure onto Shams. You can see Asgrath, as soon as his mana bar, actually, we cut the replay out there, but now he has more mana than he just did previously. And that's because right there, when they had that pressure, he was able to get that drink. And also being able to greed the drinks, drink for the right amount. When you actually do get those drinks, being able to sit down for... If you sit down for too long, well, somebody's going to die because you're playing 2v3. And if you don't sit down long enough, you might not get another opportunity to drink. So I feel like Asgrath did a good job with those. And, of course, Zeepai as well as Mercy did a great job kind of playing defensive during those moments, too.
Yeah, it seems like that's where that synergy that you were mentioning as well kind of comes in handy, having that experience of playing in a higher pressure situation like this so much. You have to trust your teammates when you do opt to take those drinks. Like, are they going to be able to stay alive without me for just a little bit? Are they going to, trust me to kind of disappear for a little, take some drinks? And clearly it worked out for them. So Agents up 1-0. It looks like we are heading into hook point as well. We're seeing both compositions picked for these teams. Now we go. They're in a position where they could tie it up here. What do you want to see them do differently, Zico, heading into game number 2?
Well, on this map, it's a smaller map, and it's easier to stop the drinks, and I really feel like that's the name of the game here for Now We Go. Against Resto Druid, just attack everybody as much as possible. Just attack whatever doesn't have Life Bloom. Try to do as much spread damage as possible. Try to shut down the drinks, and then you can get the win that way in these kind of wizard mirrors. That's like the general idea, but then, of course, in the actual game, you got Mercy, Zeepai also trying to block that from happening, trying to get crowd control on one guy, trying to get pressure on the other guy so he can't just follow and stop the drink. So it's a little easier said than done, of course. If the agents pick their moments, they should be able to get at least some of those drinks. But if they can shut those down, it's going to be big for Now We Go. And then just in general, having good setups as well, especially those healer swaps when they do go for them. Just try to get clean goes, basically. Try to get those clean setups. Try to make sure that you're getting good cross CC on the healer and whoever you're locking down, and just playing a good game, basically. Can they do it is the question. Sham's going to need to be a strong player here for his team. He's going to need to be able to find those cyclones. He's going to need to be able to do some work there. Already actually using his trinket here offensively in the opening stage and looking to get aggressive. He gets a Cyclone onto Zeepai, bash onto Askarath. And are they going to go after Askarath, or are they going to try to Cyclone? It doesn't matter, because Mercy is there, shutting it down immediately with the Mortal Coil, also summoning his Tyrant. So Mercy getting out a really early Demonic Tyrant. He already has his Observer out as well, blasting off. They do manage to kill it, though. And Sham's going to need to respect that Tyrant. They actually, I believe, root the Tyrant there on one side and kind of line of sight it with that little pillar. So Mercy's pressure is going to subside a little bit. They get a Cyclone onto Ascraft. They're playing on top of them. They're trying to be a lot more aggressive in the match. I think actually that was a Typhoon as well, knocking them all out from that pillar. And so far, a lot more pressure coming out here from Now We Go.
Yeah, Now We Go, definitely hungry for a victory here. They don't want to be on match point. That would be a scary position to be in because they are facing elimination. Both of these teams are. They want to keep going in this bracket. Sham's in trouble here. Zeepai going after him over there, running behind this pillar, but stabilized for just a moment thanks to Vanos. So you guys remember right from game number 1, Vanos was the one that ended up running out of mana quickly. So Asgrath is going to be looking to stay ahead of that, getting those drinks, but this is a very tight map, and Now We Go has so much mobility between all of them, and that might be a little bit more difficult to do right now. We can see Asgrath currently trying to run away from them, kind of run behind that pillar. Mercy trying to get out those fears. We'll see if that works out. We'll see if they can keep that going. We're about 2 minutes into this game, 10% dampening. Is this game going to last as long as the first one? Now We Go super aggressive here. Mercy about half health. He's got Unending Resolve. Asgrath is totally fine right now. He's in his stun, but he's going to get him stabilized here, and they're going to be able to make another go, Zico.
Yeah, and they're going to be doing it onto Shams right now. Shams actually getting stunned up pretty good here right now. Lightning Lash are doing a lot of work there for Shams. They got a Mortal Coil there onto Vanos. Do they have any follow-up? Doesn't look like they're going to be able to find it, but still good pressure there onto Shams, but he's able to recover with just a Frenzied Regen right there. And it is going to be Vanos once again dipping in, trying to get a little bit of damage added into the mix here. And that's one thing that you really got to be doing as the Preservation Evoker. You got to try to get into the fight and make sure that you're getting a lot of damage, with your team. It really starts adding up later on. You can't just be like a heal bot in the back. You really have to play that mid-range and make sure that you're constantly going for that damage. Dream Projection is going to come out. It's going to dispel all the Flame Shocks. Going to get pretty good value there. Vanos actually caught up in a Cyclone, but Shams immediately going to be able to dispel that. And Infernion caught up in a Fear, but manages to get dispelled as well. And looking for that damage. He gets the double Shadow Fury onto Mercy and Ascraft. This could be a setup. Can they follow it up? They get the Fire Breath there, and the Fire Breath is really, really strong into that Resto Druid because it has that Purge, and you can see Mercy actually feeling the pressure. He's going to trade out the Unending Resolve. Zeepai also trading out the Astral Shift right there. And Ascraft also trading out his Trinket, so that was a really big push there for Now We Go. If they can get another push like that, they could definitely try to secure the game here. You can see Ascraft struggling a lot more on the smaller map, looking for his potentially first drink right now. Let's see if he can get some of that mana back.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, that was a lot of resources that Now We Go was able to get from the agents. I mean, Zika right now definitely caught in trouble there in the middle. He's just getting pummeled down, but he's getting topped up for the moment, so they're going to be okay for just a little bit. Shams now 25% health, quickly dropping. He's really just been pretty vulnerable to this entire matchup, but Now We Go has recently made a change in this matchup, just becoming a little bit more aggressive, getting those resources away from the agents, but he still doesn't look like he's quite yet stabilized. Agents really not letting up at all. Shams continuing to drop in health. Is Vanos going to be able to keep him alive? And maybe the end for them. But on the other side, agents, we've got Asgrath having to trade out that bark skin. He is full mana, so he is going to be okay here. You're seeing him start to stabilize at the moment. I mean, who is going to go down? I mean, it was Ven that was saying it before we went into this, how vulnerable, how volatile, these games can be. And this is proving that right now. Now it's Mercy that's dropping 20% health, Unending Resolve not available to him. But there goes that health getting topped up right there, Zico.
Yeah, beautiful work right there by both these healers. Asgrath was able to drink as well and get basically all of his mana back. So Asgrath's going to be in a pretty good spot, but Vanos on that Preservation Invoker, every time he goes for those big fire breaths, he's going to basically purge all of the HOTS. It's like an AoE kleptomania in a way. So if Vanos can get a lot of those fire breaths hitting multiple members, that's where Now We Go can get a lot of their pressure. They still have a bit of a window right now. There's no trigger on Asgrath. There's no Unending Resolve on Mercy. Big damage coming out here. Mercy teleports to safety. Is it going to be enough? Zeepai bombing out the healing surges there in the back line. They had just a short window right there to try to win the game. They almost were able to do it on the side of Now We Go, but now it is going to be the agent's turn to respond to the damage. Asgrath getting some big heals there onto Zeepai in the back line. And now, once again, Shams here taking a lot of damage. Vanos caught up in a full fear. Can they swap potentially to Vanos out of that one? It does break a little bit early there. Mercy with all his imps are out. And now he's got the Observer out as well, doing a lot of work. They need to kill that big kind of beam, those blue beams there in the sky. They're not killing it off. It's getting a lot of value. Every single time they cast a spell, it just blasts off, and it's done so much work. You get a full duration there on that for Mercy, so that's going to be immense pressure coming out from the agents. Shams now, once again, a lot of damage coming out. Vanos, can he keep them alive? He goes for the During Breath. He's got powerful healing over time effects going out right now, but it might not be enough. Shams still dipping extremely low. Dampening starting to do some work. Vanos actually going for the Deep Breath, but Zeepai is in a Cyclone, and Vanos trying to kind of shut it down, but he's got no more mana left to work with. Shams manages to pick himself up there with his own regrowth healing, but Vanos is just completely tapped. He's got a pet on him. He can't drink. Asgrath still has some mana left to work with. How is he going to stabilize here? No Emerald Communion for a long time here for Vanos. He gets caught up in a stun. Inferno gets caught up in a stun. Inferno might just go down, and he will get blasted here. The agents, even on the smallest map here, able to find drinks, able to extend the game, able to get the pressure and close it out here, 2-0.
This is not looking too good for Now We Go. They weren't able to make it happen on the first game. They definitely extended the game quite a bit here on Hook Point, but it was still agents that walked away with that victory. It's going to be 2-0 right now. So Now We Go, they have found themselves in a position where if they drop one more game, they're out of the tournament. And this is the first cup of 4, and they've got to get those points in as much as possible. So we'll see what they do here as we move on to game number 3. But this is a damage breakdown for that game, and we're going to take a look at the replay as well, Zico.
Yeah, and we're going to see it right here. So this was a big moment. That observer there in the sky, you see all the blue lasers coming out there right now. There's 2 on the screen. That's doing a lot of work here. And every single time they cast spells on the side of Now We Go, they're just taking damage, and it's because they're not killing it off. They need to make sure that they try to kill those off as quickly as possible, because otherwise it's a lot of just extra damage there getting added on to Mercy's kind of arsenal. And at this point, Vanos, he can't really do too much. He's got no mana left. Shams, he's managed to get topped off. He needs to get aggressive, but at this point, Zeepai is just having a field day. He's doing so much damage. He's keeping flame shocks on, all the pets. He's keeping flame shocks on all the players, and he's just getting so many lava burst procs. Yeah, he's basically having a Swedish IKEA like meatball party, just slinging them everywhere. And yeah, it's just we're gonna see it on the damage probably as well. Zeepai, yeah, no surprise there, is going to be at the top, and that's why what we were talking about a little bit earlier as well with Venruki. It just, whenever there is a wizard meta, LA Shaman always seems to be really strong into those kind of metas, because they usually are kind of the reigning wizard king, because they have so much disruption, they have so much burst damage, and their damage is also usually not casted. It's usually a lot of instant damage compared to, like, let's say, a Frost Mage who typically stays back a lot, casts a lot more, and Ellie Shaman just kind of dots everything up and then spams procs and has a lot of disruption to go with that. He's also pretty tanky in these Wizard Mirrors. So Zipa doing a great job in that one with the damage. And of course, Asgrath finding the drinks despite the map being small. And yeah, Mercy just needs to play, disruption, get his damage out, and you got a recipe for success here.
Yeah. What's this thing about Swedish meatball parties? What is that?
That's just what we do on Saturdays. We just go to IKEA, put on our party hats, and eat some food.
Eat some Swedish meatballs? Wait,
Yeah,
Swedish people go to IKEA to eat the food? I would have thought that it was like not the best.
I mean, I do.
High standards.
I definitely like to do that. Yeah, it's pretty standard. I'll call up my friends sometimes, and we'll just go and have lunch at IKEA. We won't even buy anything. Sometimes we just buy like these like little kind of pets, like the snuggly bears or whatever.
Yeah, the little
like
plushies.
The little rats. Yeah, the little plushies, like the little rats. Sometimes we just go and buy one of those, and yeah, just have dinner at IKEA. Not a big deal.
Yeah. No, they're Swedish meatballs go hard. You got to get the lingonberry sauce though.
Well, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Come on.
All right. Well, looks like we're heading into Ruins of Lordaeron. And now we go locking in their comp as well as the agents. And for the game 1 and game 2, it's kind of Vanos that ran out of his resources. I mean, I'm not blaming it all on that, of course. But if he wants to keep those up, is there anything that he can do, Zico?
Well, I would say probably. Actually, I don't know. When they played this, it was on Tolvir, and it was agents that picked Tolvir. So I feel like not picking Tolvir is probably a smart play here. For now, we go. They just need to try to close out the game before Asgrath gets those drinks. I feel like whatever Meh is doing on his Preservation Evoker, Vanos just needs to copy that. Like, just try to be as efficient as possible. I think in general, weaving in damage. I don't know actually how much damage he did in that last game. I didn't notice it on the scoreboard, but I was busy thinking about IKEA. But I think weaving in as much damage as possible and trying to get a lot of efficient healing. Like when you get your Dream Breaths out, trying to make sure it hits everybody on your team. Small little things like that. Trying to get as many Emerald Communions out as possible because it does restore a little bit of mana as well when you do use them. And just trying to be as efficient as humanly possible and do as much damage as humanly possible. If you can do that, you should be able to extend the game for a little bit longer. But at the same time, it's also a team game. It's a team effort. His team needs to try to avoid taking as much damage as possible and have good pressure because that makes Vanos' life a lot easier. It's a lot easier for him to get his damage out if his teammates, have good pressure and good momentum. And also, small little things like and making sure that you're killing those little observers in the sky. Things like that is going to help Vanos kind of conserve his mana as much as possible, which is going to give them an opportunity to potentially close it out. But we are in game number 3, match point on Ruins of Lordaeron. I'm not going to steal Sid's line for the first time of the season, but right now it is looking grim here for Now We Go. This is an elimination match, so if the agents can win this one, then they are going to be qualified for that top 4. And Now We Go are going to be going home. And Mercy, though, might be going, actually not home, but might be dropping down there as he did drop to about 20% HP in that opener, but he held on to his cooldowns.
Yep, certainly did through that first push. Now We Go showing early signs of aggression here. Quite a bit bigger of a map also when you compare it to Hook Point. They were able to extend that second game quite a bit longer, so let's see what they can do here in game number 3. Mercy dropping low, trading out that Unending Resolve. Asgrath using Bark Skin as well, but now on the other side, Shams also dropping down to half health. Everybody in the middle just nowhere to hide, which is extremely dangerous and volatile, like Ven said, especially when you've got all of those caster classes against each other. So much damage and so much pressure heading out from both sides. Mercy trying to run away, trying to get some distance here between him and the other team. But right now, everyone seems pretty stable. Asgrath caught into a Cyclone for just a moment. Didn't really have much of an effect, though. Just a lot of CCs coming out from Now We Go onto the agents, but not able to follow it up with anything. Just not able to get that damage out to complete a setup. But Mercy half health. Asgrath gonna top him up. He's caught in a stun, in a Cyclone, excuse me. but I think they're going to be able to survive through this once more. Now we go. Made an early push. We'll see if they can complete it and get a 2-1 going on the scoreboard, Zico.
They're definitely going to try their best right now. Vanos going for the rescue and manages to rescue Shams back there. But look at Asgrath. He's kind of playing the room right now. Zipa is kind of like the little defender there, making sure that no one enters that room. And Asgrath's going to be able to just dish out the HOTS, avoid taking damage, avoid being forced to kind of roll HOTS on himself. And just anytime he needs to, he can just kind of duck back into that room, and it's going to be a really good time for him. So as long as they can make sure that they pressure anybody going close to the room, this is going to be a good situation here for the agents. Oh, big damage here onto Shams. He might just go down there, dropping to about 10% HP. Extremely greedy, but he does manage to get the bark skin out there in time, and he does manage to survive. And anytime his team has pressure, Asgrath just tries to go for those drinks, but Mercy uses that gateway to actually get aggressive there, looking for some crowd control, and that's going to stop Asgrath from getting that drink. And now Mercy might have overextended here. He's going to need to trade something, and Mercy actually manages to stabilize for now. Asgrath with a big overgrowth right there, but he does get cycloned low. Mercy might have actually thrown the game a little bit there. Shams now playing goalkeeper there, and Asgrath going for that tranquility kind of immunity bubble, making sure that he is staying out of crowd control right there. Beautiful rescue coming out from Vanos onto Shams. Shams now once again going back into the midfield, but he gets caught up in the lightning lasso by Zipa. Zipa trying to close it out here with damage. Vanos is in a fear, but Shams once again will be able to recover, and Asgrath actually going for a nice offensive cyclone. Vanos now going for that nullifying shroud. Asgrath actually trying to remove it here with crowd control, but this cyclone is on DR. Is it going to be enough though? He does manage to put up that debuff there onto the healer of Vanos if he is playing the talent, but Shams trying to return the fire here onto Zipa. Zipa has no astral shift right now, and Zipa will be able to recover, but this is very taxing on Asgrath's mana. Nice clones here once again from Shams. He's been doing a great job kind of juggling the clones on the healer and on the DPS whenever they're low. Mortal Coil coming out onto Asgrath into a full fear. Zipa is there though with the Tremor Totem. He manages to recover, but Mercy does not manage to recover. Gets absolutely blasted, and now we go. Finally takes off.
Oh my goodness. Now we go. I mean, you could just tell, especially I feel like the back half of that game, Zico, they just kind of look like a different team. What do you think?
I feel like it was a little bit of a kind of overextension happening there on the side of the agents, but now we go. Yeah, a little bit. At some point, I feel like they lost a lot of momentum. They weren't on the same page. They had a lot of pressure. Mercy wanted to go in and close out the game. His team kind of wanted to just go back and just use the momentum to drink and reset. And it costed them a lot defensively. But I think it was at this point right here where Mercy did go back in. Asgrath wanted to drink right here, and Mercy was kind of just left here by himself. Oh, he didn't actually gateway in. I saw a gateway being casted, so it was actually a defensive gateway. He was just already kind of pushed in there. So, but this was a really scary moment because of that, because he was so far away from his team right there, and his team kind of just wanted to reset. And at that point, it costed them a lot. And you got to give Shams a lot of credit here, doing a great job here with the Cyclones, able to get so many kind of low Cyclones out anytime they have good pressure. And then here at the end, they managed to actually catch Mercy there out of line of sight there from his healer. Beautiful deep breath there coming out from Vanos. And that's kind of what we were talking about with the preservation of Evokers. You got to find those moments where you want to be aggressive as well. And Vanos found a really good time there at the end to go for that deep breath. And I think they had a DR fear there onto Asgrath. That's why they were out of line of sight of each other right there. So definitely a little bit of work from the map, but also just a good play there. Definitely now we go, showing some signs of life. And they could definitely turn this around, you know. This is the matchup that we saw Echo win against the Agents with. So if they can just keep doing those little mid-game adaptations, keep finding their momentum, the series is definitely not out of their hands yet.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, maybe this is the game, the victory that they need. Now we go to get some momentum heading into this fourth game. We'll see if they can tie it up here. It's definitely going to be a little bit difficult, considering that they were basically the Agents got to pick their map choice, and now we go had to blind lock that composition, but doesn't really look like it affected anything. We're heading to a very large map, Imperial Domain, very similar to Tolvaron. Just the pillars are quite small. I think it's Sid that likes to refer to them as like needles or something. I don't know. He always comes up with some pun to exemplify how tiny they are, but you can see they are quite quite small, so not a lot of places to hide, similar to Ruins of Lordaeron. So you can bet there's going to be a lot of damage coming out from both sides. So definitely keep an eye on both of these healers here. Asgrath, he's been going for those drinks, and Vanos, who's been, kind of running out of resources early on, but he did quite a great job of mitigating that here in that last game. So let's see if he can duplicate that once again and tie this game up, Zico.
Let's see if they can do it here. Name of the game is basically Vanos needs to be as efficient as possible with his mana. Asgrath needs to find drinks, and if either one can be a little bit more efficient, they're going to have that advantage heading into the late game, and then it's going to be all about who can get those big bursts of damage out, who can get those kind of timed hits out with a little bit of dampening on their side. That's going to be the team that could potentially close it out. Champs going to need to be a huge player here once again. He's going to need to be able to find those big cyclones that we saw in that last game. And let's see if they can pull it off right now. Sham's already using his trinket and his bark skin. He likes to just send them both early on in the start to get aggressive. He gets the cyclone onto Asgrath, and he finds the follow-up there. Mercy actually teleporting away to safety. Inferno is going to be the one on the back foot. Zipa is going to be taking some damage as well, but both of them getting caught up. And Vanos is going to need to find those big fire breaths. If he can find some big breaths, he's going to be able to dispel a lot of that healing over time effect from the Druid. Vanos actually gets caught up in a full hex. He goes for the early Emerald Communion here. So he's trying. I don't think it was because anybody was in like big trouble there. He just wants to use it early to get that mana back and get that cooldown rolling, kind of like an early innervate almost. So Vanos, let's see if it ends up costing him, later on. He might have to expend more mana to heal through a big burst of damage, or it might just allow him to be more efficient. Right now, Mercy, though, is taking a lot of damage. Vanos is in a full fear, and Mercy actually is going to recover. It's going to be Infernion here on the back foot, but Infernion, holding on to his cooldowns for now, manages to stabilize as well.
Yep, everybody stabilized for the moment here in this fourth game. Now we go for sure. Are hungry for this. They got that last victory. They're trying to make it happen once again here. You can see the aggression coming out from them as well. Vanos really having some a lot of foreshadowing here, trying to predict that. Playing those resources early so that he can keep that mana nice and topped up. Using that nullifying shroud, we're seeing Infernion and Mercy heading behind that pillar, kind of chasing each other around the map at the moment. Sham's dropping a little bit low in health, as well as Mercy. He's got unending resolve, so he's okay for now. He's getting topped up regardless by Asgrath. Zipa caught into a cyclone. He does trinket out of that, so everyone okay on the side of the agents. We'll see if they can keep this going, because now we're seeing a lot of damage being chunked down from Now We Go on the other side, but Mercy half health as well. There goes that unending resolve. Zipa in a cyclone, but only a half, so he's okay. And this is looking a little bit tricky the deeper we go into this game, Zico.
Yeah, both Warlocks trading out their unending resolve in that exchange, and it's still anybody's game. Vanos actually using his trinket there, and you can start to see Vanos' mana is starting to kind of evaporate here down to about half, and that mana is only going down. It's never going back up. Whereas Asgrath, he's going to be able to look for those drinks over and over again, especially on a large map like this. So the best way to stop that is with big pressure on the side of Now We Go, or by just keeping track of Asgrath at all times and making sure that you're able to get there and stop him. Big damage coming out on Inferno. He's got no unending resolve. Big hits coming out. How is he going to stay alive here? Vanos going for the living flame spam right now, trying to keep Inferno afloat, and so far it's looking pretty decent. He teleports back there, and anytime they kind of pull back here to this pillar, that's when Asgrath can really find those moments to go for the drink, but it gets shut down. Champs pushing in, making sure that somebody's always being offensive. There's that observer as well in the back line. Champs does manage to kill it off, I think. No, it actually is going to stabilize or stay alive, but you can line of sight it, so they're going to just opt to do that instead. Big CC chain potential here onto Vanos to get a bash. Do they have any follow-up out of that? It doesn't look like it. And it looks like everyone on Now We Go is going to be kind of stable for now. They're trying to play on top of Asgrath as much as possible because they know the win condition of that Druid drinking. And so far, Asgrath just kind of okay with just playing on top of everyone, just trying to make sure that he doesn't fall too far behind. As soon as his team gets pressure, that's when he's going to start looking for those drinks. And now could be one of those moments here. Inferno is dangerously low, and they got the Hex there actually onto Vanos. Does manage to get dispelled. There's a fear onto Shams. Inferno still taking a lot of damage here, and now Asgrath most likely is just going to go for a drink while Inferno is actually getting blasted. Inferno might just go down. They have a fear onto Vanos. The Bladestorm coming out behind the pillar. Mercy comes in, and he manages to secure the kill there. Zeepai as well ducking in there for an Earthshock. And meanwhile, look at Ascraft just sitting down for a drink. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to participate in the kill. Like typically, you know, like a priest or an evoker, you would see them kind of, oh, the kill is happening. I need to go there and help my team add damage. But that's really not how you do it as a Rescue Druid. Anytime your team is winning, perfect. I can go and get full mana bar again. And if we don't win right now, we'll be able to win later. That's you know, the playstyle of the agents. Agents are going to be able to win this one, Advanced Championship Sunday. And Now We Go are going to be sent out of the tournament for now. But a pretty decent showing, honestly, from both of these teams.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, their game earlier today, Now We Go, they 3-0'd Caster Meta, knocking them out of the tournament. And, you know, despite what the score says, I feel like they had a pretty good showing here against the Agents. This is no easy team to go up against, and it kind of seemed like they're starting to figure it out here at the end. So we'll see what they can do in Cup number 2 when they return. But Agent's going to walk away with that victory. And here's that fourth and final game replay as well, Zico.
Yeah, I can see Inferno right here. Look at this pet Bladestorm right there by Mercy. He's just sending in his pets behind a pillar there, trying to take down Inferno, and they get the fear on the Vanos, and then Zeepai comes in right there with the Earthshock, I do believe that was, to close it out. So definitely pretty solid performance here from both of those guys. Big damage here on the scoreboard as well by Zeepai as well as Mercy, kind of taking a lead there, and Askrath just able to get the healing done and make sure that he keeps his mana high for the late game. Everybody playing their roles beautifully. This was the same matchup that we saw from Echo, and I feel like it speaks kind of volumes to just how good Echo is as well, because they were able to 3-0 essentially against this matchup. Well, one game was with the Rogue, but able to win this matchup at least twice in a row. So maybe this is the Agents getting better in the matchup and kind of figure something out, or maybe it's just Echo is just such a good team.
Yeah, I mean, it really is tough to say at this point. I mean, the Agents obviously battling it back in that one, winning against a composition, like you said, that they had previously lost to against Echo. So I feel like there's still lots going on in the meta. We are going to have North America's games tomorrow as well. And I feel like in North America, it could be completely different than what we're seeing in Europe, because for Europe, it seems to be all about, you know, the Moonkins, the Elemental Shamans, the Warlocks, a bit of a wizard showdown between all these top teams. So I'm really curious to see if that does evolve, if we are going to be seeing, you know, the Subtlety Rogue brought in whatsoever. I think we have one more series today, and we actually did see the Casual Granddads lock in that Rogue Mage, Evoker. So maybe this is one of those compositions that we see them end up running, kind of mix it up a little bit, but they are going to be going up against Bamboozled, who is likely going to be running that shadow play. So take a look at the bracket here, and exactly how everything has unfolded so far.
Yep, absolutely. There's that last game of the day. We can see in the lower part of their screen here, Bamboozle, Casual Granddads, both of these teams facing elimination. Both of these teams, very strong teams as well. You know, Casual Granddads, there's some BlizzCon champions on that roster. And then we've got Bamboozle, this 3-man team that has been doing surprisingly well, considering that they opted not to play use that fourth player. So I am certainly excited at least what Casual Granddads decides to bring out on the table. And if I continue being right in my sort of weird prediction here for this weekend for the EU region, at least with Casual Granddads being first place, but we'll see. But, you know, that being said, the winner of that one has to go on to face the Agents. And we know how strong that team has been playing so far, especially considering that last game. So that's going to be the last one of the day, Zico. I don't know if you've got any differing opinions from those two teams.
I feel like Casual Granddads, they looked extremely solid at the start of the day. So I'm expecting them to definitely have the edge here. I want to see Nixie again on the Rogue. I feel like when they tagged him in at the end, I was like, oh, why don't they just play with Nixie every single game? Sub Rogue seems really strong. Always love watching Nixie play. So if they can incorporate him, they definitely have a lot of options. You know, they can play Moonkin, Sub Rogue, they can play Fire Mage, Sub Rogue again. They can play a lot of things, and I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, definitely. Me too. Casual Granddads. What are they going to be locking in for this next composition? We'll have to wait and see. Bamboozled, they're a new roster. They made it through that upper bracket into the top 6 right away. They're only running one composition, and obviously they do run it well. But their last matchup was super tough. We'll see if they do have an answer for Casual Dads, or exactly how this one is going to play out. But don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a quick break. When we get back, it will be Bamboozle versus Casual Dads, Granddads, sorry, for our last series of the day.
Hey everybody, and welcome back. We are now on the last match of the day for the EU region. We're heading into North America tomorrow, of course. We've got an elimination round, and it's Bamboozle versus Casual Granddads. Casual Granddads, a lot of their players have been in this situation before. They've played a lot on the tournament. Bamboozle, not so much. They've also, I feel like, kind of got a lot running for them going against them. You know, they've only got that one composition. They are very strong on it, however. Zico, do you have any take on this matchup that we're going to be watching here?
Well, I think it's going to be a tough one for Bamboozle. I feel like Casual Granddads, they have a lot of experience. Bamboozle kind of coming in a little bit more on the newer side, and also 3-man rosters. So I feel like as long as Casual Granddads, all they need is one good comp that can beat what Bamboozle is running, and Bamboozle are just going to kind of crumble. So I feel like Casual Granddads, they have a lot of different options. They have great experience. They have great players. I think they have everything they need to take this one. The question is just how well practiced are they into the Lock Shadow Priest of Bamboozle. If they don't have any answers, you know, it can be. We've seen, you know, one comp teams like MYWAY, for example, just be able to dominate. So it really depends on how good the team is at that specific comp. If they know every single matchup, and it depends also just how well Casual Granddads are into this specific matchup. But I feel like a sub rogue is going to be good into it, or potentially just a wizard.
Yeah, definitely a lot of questions here surrounding it, especially the blind pick. But, you know, speaking of kind of the meta and the teams we could be playing, then how prepared do you feel like these teams feel going into these games? I mean, I know obviously there's like ladder and solo shuffle, but this is a very different meta, at least for tournament play. What do you feel like that is like for these players?
I feel like at this point, these teams are probably wargaming quite a bit. This is really interesting. So we do have Warcraft coming in on the balance druid, but yeah, just to go back to your question a little bit, I feel like there hasn't been anything too crazy today. Like there's been nothing that I didn't really expect going into this first cup, at least in Europe. So I feel like there hasn't been anything that has really caught me off guard besides maybe the Moonkin Hunter, but this game is underway. It looks like they are going to be running the Assassination Rogue Moonkin specialization, and I think this is a strong comp. There's not a lot of shutdown for the Cyclones coming in from Walrick in this match, so he's going to be able to basically just free clone, and I feel like the pressure from Casual Granddads is going to be quite high here, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see a Ray right now caught up in a Cyclone. Casual Granddads, they actually do have the blind there as well, so definitely setting up here for a kill potentially, but actually not finding any pressure at the back end of that. It looked like they wanted to set something up there, but didn't really find the pressure. Nixie instead is going to be in some trouble, but he should be able to recover now that Clyde is out of crowd control. Manages to get the dispels, and I think as long as they can ride the Shadow Priest and make sure they're interrupting those vampiric touches, making sure that they're interrupting him as much as possible, they're going to have a pretty good time. But Nixie just going to swap over to the Warlock as Ray gateways out of there, and so far they managed to get the unending resolve. They managed to get a lot of pressure here, just kind of multi-bleeding both of these wizards, and a lot of damage is coming out here. Warwick actually on the Moonkin doing some work here as well. And it is going to be Ray now trying to get some pressure with that Void Torrent on Nixie. Big damage here onto Nixie. Figures out the evasion, but doesn't want to use that Cloak of Shadows. That Cloak of Shadows going to allow him to just stay offensive, to feel confident, and continue the assault. Chrysler actually trinketing that kidney shot right there. So it's going to be some potential there for Nixie to potentially send a smoke bomb. That was the mark for death there. So definitely a lot of pressure coming out there from Nixie.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see what they can do. Beautiful Cyclone coming in from Walrick. Mansell just stuck at 50% health, and these Cyclones have been a nightmare for him to deal with all day long, and today is no different. We'll see if Bamboozle can get some counter pressure here.
Ooh. Right
now, Chrysler really doesn't have too much going for the double Mortal Coil, looking for a little bit of damage, but there's just not enough. It feels like he's going to have to get Chaos Bolts off if they actually want to win the game, but this is a Smoke Bomb. This is the kidney shot. This could be the end of the game. Big life swap there coming in from Ray. That Void Shift is going to keep his team alive, but Mansell now into a Cyclone. This is just absolute devastation. Ray's forced into the Dispersion, and this is just not looking good.
Yeah, definitely not so far. A lot of damage coming out here. Chrysler still not out of the woods yet. Nixie trades out the Cloak of Shadows to stay aggressive, but Nixie, if they recover, he could be in trouble. He goes for the kidney shot there onto the healer. Can they find any follow-up? There's the blind there onto Mansell into a triple DR Cyclone. not able to find any more follow-up. Nixie has the Vanish still in his back pocket. Might need to use it here as he does take some damage, but Clyde is able to back him up. Clyde with a lot of mana left. Warwick actually rotting down a little bit as well here. That Shadow Priest Warlock pressure is coming out and is starting to stack up. Manziel actually trying to find maybe a drink right there, but Nixie makes sure that he has that Garrote dot ticking to kind of prevent him from ever entering stealth. Now kidney shot here onto Mansell. Actually, they were setting up a swap with that Garrote dot, and now Mansell forced to trade out his trinket, and that means that they're going to have a full kidney shot for him later on without that bark skin, or they could potentially try to crowd control him without a trinket, go after the Shadow Priest. Still no dispersion for 30 more seconds. Kreiser is a good target as well. Everybody on Bamboozle right now is a great target. Nixie having so much pressure here together with Warwick's Clyde as well, now loading up a big fire breath, but he gets feared on it. He actually trinkets to go for the nullifying shroud, but he gets silenced on it. Warwick now caught up in a Rix. Now Mansell is in a lot of trouble here. Next kidney shot that he has no way out of it. He needs to pre-Iron Bark it potentially here, but Nixie taking a lot of damage here as he is overextending. Clyde needs to try to keep him alive. They actually don't have Cloak of Shadows, and they don't have Trinket on Clyde as well. Kind of used both aggressively, and there for a second it was looking a little bit scary there for Nixie, but now finally making his way back here into the middle of the map to go after these wizards. Manziel here again at the pillar. Doesn't want to Life Bloom himself, but he might be forced to. Nixie wants to swap him, I do believe, if they can catch him.
Let's see what they can do. Once again, behind on mana. This is not looking good for the Restoration Druid, but is going to be crossing the map. Beautiful positioning there to get out of the fight. Ray's going to be left behind just a little bit, but the Wizards want to create some space here against Nixie, but he's just like the Terminator in this matchup, chasing down these targets. He's so difficult to stop. He can use range to keep up his Mortal Strike. These kidney shots are always devastating. Bit of an overlap there with the Life Grip from Ray as well as the Trinket from Kreiser, so slowly working through those cooldowns. Now it's actually going to be Mansell who gets corroded once again. Is there a kidney shot to follow it up? Doesn't look like it just yet, but Nixie really pressuring Mansell on that Druid. Just all three targets rotting down, and he's doing such a good job keeping his Garrote and Rupture on everybody and just making an absolute nightmare. That's exactly what you want to do against the Resto Druid. You have to go after the target that doesn't have Life Bloom, and unlucky for him, you can only keep Life Bloom on 2 people. So if everyone's being attacked, it puts you in a really rough spot.
Yeah, beautiful fire breath there by Clyde, forcing Bamboozle to use the Unending Resolve as well as that Iron Bark, and now all of a sudden they're all rotting down. There's no Iron Bark available. Warwick gets feared, he gets Dispel though, trying to keep the pressure going. If Nixie can connect here and get some Garrote dots, it could be lights out here. He has a blind available as well if he wants to send it here, but Manziel, if he can get his trinket and then kidney shot him, they could go after the Druid and just potentially go for the triple kill, rot everything strategy. There's a Cyclone onto Kreiser. They're going after the Shadow Priest right now. He has Dispersion available. Manziel looking for the drink, but he gets distracted there by Nixie. Has to sit down once again, and he's able to get no mana as a result. Beautiful distract there by Nixie. He's got the Cloak of Shadows in his back pocket. Full fear coming out there onto Clyde. They're going after the Warlock now as well. The dots are ticking onto the Shadow Priest. The dots are ticking onto the Warlock, but now some pressure coming out here from the Shadow play. Big hits coming out here onto Clyde. They're trying to swap to him. Nixie trades out the Cloak of Shadows right there before he drops too low. He doesn't want to have to expend every cooldown, but he only really has that Smoke Bomb left in his back pocket. No Vanish right now, and he does have a blind as well. Manziel really needs to try to find a drink right now. If they can shut it down, they could potentially be walking away with game number 1 here on the side of Casual. Grandad's Kreiser taking so much damage, but Innovate comes back in the nick of time. They get the Iron Bark as well. Is it going to be enough here to keep Kreiser alive? That last bit of mana, the Tranquility comes out as well, and miraculously they recover for now, Van.
Yeah, I mean, that was just at the perfect moment, able to basically get all of that mana, but Chrysler is able to get out of the Smoke Bomb. That kitty shot is full blind. That's a trinket as well. Into a gouge, an absolute nightmare, but Chrysler does a good job shutting down the setup with the Mortal Coil. Repositioning into the middle of the map, Mansell looks like he will be able to stay alive. Going to be a Soul Rip there by Chrysler using that new Warlock PvP talent, which reduces the incoming healing and damage of everybody in his vicinity until they collect their souls. Chrysler, though, just getting so low. Mansell right now with no Iron Bark. I think that's going to be the game. Nixie's slow, consistent damage, I think, is enough to close it out, and that will be the end of game number 1. But I mean, this is close. I mean, look at their health. Walrick and Nixie were both down to 40% health. Clyde had no mana left. I feel like for Bamboozle, this was probably their best showing today. They definitely had a lot of signs of life in this one.
Yeah, they definitely played a good game. Definitely survived a lot of kind of scary situations, but at the end of the day, They weren't able to close it out. There was, like you said, a lot of close calls, actually. There was some moments where they didn't have Trinket on Clyde. They didn't have Cloak of Shadows on Nixie. And Nixie really didn't have an option but to stay aggressive. So in those moments, if they can actually execute it, that's huge. And, I mean, look at that. Look at this setup right here. They get the Fire Breath, they get the Smoke Bomb, and they get the Deep Breath there. So they just force out a lot right there with that Smoke Bomb. And that's because Kreiser actually trinketed that previous kidney shot. And then here you can see Nixie. This is one of those moments that where Clyde doesn't have Trinket, Nixie doesn't have Cloak of Shadows, and Nixie actually almost going down here. Clyde going for that Nullifying Shroud, goes for the shield there, manages to recover Nixie, and this is right at the end where Manzel actually trinkets a blind into a gouge, and they continue again. It's always this Fire Breath, you know, purging out all of the healing over time effects is doing so much work. But look at Warwick's here as well. Definitely not feeling too safe. Does manage to get a regrowth on himself. Manages to get the bark skin right there. High value bark skin. Spirit Bloom comes out, but now Nixie's in trouble as well. But that Death Mark doing a lot of work there onto Kreiser at the end, and they manage to ride it out with that kidney shot and with that Deep Breath as well. And just a lot of pressure coming out here from the Assassination Rogue. Good Mortal Strike effect as well. And the purges coming out from Clyde with the Fire Breath is just so big as well. So it just kind of makes it unhealable damage at some point for the rest of Druid.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is just a tough matchup. And that's the thing. When you have a 3-player roster, everybody knows exactly what you're going to be playing. There's no longer that mystery in the blind pick, right? So all these top teams know exactly what they plan on doing. And they also know exactly how they can counter it. So this is a tough spot for Bamboozle to be in, but they do have the opportunity to pick map, and they will be going with Tolveron Arena. So going to kind of a large wizard map here, but casual Granddads feeling very confident with their composition. And this is one of those compositions that's strong, even on a large map, because basically they make the map small by just running on top of their opponents the entire game. Like, it is really difficult, unless you can heavily pressure an Assassination Rogue, which doesn't seem to be an easy thing for them, especially because they have no Mortal Strike effects. He's just going to be running at you the whole game. He's going to be corroding you, kidney shotting you, rupturing you, swapping targets, throwing his poison knife on all 3 people, and this makes it really tough for Mancel in this match, especially when Walrick on that Moonkin is doing such a good job kind of just throwing out Cyclones at will, not really having to deal with too many ranged interrupts. And it's tough, but I think Bamboozle can still do it if they can bring the game late enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tolver is definitely going to help with that. So if they can find enough drinks, that seems to be the game plan for them. But also for Nix, it's going to be a lot tougher for him to kind of connect to his targets, get the bleeds out, make sure that he's kind of getting the uptime that we saw. But he was able to do it on Nagrand. I feel like Tolver is not that different to Nagrand. So if you can do it there, definitely is some options here on Tolver. Just going to see the same matchup here. And I feel like I could be wrong about this, but actually, no, I think I'm right about this. Warwick, Alec was the Boomkin earlier when Casual Granddads played, right?
They got 2 Boomkins.
So they got 2 Boomkins right now on the roster of Casual Grandad. I wonder, because Alec could have played as well, right?
Yeah,
Alec could have played Boomkin in this matchup. So is Warwick the main Boomkin of the team right now, or what? It looks that way, right?
Where they rolled, just did like a slash roll, you know, and whoever won the roll got to play.
They played rock, paper, scissors
on the team. Yeah. Yeah, could be, but that means they have double Moonkin as a composition if they do need to run it at some point. But yeah, this is a good pick by them. Honestly, I didn't expect the Assassination Rogue as much as we're seeing. Like, it's been all about the Subtlety Rogue, at least in North America. A little bit of Assassination Rogue, but it seems like Assassination Rogue still quite powerful, pretty durable in these matchups. And yeah, it seems like a lot of these really strong classes are kind of interchangeable in terms of comps. It's been interesting to see what these teams have been running.
Yeah, definitely. It's really not been too many sub-rogues, but we'll see as well tomorrow, you know, in North America, what they decide to do over there. Did see a fair bit of Assassination Rogues in the open bracket as well, but also a lot of sub-rogues. Nixie in a lot of trouble there, but decides to hold on to his Cloak of Shadows. He also hold on to the Emerald Communion, so definitely good communication there between Clyde and Nixie, not overlapping anything, not panicking at all there. And Nixie trying to make his way to the target. He drops the smoke bomb right there and actually gets a big shiv there as well onto Kreiser. They've purged out his hots here. They might just be able to take him down here immediately. Huge damage coming out there, but They are able to recover on the side of Bamboozle, get the Tranquility Bubble right there. Nixie waddling towards his target right now. The Cyclone Cries are actually trying to help Nixie maybe reach his target, but I feel like Nixie just swapping away there instead, trying to get some dots going. Chrysler now teleporting out. I feel like that Cyclone actually helped Chrysler more than it harmed him. And Chrysler's going to have all of this space. You can see on Tolvir, Nixie definitely not having an easy time here. And I think the best thing he can probably do here is just go for the re-stealth, try to go and get those empowered Garrots, but they're stopping it as well. So good pet management coming out there from Chrysler. Now Kidney Shot here coming out onto Chrysler. There is the Fire Breath as well. Solar Beam actually on cast on Manziel. He might just go down in that Solar Beam. Nixie, can he chain it with something? He goes for the blind there. And Chrysler does manage to recover for now, but Manziel actually sitting through the blind. Can it dispel Nixie? Gets the gouge there as well. A huge gouge coming out there for Nixie, but a heal does sneak by there onto Chrysler, and he's able to stay alive there through that chain without actually trading any big defensive cooldowns. So that's going to be a pretty solid win there for Bamboozle, but also kind of a risky play. Warwick's now, though, taking a lot of damage. Clyde trading out the Emerald Communion here, recovering everybody on his team. Mind Control coming out there from Ray. Actually gets a fear there onto Nixie and Clyde, but it's DR on Clyde, getting a nice Cyclone there onto Chrysler. That's going to allow Nixie time to dot up Ray. Now he's going to get some dots here onto Chrysler as well, and that should be decent pressure coming out here. But Nixie also taking some damage. Clyde, though, make sure that he can stay nice and offensive. And a good thing on this map as well is those rescues. At any point, Clyde could actually just rescue Nixie on top of Chrysler and make sure that he gets the uptime that he needs here. Onto the Warlock, Nixie caught up in a Psychic Horror. He's got the Death Mark rolling. He's got some damage coming out here. There's the Fire Breath as well, purging out the Hots. And immediately that's going to be the Overgrowth coming out from Manziel. Manziel's mana, though, not looking too hot right now. They could also swap to Manziel if they can keep the pressure onto him. He's actually sitting down for a drink right now. Can they distract it? Can they stop it? They need to stop this drink on the side of the Casual Grandadds. If Manziel comes back with full mana, it's going to be big. Manages to come back with half, so he was able to recover a little bit, but still definitely going to help his team for now. Chrysler, though, caught up in a Kidney Shot. They got nothing for it, actually. Might need to trade out Unending Resolve. They don't have Overgrowth. They don't have anything to really trade on the side of the Western Druid. And the Soul Rip comes out.
See those little souls on the ground? That's them having to collect the souls. And, oh, Nixie, though. Okay, bye, Nixie. He gets deleted as I'm trying to explain the talent, but they had no trinket. That's so unfortunate because it was actually, first of all, I just want to say Bamboozle doing a great job there setting up that kill. They get the Soul Rip, which I was, talking about. Then they managed to find a small opening. That was like the perfect moment because Nixie, he still had Vanish, he still had Cloak of Shadows. So lots of defensive options available, but they get the damage at the right place at the right time with him not having his trinket available and are able to pull off a win. So really, really impressive setup there.
Yeah, we need to see that on the replay because I think they took him out in a bash there at the end, but it felt like the map definitely did a lot of work here for Bamboozle. And you can see here, this was a close call right there to get the blind. And I think the Psychic Horror Nixie or something. The Psychic Horror was really clutch because look at Crysis' HP. Manages actually to get the Void Shift right there in the nick of time. So definitely a good push right there. And then here they get some pressure here onto Chrysler. So they get the Kidney Shot, he trinkets out, and then they get the double coil, and that's the Soul Rip right there coming out, those little purple souls. At this point, what Nixie doesn't have trinket, what is Clyde in? He's in a Psychic Horror into a Full Fear, and then they get a Disarm into a Bash right there, and they manage to take him down. That was a really clean setup. So tell us about the Soul Rip, Van.
Yeah. The Soul Rip, it is a new honor talent. And basically the way it works is when you use it, anyone within 20 range of you, or 20 yards, 20-yard range, gets their souls removed. And that reduces the amount of damage they do and also reduces the amount of healing they receive. So it's quite powerful, both defensively and offensively, and can really shut down a setup, right? Like when he uses his trinket here, he uses the Mortal Coil into the Soul Rip. That's going to be reducing the healing that Nixie's getting, but also reducing any kind of damage that they are able to do. So it's really, really effective tool to kind of reverse pressure and in the situation, kind of set them up. But yeah, these consistent disarms on the Nixie, I feel like they kind of found an opening. And I honestly, what I want to see here is, I feel like in this particular matchup, like a Fire Mage would be really good. Like a Fire Mage running Glass Cannon and stacking lots of mastery and stuff like that. I feel like Alec could kind of tag that in. You don't have the vulnerability of the rogue. and you can kind of just like tee off on damage. But it looks like they are not opting for that. They're actually going to be bringing in Walrick on the Destruction Warlock, and this is a very good comp. Destruction Warlock with the Assassination Rogue. I feel like Moonkins are great. They're fine, right? So here's the nice thing about the Moonkin. The Moonkin, good instant cast damage. You also have really good crowd control, and you do have good burst. When your cooldowns are up, you have Fury of a Loon, you have good burst. But outside of those moments, if you're free casting, it's not that scary, right? But now, if they're going after Nixie and Walrick can just free cast on Destruction Warlock, that's when you are full panic. You were just eating Chaos Bolts. Like, I feel like the Destruction Warlock can cause a little bit more of a panic in this particular match.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Also, it's just going to make every kidney shot deadly, because not every kidney shot is deadly with the Moonkin. Like you said, there's going to be, those kidney shots where you have cooldowns. That's when you can trade cooldowns. But here, if they can just get a kidney shot and Warrior can cast, that's going to be a scary one. And this is the comp that we saw actually win the entire European region in the finals last time when we watched the AWC before this weekend. So it's cool to see it kind of being brought back here by some of the teams. Warwick going to be, I think it's his first Destruction game. I think we've only seen him on Demo Warlock so far today. So it's going to be interesting to see. And they got Hook Point as well. So it's going to be... okay, so never mind. We can just forget about everything we just said. Warwick is actually just playing Boomkin. There's no Destruction Warlock happening here. We're just going to a small map with a Boomkin.
Pick. I'm going to be honest. I feel like I'm a little disappointed. I feel like the Destro Warlock is really strong in this matchup, but they're not going to be opting for it. They are going to be going with the Moonkin, just a bit of a UI error. So casual Granddads, making the map small. I don't think it's a bad matchup. We saw it work really well in game number 1, but we saw Bamboozle with really clean setups kind of punish Nixie on that Assassination Rogue. So maybe that's something that they consistently pull off. Maybe Nixie needs to just be a little bit more careful. I feel like when he did trade out his trinket, the setup before he actually went down, it might have been unnecessary. So maybe just getting a little bit overconfident, trading out those cooldowns a little bit too early. And if they do decide to just play maybe a little bit defensive and make the trade sooner, it'll be a lot better, and especially on the small map.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of it is that Tolvir map. Like Bamboozle, no doubt about it. They played a great game. They found, a really clean opening, and they kind of capitalized on it. And they also played good defense, up until that point. But how much of that was the map? I feel like Nixie was constantly struggling, trying to make sure that he can connect to the Warlock, trying to basically run down the Warlock. And Bamboozle just wasn't having any of it because of the map, just having a lot of different tools to kind of cross the map with that Warlock, the Demonic Gateway and the teleports and all the mobility. So I feel like on this map, it'll be a little bit of a different story. But there is one good thing for Bamboozle as well. And that is, of course, that Ray is going to be able to get those Psychic Screams more often. And that's what actually ended up closing out the match last time around. Clyde dispelled some dots, got caught up in that Psychic Horror, and then he got feared out of that. And that was kind of the crowd control that they needed when they went for that push. So if they can get, a lot of fears onto Clyde, that could definitely be an opening. They could also go after Clyde on this map. I feel like going after those Preservation Evokers is definitely an option as well, especially when they're pushing in, and it's a small map and you can kind of just connect on Clyde for free. That could be an opening as well. So definitely is some ways to kind of turn Hook Point into your favor, but it's going to be hard because Nixie will basically every single time he has Kidney Shot be able to connect to his target. And if he gets enough Kidney Shots, well, we all saw what happened in game number 1.
Definitely did. Kidney Shot is quite strong. So we'll see what ends up going down here on Hook Point. And Boozle trying to battle it back, trying to stay alive. Keep in mind, this is an elimination series and our last series of the day. So these teams definitely want to end it on a good note. And continue their time in the tournament, start picking up those points, making it into the top 8. More importantly, potentially making it into that top 3. So let's see what they can do. Nixie in stealth, going to be moving forward, looking for an opener. Can he get a sap? Looks like he will. Finds it onto Kreiser, and looks like we will start with a cheap shot on Ray, but good job by Mansell going for a pounce. But he gets interrupted on the Cyclone, now falling a little bit behind. If they get crowd control on Mansell, he doesn't have any hots out right now. It could be a great time for them to get some pressure rolling.
Yeah, let's see if they can get it. Right now, it's going to be a Kidney Shot connecting here onto Kreiser, and we're going to see Nixie not getting too much work done. that Dark Pact is going to deflect most of it. Nixie actually is going to be the one taking a lot of damage. There's the Psychic Horror onto Clyde. Nixie in some trouble, actually uses the Vanish right there. So already getting one of those major rogue cooldowns. But Nixie is going to have some Empowered Garrotes ticking out as well. So he's going to get some value, kind of counter pressure. You can see the Fire Breath coming out there on the Chrysler, already removing all of his healing over time effects. And he is going to catch a big heal here from the Swiftness and the the Swift Mend Nature's Swiftness combo to Chrysler there. So he's going to be completely fine now. And he does have Iron Bark as well in the back pocket there. Manzel did already burn through his Innervate. And he's actually not playing Tree of Life Incarnation. So Manzel is going to have less burst healing, but a little bit more consistent healing. And he's going to be able to recover Chrysler once again with those regrowth casts. But I feel like if they can play on top of the Resto Druid, that's really when the Assassination Rogue is going to get a lot of work done. Nice rescue there onto Nixie, back onto Chrysler. There's that Soul Rip as well. Getting some work done there onto Nixie. Does manage to pick up his soul, though. And he is going to be able to continue the pressure with that. The offensive Cyclone, actually kind of a defensive Cyclone there by Warwick onto Chrysler. They're swapping over to the Shadow Priest. And Warwick actually getting Spelllocked right there. So they're trying to find the crowd control. And there's the Sleepwalk onto Manzel. He gets Master Spell. Nicely done there by Ray. Shutting it down. They get a Kidney Shot there onto Manzel. They get a Cyclone onto Manzel. Kidney Shot onto Chrysler. Chrysler still taking a lot of damage, but he does have the Iron Bark. He has no HOTS though right now. Does use the Fireblood ratio with that Dark Iron Dwarf. And that will be enough for Chrysler to stay alive. And he's actually going to be able to use that intellect that it gives you to kind of get some counter pressure. To get a Fear onto Clyde. Big damage here onto Nixie. And that will be the Cloak of Shadows. So really nice usage there of that ratio and kind of just turning it around. Warwick as well, still in trouble. Rotting down here. The Shadow Play getting a lot of work done. Mind Games as well, connecting there onto Warwick's. Which could be really big as well if they try to decide to go after him. But Nixie with no Cloak of Shadows definitely should be the target of choice here if Clyde can recover Warwick.
Yeah, let's see what they're going to be able to do right now. Mansell just sitting in stealth, trying to recover his mana, but they aren't allowing it. Warwick doing a really good job shutting that situation down. At the same time, though, Clyde gets caught into a fear and is forced to trade out that Emerald Communion. So Emerald Communion, one of the few heals you can use while in crowd control. It's very strong, but getting that out of the way is a huge win for Bamboozle. Eyes are now in a Kidney Shot, and this game is kind of unraveling a little bit. We have a full Cyclone on Mansell. Chrysler, I don't know if he's going to be able to recover right now. Lots of heal over time effects available, but Mansell now into a gouge. Nixie looking like he wants to get more. There's the Cyclone. Do they have the cheap shot? This is just an overwhelming amount of crowd control, and now Nixie looks like he wants to actually put some damage onto the Restoration Druid, and all three members are kind of just rotting down at this point while we're throwing out some off heals, trying to help stabilize Clyde and just keep Nixie super aggressive in this match.
Yeah, and we're going to see Chrysler actually taking some damage there, but Nixie is going to be the one in trouble right now. This is a really important game for Bamboozle to win. They're going to be able to play out the rest of the series basically on the large maps. This is the swing match, so they can just get big pressure here onto Nixie a couple more times. That could be Clyde's Trinket, and he will trade it out right now, actually. Almost mind controlling Nixie there, low HP. Ray's been doing a fantastic job so far, getting out the Master Spells, getting out the Psychic Horrors, getting the crowd control that his team needs, but Manzel's mana is dwindling down. Nixie's going to have Cloak of Shadows coming back up. There's a Kidney Shot. He's got Death Mark available as well. Big damage coming out here from Clyde. Can they find any more damage? Warwick actually is connecting a little bit there as well. They do get the Unending Resolve, and they manage to pick up Chrysler here. Manzel is still just dropping so low here in the back line, trying to keep himself alive, but they managed to take down Nixie. Just 1 second. His Cloak of Shadows was almost ready, and they managed to take it. Unbelievable, actually. I really thought Nixie was going to stay alive for that Cloak of Shadows. I wasn't even looking at his frame anymore because his Cloak of Shadows was basically back. I think he died as it came back. That is so unfortunate.
That is sad, because that's like game number 2. Same thing. You have Vanish, you have Cloak. You know, half a second left on the crowd control and you go down. So that's now 2 games where I don't want to say it's a throw, because I don't think it's a throw, but it's just like, it's almost like it's hard to stomach a loss like that. And it's also hard as a competitor to know exactly what to do, because you were so close to living, and then you're probably in a really good spot to end up winning the game. You know, like, do we think that these kills are fluky? I don't know. Like, don't exactly want to say that, but it's so close that Nixie's just able to completely survive, and finding these setups here for Bamboozle is not an easy thing to do. So I don't know what to really make of this situation, and I don't know if Casual Granddads is going to make a change here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Are they going to change it up? Are they going to stick with this composition? This was the swing match. So now Bamboozle is going to have the edge in the series. And Casual Granddads, kind of expected them to walk away with this one, but we're going to see it right here at the end. So what exactly happens to Nixie here? So Clyde has no trinket. He gets fully feared. Nixie gets Psychic Horrored. And look at his cloak. Is 1 second left when he dies right there. It's so unbelievably close. Because he wasn't in that Psychic Horror anymore. He actually pressed evasion out of the Psychic Horror. So if he had a cloak just 1 second shorter cooldown, he would have actually been able to do it. And that was a really nice mind control to kind of set things up for Bamboozle as well. Just getting a lot of pressure here in general with these Shadow Priest plays, man.
I wonder, like, I don't know. I feel like subtlety would be better here. Like, when I was talking, or when I was listening to Peekaboo kind of talk about the different specs, he just straight up said that he thinks sub is just better. Like, you just have more defensives that you can rotate through. Like, right there, if he could have just vanished instead, because you get 2 vanishes, essentially that would have been better. So I don't know if they do end up changing the specialization. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, he was playing sub with the Fire Mage, right?
He was.
Yeah, so obviously comfortable with that. But I don't, like, just thinking about this particular matchup, I feel like this is not their best option. I really don't think that Moonkin, Assassination Rogue, Evoker is the best option into this composition. I don't think it's a bad option, but I feel like with what they play, there has to be something better.
You think you should just play Fire Mage Sub Rogue? Just play Rogue Mage?
You could even play like Fire Mage Warlock, like something like that. Like, I feel like you could especially if you have the Evoker healer on your team, I kind of feel like you could just out damage and out pressure. You could play the Subtlety Rogue, but I really feel like Subtlety Rogue plus a Destruction Warlock would absolutely dominate this composition.
It's possible. The question is how much Destro Warlock has Warlock been playing. We've only seen him on the demo so far today. We've seen him on Destro obviously in the past a lot, so he probably has it, but Casual Granddads. Yeah. I feel like for Casual Granddads, this is their time to shine. So, what are they gonna do here? Bamboozle, kind of bamboozling everyone right now on the desk.
Yeah, I'm bamboozled.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little bamboozled as well. I feel like Casual Granddads probably feeling a little bamboozled as well. Let's be honest here. That is two kind of we're not gonna call it random kills or fluky kills, but I feel like unconventional kills. Yeah. I mean, they're well set up. Like the setups are clean. Like. But also, I feel like it's a little bit preventable, you know, like playing a little bit more defensive just for a second, you know. I feel like Casual Granddads maybe getting a little bit overconfident at some point as well, maybe.
It's so tough. I mean, you're so close to living. Like, those kind of judgment calls are really, really difficult to make. But yeah, we'll see what the Casual Granddads do end up doing. They have lots of different comps like we talked about. Maybe they do go with the Moonkin Assassination Rogue once again. Really close games. They won game number 1, game number 2, game number 3 were just so incredibly close. Maybe if Nixie just plays it a little safer, a little bit more calm, cool, and collected, but they're actually, okay, here we go. This makes sense to me too. Like, a lot of the time in these Wizards matchups, a Demo Warlock is a super solid choice because not only do you bring a lot of disruption and a lot of damage, but you also bring that Mortal Strike effect. So you are able to reduce healing. And I feel like this should... there's something about Shadow Priest, Destro, Druid that I feel like they just don't have the lockdown of a lot of these other Wizard comps. You know, the only range interrupt you have is from the Destro Warlock. So in theory, Wall Working Alex should be able to just like free cast in this matchup and get a lot done.
Yeah, that's the thing. Shadow Priest, they don't have ranged interrupt. They just have their silence, they have their disarm, they have their fear, they have good utility, you know, void shift, heals, things like that. But it's actually a lot more annoying, for example, going up against, like, I don't know, like an Ellie Shaman, because you're constantly, the wind shears are coming in, lightning lasso, you're getting thunderstorm, grounding totem, you know, there's just always something stopping you from actually getting rolling. And I feel like Shadow Priests are kind of lacking in that department, but they definitely make up for it in other ways. And I feel like Bamboozle, I don't know. I think that this is a matchup that they probably are kind of confident with, right? I feel like this is the meta right now. This is what everyone's been playing today. So I feel like for Bamboozle, they're like, oh, perfect. This is exactly what we're used to. So I feel like with Asa Rogue, maybe caught them a little bit off guard. They had some clean setups. But against the Boomkin Destro, I think that this is just a matchup that they've played a lot, probably.
Yeah, probably. I mean, at this point, like you said, this is kind of the meta establishing itself. It seems like a lot of these different casters are strong, which is interesting because sometimes there's only one caster that's good. A lot of the time it's mage, right? Like fire mage is, sometimes arcane mage, or sometimes it's just Destro warlock that's super strong. But right now, it actually seems like there's pretty good caster balance. Like Shadow Priest is viable. Moonkin's viable. Seems like multiple specs of Warlock are viable. You have LE Shamans that are super good. Mages are really good. So you kind of mix and match these different casters right now to come up with like an ultimate composition. But I'm still curious to see what happens tomorrow in North America and what's going to be played. Like, is it just going to be wizards like this, or is it going to be all sub rogues like we kind of saw in the open bracket? I really am curious because in Europe it seems like these rogues are really vulnerable to dying. Like these caster setups are actually just taking them down. So Casual Granddads, they have to make a pivot away from the rogue. They're bringing in Alec on the Moonkin. Walrick is going from the Moonkin to the Demonology Warlock. And I think, especially on this map, it's really strong because if you try to, like a line of sight, like I feel like for the Shadow Priest Destro Warlock, there's going to be moments where you want to like run and hide behind the pillar. If you do that, you just get eaten alive by, the Demonology Warlock, Spellguard and stuff like that, spinning around, just blender balling everyone. And I also feel like for Mansell, it's going to be really difficult to actually get off drinks. So we'll see what they're able to do. Bamboozle has Casual Dads on match point, something I didn't expect. But obviously these guys, they've got some tricks up their sleeves. Let's see if they can pull it off.
Yeah, not only that, they even have one more game to experiment with. Even if they lose this game, they can bring it to, Imperial Domain or something. They call it Zeum. They got plenty of large maps to kind of work with. So there's no shortage of large maps these days. And they're going to have a lot to work with, or they might just close it out right now. Casual Granddads with their backs against the wall, bringing in Alec here on the Moonkin. Warwick going back on his Warlock right now, and they are sending Nixie back to the bench here. Let's see if it works out for them, or if Bamboozle is just going to be able to defy all odds here and make a top 4 finish, playing a 3-man roster in their first ever cup. Definitely would be something right now. And we can see here the triple Shadow Fury coming out here for Warwick. There's the Mortal Coil as well. Manziel getting swapped to. Big damage here onto Manziel, but he manages to catch a big heal. Nice wild charge right there back over onto Kreiser. Manziel actually been playing really well with his positioning in general, really finding some smart ways to use those wild charges and to kind of disengage away from the fight. So it's been very impressive so far, and he's going to need to keep that up, especially on a small map like this one, where he's going to be tested quite a bit.
Ray going for that Void Torrent, and that does a lot of damage. So whenever you see the Shadow Priest channeling Void Torrent, it's going to be absolutely blasting here. Full Fear now onto Clyde, as Alec is actually the one who is forced behind the pillar looking for a Cyclone, manages to find it. Immediate trinket there by Ray, who wants to just keep up the pressure in the match. And Cell looking like he potentially wants to go for a drink. He jumps up the side, just trying to position away, making it difficult for Alec and Warwick to actually find pressure there. And so far, Bamboozle, they are not looking bad. Their damage is good. Alec might just die outright. He's had to play so defensive in this matchup so far. This is looking like it could potentially be a 3-1 for Bamboozle if they can keep this up.
Manziel sitting down for a drink right now. I think he was able to recover some mana. Nice. Manziel has basically full mana. Mind games. Coming out there for Ray, trying to fake out some interrupts with it, and now finally gets it off here onto Warwick. So if they can get those mind games on one of these kind of self-healing wizards on the side of Casual Granddads, they can get a good CC chain at the same time. That could definitely be a way for them to secure victory. Void Torrent getting channeled out here onto Alec. Big damage coming out here from everybody on the side of Casual Granddads, though. Big Living Flames coming out there from Clyde as well, trying to make sure that he adds his punch here to the mix. Demonic Tyrant is summoned here into the match. You need to make sure that they respect this Tyrant. We've seen these Tyrants kind of win the game, and he gets mass rooted behind the pillar, actually. Manziel once again here doing great work. Ray as well there with the disarm, or with the master spell there onto the fear of Manziel, and Manziel once again crossing the map. He gets caught up behind the pillar, has to actually doesn't trinket out of the stun. It was DR'd, but basically going down here behind the pillar, manages to finally catch a big heal right there, and still it's going to be Warwick now getting blasted. Cyclone coming out onto Clyde. Big setup onto Alec. Chaos Bolts coming in. Beautiful portal there as well. Can they find any more follow-up? Clyde will trade out the Emerald Communion right there. And honestly, Bamboozle so far playing a fantastic game, having so much pressure, finding the drinks, doing everything right.
Yeah, this is just crazy right now. Alex going to be dipping out of line of sight once again. Warwick getting blasted, and I may have severely underestimated just how much pressure this Destro Warlock and Shadow Priest have. I really feel like they have such an offensive presence in this match. They're winning on mana. They're winning on pressure. Things are looking solid. They have all their defensive cooldowns ready to go. Ray, once again, just trinkets out of the Cyclone, wants to keep this pressure up onto Alex. Cyclone now onto Clyde into a fear, and Alec is getting a bit overwhelmed as Ray is pushing in to close out the game, but Clyde's there to back him up, and finally he is stable. Can he push in and get the pressure, though? Can we get any crowd control out? It just doesn't look like it. Alec is just dead the entire game. This is... I really didn't expect it to play out this way.
So much damage coming out right now. Void Torrent being channeled out onto Warwick. Alex is running down. Warwick's running down. Clyde's mana is slowly rotting down as well. Double Mortar Coil coming out. Finally, Dream Projection comes out, dispelling everything. Alex though got caught up in a full counterspell into a full fear. Clyde also caught up in some CC, but he does finally leave it. Fire Breath gets casted out there by Clyde. He actually interrupts it, goes for a big breath here, manages to hit it here onto everybody, and this could be their opportunity to kind of get aggressive. Manziel actually getting Massive Spell immediately there out of that Cyclone. Ray's been so quick with those Massive Spells. Demonic Tyrant coming out here for Warwick. They need to crowd control it. Where's the Master Root here from Manziel? He does find the Master Root onto that Tyrant behind the pillar right there, but it is getting a lot of casts off there actually onto Ray, but finally they managed to fear it up there, and Ray is going to be able to get a lot of work done right now with that Power Infusion. There's the stun onto Alec as well. Manziel getting some work done. Ray, though, needs to be careful. The Iron Bark does come out. Ray will be able to stabilize for now. Gets caught up in the Cyclone on that Iron Bark. Beautifully done there by Alec. Now just trying to swap over onto Chrysler here, but Chrysler still has some cooldowns to work with right now. That Dark Pact doing some work here for Chrysler, and he is going to be able to just stay at full HP. They're going after Manziel now on the side of Casual Granddads. A lot more pressure now finally coming out here against Bamboozle, but is it going to be enough is the question. Clyde, no mana left, and Manziel is sitting down for a drink. If Manziel can get this drink and come back with basically full mana, it's going to be huge. He does manage to recover about half, then he goes for the Rake Stun onto Warwick, and then a Cyclone, playing it nice and slow right now. So far, Bamboozle is looking good right now on match point to knock out the Casual Granddads.
Yeah, they are looking solid at this point. Mansell playing very confidently, going for the drinks, the stuns, the Cyclones. There's the Cyclone onto Clyde. Alec once again flailing to survive on the Moonkin. Going to be running, retreating back to the pillar, and Walrick bombing out some regrowths, just spending a lot of time healing in the match. But a double Mortal Coil comes in from Walrick, trying to set up his team and get something done here. And even on the small map, it's been really difficult to completely shut down Mansell. He's kind of just baiting as well. And that's one of the things, right? If you're on that Wrestler Druid, you can actually threaten drinks. You force players like Alec into the open to actually get hit. And now Clyde is feared up. Luckily, he has the Emerald Communion, but now he's burned through that as well. So these constant drinks force your opponent out of position. You can really capitalize on that, and that's what we're seeing here in this match.
Yeah, and now he's drinking again. Manziel coming back out in the midfield. He comes back with about half mana. Once again, stun into Cyclone there onto Warwick. Warwick actually trinketing out of that one, and he's getting a lot of work done here with the Cyclones, but needs to make sure that he doesn't fall too far behind. Chrysler is no unending resolve. Does catch a big heal there with the Iron Bark, and Chrysler is going to teleport back to his healer, and they just need to stay in the fight here. Clyde actually looking for his own drink. Can he find it there behind the pillar? Destro Warlocks doesn't really have any pets there to work with. If Clyde can get a drink, that's huge. Alec needs to try to be defensive.
Oh, no.
Alec taking so much damage, and there it is. Beautiful stun coming out. I think that's going to be it, and Manziel takes matters into his own hands. Clyde completely tapped on mana. Manziel blinks over there, gets the Rake Stun. Actually, I think it was a Bash Stun into that full Cyclone as his team capitalizes and takes down Alec. Bamboozle actually shocking everyone right now, advancing to the top 4 and to Championship Sunday.
I mean, that is, to me, that's just really impressive. I mean, their first matchup of the day, and honestly, it could have just been a really difficult opponent, right? And that's sometimes how it looks when you're a 3-player roster. Like, if somebody has the composition that beats you, you don't look good. But against other stuff, they just looked really solid in this match. I feel like such a key part of this match was keeping Alec really, really defensive. Mansell constantly playing at a distance and forcing them to kind of over-position and get out of position so they could just get blasted. But there's just not a lot of pressure on Ray and Chrysler in this matchup. Way less than I really expected. And there's a few moments of damage, like right now we're at 32% dampening, but it's just Clyde. He's got no mana left. And at a certain point, if Clyde's not able to drink and recover, then he's just going to fall behind. And I feel like Bamboozle just did such a good job keeping Casual Granddads on the defensive. And I'm not sure what to make of this composition. I feel like there's got to be something else that Casual Granddads could run, but I feel like lot more convinced of the composition that Bamboozle is running. Like, I wasn't exactly sure about it, but they made it look really good in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Bamboozle, I'm very impressed with these guys. Like being able to come in here and beat a team like the Casual Granddads, definitely some solid work. And I feel like this is a matchup that they kind of, this is a matchup that they kind of know, because this is a matchup that is very popular right now. So I feel like they have the edge as well in a way, because not a lot of people are playing Shadow Priest Destruction Warlock. And, a lot of people are playing Boomkin Wizard comps. So I feel like actually we're going to see it on the scoreboard as well. But the lack of interrupts that the Boomkin brings is also kind of nice for Ray. I think Ray actually really did pop off. And in general, his Shadow Priest play was really awesome to see. Getting the disarms, getting the psychic screams, the massive spells, always on point with those. And also being able to kind of buff the damage of Kreiser and Manzel as well. Just right here, you can see him kind of duck in, go for those stun clones. A lot of the times he would just threaten with a drink and then just go for a stun instead. So I feel like Manzel got a lot of work done. And look at that damage from the Shadow Priest. I mean, that is something right there. The lack of, kind of disruption on this comp, it really is just a Warlock that can disrupt. But when you have a Warlock on your side, a Destruction Warlock, you kind of have to pick. That's the strength of the Shadow play. It always has been that you kind of have two threats. Like if you go after the Warlock, you're leaving the Shadow Priest open. If you're going after the Shadow Priest, you're leaving the Destruction Warlock open. And one of them can definitely just outright win the game. So that's usually the strength of the composition. And you can see it kind of highlighted there. These guys definitely still have a couple of tough opponents left, but definitely really, really solid showing so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, definitely been an intense day so far. Bamboozle, I mean, what a surprise for sure. They're going to be moving forward here. And I'm excited to see what this team can do. Casual Granddads, I'm sad that they're out of it, but they should return for Cup number two, hopefully. But, I mean, Ben, how much potential do you feel like this team has here?
I feel like a lot of potential. I mean, coming in, not only making top 6 right away, like starting the broadcast off in that upper bracket, I mean, speaks volumes. There's so many good teams in this tournament, so obviously they had to get through some difficult opponents, and then staying alive here in this lower bracket against a veteran team like Casual Granddads. Things are looking good for them. I feel like for future cups, maybe picking up a 4th to round out that roster a little bit, but I feel like for 3 players, they're looking really solid. So we'll see. They have to go up against the Agents right now, which I don't think is going to be a really easy opponent considering they lost 0-3 to Admiral Esports, but it does mean they can maybe go back to the drawing board, figure out some different strategies, maybe clean up their gameplay a little bit. And I'm really curious to see if on Sunday they can actually take down the Agents, because if they take down Casual Granddads as well as teams like Caster Meta and then finally the Agents, I mean, that would just be crazy. That would defy expectations for me.
Yeah, I feel like also it's kind of interesting to see what teams can do when they only have 1 comp or 3 players or something like that, Zico. It kind of seems like it forces teams like this to figure out what works with the tools that are available to them. And we see some really creative, I think, ideas happen with teams like that, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I like to see it because it's like a mastery thing, right? Like you have some people, they're kind of like a jack of all trades, and then you have not some people, some teams are like a jack of all trades, and then you have some teams that are just kind of focusing on that one composition, and they're just masters of that, and just being able to figure out every single matchups and figure out the little small details that can give you an edge in every single one of them. And it really feels like a completely different thing when you're facing those that one team that basically only has that one comp practiced. So it's always fun to see them, but more often than not, these 3 roster teams, they do end up finding kind of a brick wall. They do end up finding kind of one comp. What ends up happening a lot is you find one team that figures out like a giga hard counter that you really can't do much against, and then all the other teams are like, oh, you could run that. And then they all run that, and then you just the 3-player rosters just
giga hard counter.
I feel like that's what happens a lot.
Ben's having flashbacks.
Am I? I mean,
I don't know. I don't know. It sounded
funny.
like you were. Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll see if that does happen to a Bamboozle or if they expand their roster composition pool. Who knows? But that is certainly going to be a difficult game for them up against the Agents. So for sure, looking forward to that. But that being said, we got to move on to talk about North America. Those games are coming tomorrow. Here is the bracket, what we can expect from these teams. We're starting off in the lower bracket. Of course, we've got Dukamified. I don't know if I said that right, hopefully, versus Luminosity Gaming in the lower bracket as well. So Luminosity starting off with a loss against Liquid, actually, we can see is the team that sent them down here. But anything else that you're excited here for Ven in North America on this bracket?
I feel like Liquid taking down Luminosity Gaming, it speaks volumes. Honestly, I feel like some of these teams, I got my eye on Golden Guardians. They were my pick to actually win North America. I feel like right now, with how good Shadow Priest Rogue is and how good they are at it, like they have a really solid chance here. But Liquid obviously showing that they can beat that composition. Luminosity Gaming starting off that lower bracket. I feel like NA right now is absolutely stacked with really solid teams. Trying to think of potentially any new rosters. No Answer, I think, is a really interesting team. Bringing in MVQ. So taking advantage of that new rule, bringing in a player from a different region. MVQ is going to be joining Corey Guns and Dippy. They are still in that upper bracket. They're going up against Golden Guardians. So we'll see what the Golden Guardians have a solid answer for that. I do expect MVQ to be playing the Demon Hunter. So I'm really curious to see what he can get done on that class, because he's been kind of one of the staples of it in both North America and Europe for quite some time now. So being able to come in a tournament, I think is going to be it's going to be awesome to see.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm excited for this team. Also, Super One Shot Frogs. That's formerly C9, Flop, Cubsy, Chun, Wealthy Man. I think that's a reference to the roster of Super Frogs. It's like that one season where every other team had the word super in their team name. You guys remember that? It was so confusing. Please, if you are competing in AWC, please don't name your team something with the word super in it. I can't handle another bracket like that. But yeah, I'm excited to see how that team does as well against Liquid. They seem to be ramping up for a pretty good season. This is I think I'm excited. I'm excited for the North American region. Do you feel like the shift in the meta Ven is going to change things at all differently for North America?
North America is all about rogues. Like, it's just rogues everywhere. Trill's playing rogue. Drake's playing rogue. Naj is playing rogue. Calvish is playing rogue. Like, there's a lot of rogues. I do expect to see the subtlety rogue, like I mentioned, the assassination rogue, but there are other compositions obviously available. I know that when we saw Lost in Lihu, I think that's how you say their name, Yoski, Jawa, Casca, and Cyfoxy, I think they were actually playing Hunter Shadow Priest. So some oddball compositions that they can bring in. I think they play the Shadow Priest Pharaoh Druid as well. And then obviously we have MVQ's team playing Shadow Priest Demon Hunter, Moonkin Demon Hunter, compositions like that. I feel like we're going to see lots of different stuff. And for at least this first cup, I feel like these teams are all going to be bringing kind of different answers.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Zico, what about you? Any teams in particular or comps you're looking forward to seeing in North America?
I mean, I just like to see kind of the difference in the meta. I think in Europe we saw a lot, like Van said, in North America, a lot of rogues, and in Europe we saw a lot of Warlock Boomkin specifically. A decent amount of LA Shamans as well. So I'm curious to see what we're going to see in North America tomorrow. Is it going to be a lot of rogues? Is it going to be sub rogues? We only really saw one sub rogue today, and it did look good, but I think there's a lot of rogue players in North America. So I'm expecting to see probably from Calvish and Naj, Peekaboo, at least some sub rogues. I don't know about Trill. I think Trill as well. I think potentially we'll see
Trill
4
too.
sub rogues. So I'm excited to see kind of how the sub rogues perform, and if it is something that can do really well into these kind of double wizard comps, or if that was just something that we saw in the open qualifier and it's going to fall off. I just see kind of how the meta shapes up with the rogue wizard versus the double wizard comps.
Yeah, I am excited as well. Hopefully it'll be another great day of games, but that is going to wrap it up for us for the European region before Championship Sunday. So we're going to get through North America tomorrow. So we'll see everyone tomorrow. You can check us out on Twitter for more information at WOW Esports on Twitter, or you can just tune in here tomorrow. Same time, same place, twitch.tv/Warcraft, 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. CEST. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow.